Hi Jiao. We will finish you off for the Dragon King during this time. The great war between supreme experts on the Huashan summit had struck fear and awe into many people below. Those ancestral sect experts who had feuds with Dragon Sect were praying in consternation. Yet, an icy bellow was heard at this time. What? Hai Jiao was slightly stunned, with a surprised and awful look. All the surrounding experts in the underworld were taken aback, too, as they spun around in astonishment. Upon seeing the disciples of Dragon Sect stepping forward, they all had a drastic change in expression. What is the Dragon Sect doing? Are they clearing away all their enemies? The Dragon King and that middle-aged swordsman are battling with sect leader Nia Wushuang and Emperor Qi of Diabolism in the sky. Don't tell me the Dragon Sect is clearing their enemies below? Hai Jiao is on their target board, and he's considered finished. He can only blame his son for it. If the young lord of Sea Serpent Island hadn't tried to kill the Dragon King, things would not have turned out this way. Death will be their ending. The surrounding crowd was discussing with horror when they saw Dragon Sect glowering at Hai Jiao. Hai Jiao's expression took a drastic change, replaced with a malevolent look. He stared daggers at all the people from Dragon Sect with frenetic killing intent darting out from his eyes. Kill me? You guys want to kill me? I shall slaughter all of you here today, leaving nothing to remain for the Dragon Sect. Hai Jiao released murderous aura as the double horns behind him emerged in his hands. Behind him, his subordinates were also staring coldly at Mo Qi Glong and the rest. Now the Dragon King and the other supreme expert are engaged in fights. Yet, you guys are still thinking of killing us. The young lord of Sea Serpent Island also turned ferocious as if he was a completely different person. Under the pressure of the two supreme experts, their mindset was somewhat twisted. Father, let's kill them all. All of them from the Dragon Sect. After that, we'll flee to the sea. I don't believe the Dragon King can find us. The young lord of Sea Serpent Island growled with insanity in his eyes. That's right. We'll run and hide in the ocean. Not even a supreme expert could find us. Since the Dragon Sect is trying to exterminate me, I'll retrieve some interest today. Hai Jiao strode forward with double horns clenched tightly in his hands. Behind him was the sound of tumbling waves. All the surrounding people stared at the shocking move and gasped as they quickly give way to Hai Jiao and his gang. Hai Jiao and his son are crazy. They have gone mad. Mad? How could he not go mad? Hai Jiao is a must-kill on the Dragon King's list. When either the Dragon King or the middle-aged swordsman emerge as the winner, the underworld will belong to the Dragon Sect. Hai Jiao will not have any place in underworld. When that time comes, he'll be doomed for sure. He's not going to die in silence. Hai Jiao is going to put up his last resistance and fight back. Seeing Hai Jiao and the young lord of Sea Serpent Island, all the people sighed. He was the former second strongest in the underworld who had enjoyed glorious moments. An unparalleled expert that no sacred sects would dare to mess with. Now he was forced to a point that almost drove him crazy. Hayek. I'll wipe the Dragon Sect out. I'll see how the Dragon King is going to seek me out in the vast ocean. There was manic killing intent on his face. Before Mo Qinglong and his gang could look for him, he stalked toward them instead. Apart from the Dragon King, Dragon Sect seems to have no other Dan Realm experts. These disciples of Dragon Sect are simply insolent. They don't have any Dan Realm experts among them, while Hai Jiao was considered to be the second strongest in the underworld after all. Seriously, are the disciples of Dragon Sect going to get killed by Hai Jiao? The surrounding crowd was surprised as they watched how the event unfolded. Wuxia, shall we strike too? Since Dragon Sect has no Dan Realm expert now, we can just eliminate them easily. Back at Donghua Sacred Sect, an old man clenched his fists tight with murderous intent in his eyes. There was a constant mixed expression on Nia Wuya's face. He craned his head up and watched the war in the sky before turning to Mo Qi Glong and the gang again. Suddenly, his eyes were fixed on the members of the Golden Swordfish clan who were holding razor-edged swords in their hands. Seeing their indifferent, unwavering expressions, his eyes narrowed. No. Those people look similar to the swordsman named Roving Sword. Nia Wuya took a deep breath with eyes fixated on them. Her. That old man was slightly taken aback as he looked over his shoulder and sized up the Dragon Sect's members in bewilderment. Dragon Sect? I'll wipe you guys out completely in the meantime. Hai Jiao repeated what Mo Qinglong had said to him in the exact words as the water current began to circulate frantically around his body. A daunting aura erupted, causing all the martial artists to stagger back in horror. Seeing Hai Jiao walking over with guts, trying to kill them off, Mo Qinglong was slightly surprised, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Senior brothers, that Hai Jiao is a Dan realm expert. Please help us out. Mo Qinglong quirked his lips slightly as he spoke to the few golden swordfish beside him. Leave it to us. A golden swordfish nodded coldly. When they witnessed Hai Jiao and his men striding over with malevolent expressions, no emotions were found in their eyes. Go to hell, everyone from Dragon Sect. Fuck you all. Hai Jiao growled ferociously as he strode. The water energy was circulating madly around him. All the people within a few kilometers could hear the tumbling waves in the body of Hai Jiao. Under such daunting pressure, Hai Jiao had exploded even stronger combat power than ever before. Hai Jiao's strength is scary. He's too strong, way beyond any average Dan realm expert. He's indeed the former second strongest in the underworld. Oh no, the disciples of Dragon Sect were acting way too brazen, just like their Dragon King. They thought Hai Jiao would be wary of the Dragon King and dare not strike. But even a rabbit will bite if it panics. Sensing the domineering strength from Hai Jiao, the surrounding crowd was looking shocked in their eyes. However, more people were staring at the golden swordfish gang with their long swords in their hands. Simply because they looked like roving sword. Could it be? Slaying spiritual sword. Return of the spiritual sword. Just when all the people had their own thoughts, two icy cold voices were heard. Just like the cold voice of the compelling swordsman in the sky. A spiritual sword that was 100 meters long lurched forward with unparalleled sharp radiance. Another spiritual sword of the same size with the same sharpness darted out from behind and returned. Two frightful golden radiances rushed out from the front and the back. The return of the spiritual sword. Pa pa pa. What? This? What a horrifying sword. I could barely control the long sword in my hand. In an instant, all the surrounding swordsmen felt their treasured swords shaking violently. They held onto their long swords in horror while looking ahead of them. Two sword strikes. Charge and return. They were from two different people. Arg. When the sword was released, the group of subordinates behind the Lord of Sea Serpent Island were instantly killed by the returning sword. They couldn't put up any resistance at all. That terrifying edge easily penetrated their bodies. What? The Lord of Sea Serpent Island was flabbergasted. The moment the two swords appeared, a deathly threat had him surrounded and sent chills down his spine. No, Father, save me. At this moment, the young Lord of Sea Serpent Island cried for help in horror. No. Dragon Sect, I won't let you off even if I die. The Lord of Sea Serpent Island held onto the two horns and roared loudly with a contorted expression resembling a wretched demon. Terrifying water energy was contained within the two horns. He spread both of his arms towards the approaching swords from the front and back. The charging sword and the returning sword were simply too fast. There was no time for the Lord of Sea Serpent Island to escape. Moreover, he had his son with him. He couldn't just leave him behind. Hai Long stood before the Lord of Sea Serpent Island, shivering in fear. Rumble. Two extreme swords emitted dazzling golden light that shrouded the Lord of Sea Serpent Island and his son. Arg. I'm not convinced. A blinding light exploded from where Hai Jiao was. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but shut their eyes and turn their heads around. Nothing. Nothing is left. At this moment, a surprised scream broke the silence. Everyone turned towards the location where the Lord of Sea Serpent Island was previously. All of them were dumbfounded. Nothing. There was indeed nothing left. There were no signs of humans at all. The Lord of Sea Serpent Island was completely crushed by the swords. Not even his ashes remain. A Dan realm expert from a sacred clan was filled with horror as he looked blankly at where Hai Jiao was standing previously. What a terrifying sword glow. They are all terrifying Dan realm experts. Why would there be so many terrifying experts appearing from the Dragon Sect? A sect leader of a sacred sect looked in the direction of the Dragon Sect while shivering in fear. The two middle-aged men that had struck previously put away their swords. With a sword from each of them, they had killed the previous number 2 expert of the underworld. Gulp! Everyone couldn't help but swallow back a mouthful of saliva. Is this the full strength of the dragon sect? How many Dan Realm experts do they have? Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of some people. Wuxia and the experts from Donghua sacred sect could feel their hearts palpitating violently as their vision dulled. They were afraid that the dragon sect would target them now and annihilate the entire Donghua sacred sect. They were even more afraid after seeing how terrifying the Dan Realm swordsmen from the dragon sect were. That would only mean that the supreme swordsman fighting with their sect leader was even more insane. Would their sect leader win against that swordsman in battle? Amitba. It's better for the underworld to have fewer killings. Amitba. At the location of diabolism, all the devil sects could feel their hearts skip a beat when they witnessed the 2 experts from the dragon sect killing a powerful Dan Realm expert with a sword each. Even the powerful Dan Realm experts from the Devil Corpse Palace were deeply fearful. As for the devil monks from the Devil Spirits Temple, they could only recite Amitba and pray. At this moment, everyone in the crowd was looking towards Dragon Sect in fear. Too strong. Too strong. Even without the Dragon King, the disciples of the Dragon Sect could still crush the entire underworld. No one would be a match for them. In a deserted area at the bottom of the tallest peak of Huashan, Suner had become the most frenzied fan of the Dragon Sect. She exclaimed loudly with excitement. The lady beside her pursed her lips and was filled with astonishment. Despite the Dragon King being engaged in battle, the remaining Dragon Sect could still suppress the entire underworld. This was the most fearsome thing about the Dragon Sect. Oh gosh! Look! What's that? What's that? The void space is shattering. Their battles are shattering the void space. At this moment, an exclamation broke the silence and caught everyone's attention. The crowd immediately looked over. At this moment, Wuxia and Roving Sword had entered into close-range battle mode in the air. Within a radius of 1,000 meters of their battle, dense sword glows filled the air. Both their bodies were emitting golden rays like a blinding sun. Each clash would crush the surrounding sword glows. The terrifying battle closely resembled the coming of Ragnarok. Bam! Once again, Wuxia clashed together with Roving Sword. Terrifying metal attribute energy tore an opening in the void space. This tear was roughly a meter long. When the tear appeared, even Wuxia was filled with horror. He looked in horror at the world within the tear in the void space. Subconsciously, he recalled a record he had read in a secret book previously. Could it be? Wuxia's eyes constricted as he shouted, "Arg!" Bam! It was another violent clash followed by Wuxia and Roving Sword separating rapidly. Huh? Roving Sword had also noticed that terrifying tear in the void space. Doubt filled his eyes. Oh gosh! That's really a tear in the void space. It is said that when one reaches the Immortal realm, he can rip a tear in the void space. Could their battle be the reason why the void space was ripped apart? Below the battle, the crowd couldn't help but exclaim after witnessing the tear. This was a tear in the void space. A tear in the void space? No. Budding realm experts would never be able to rip a tear in void space. Even Immortal realm experts would find it to be extremely difficult to do so. The Dan realm experts stared vigilantly at the 1-meter-long tear. All of them were shocked. Undoubtedly, there was indeed a tear in the void space. Boom. At this moment, Wuxia controlled the Nether Skull. From the eyes of the Nether Skull, extreme flames from the Inferno Divine Dragon and the Will-O-Wisps had coalesced. The combined flames were extremely viscous and thick as they swept towards Emperor Qi, who had used the Binary Corpse's cogenesis. Rumble. Emperor Qi's terrifying claws fell on the surface of the Nether Skull. The terrifying impact sent earth-shattering shockwaves across. After each collision, a crack would appear before them. A tinge of surprise and shock flashed in Emperor Qi's blood-red eyes. He pivoted and appeared 1,000 meters away within seconds while staring at that tear. Wuxia also frowned as he observed the tear in the void space. Their battle had torn the fabric of space? Wuxia was doubtful. The tear appeared for 1 second and disappeared in the next. Could their terrifying battle reach the level where they could rip apart the fabric of space? Seeing the cracks of space between the battle of Emperor Qi and the Dragon King, the crowd from the underworld was dumbfounded. The battle stopped briefly because of the crack in the void space. Nie Wushuang and Emperor Qi squinted their eyes as they peered at the location where the crack appeared. As old freaks who had lived for over 2 centuries, they were much more knowledgeable than Wang Xian. They had heard of some legends and secrets in the underworld. Given their current strength, it was impossible for them to make a crack in the void space. There was only one possibility left if it wasn't the void space crack. It was the crack of an array. Nie Wushuang squinted his eyes and surveyed the surroundings with a grave expression. Emperor Qi did the same thing, too, as he revealed a pondering look. Wang Xian witnessed the diminishing crack in the void space, and his curiosity was piqued. Blue and red radiance began to flicker in his eyes. Overwhelming energy filled the landscape. Is it an array? Did our battle trigger some array over here? But this array should be a type of defense or concealing array. Wang Xian used his piercing eyes to survey the surroundings and pondered to himself. He stood on top of Nether Skull, looking towards Emperor Qi and Nie Wushuang after coming out of the Nether Skull. What is it? Do you guys know something about this? Emperor Qi looked at Wang Xian coldly without a word. Nie Wushuang, too, replied with nothing as he swept cold gazes at Wang Xian and Roving Sword. Since there are no answers from both of you, let's continue. A tinge of a sneer flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. Nie Wushuang and Emperor Qi obviously knew something, but neither of them was willing to divulge anything. Since neither of them spoke, then the fight shall continue. He would be able to get some information after killing them. Wang Xian submerged himself into the Nether Skull, and flames burst out from the skull once again. The daunting flame from the Inferno Dragon and Nether Flame shrouded the area within 1,000 meters. Upon seeing the domineering flame exploded from Nether Skull, Emperor Qi had the same grave expression on his face again. Clang! Along with thousands of beams of sword radiance behind him, Roving Sword swung his long sword in the sky, pointing at Nie Wushuang. Phew, I must kill you. Nie Wushuang exhibited a resolute look. There were 2 supreme experts in Dragon Sect. So long as the 2 remained alive, there would be a high possibility that Donghua Sacred Sect would get annihilated. Hence, he had to kill one of them. Nie Wushuang spun the long blade in his hand with the rings on it clashing against each other again. Kill! Killing intent surged in Wang Xian. When fighting with supreme experts, he needed to give his best, especially when he did not transform into a divine dragon. Also, the strength of Emperor Qi was not as strong as he had imagined. Compared to the budding realm expert he had met in Dubai, Emperor Qi was weaker by little. On top of that, the Nether Flame had a natural suppression for Emperor Qi. Wang Xian was confident that he could defeat Emperor Qi without turning into a divine dragon, even though most of the time he was just relying on the daunting power of the Nether Skull. The skull that was almost 6 meters in size was burning with a frightful flame in the sky. Its mouth was wide open as it lurched forward toward Emperor Qi. With binary corpses cogenesis, Emperor Qi revealed a solemn look. He raised his scary-looking nails at Wang Xian and darted out. At this time, he was facing the same plight as Nie Wushuang. There was no retreating. Once he backed off, it would mark the failure of all of Diabolism. The underworld would belong to Dragon Sect, and Diabolism would have to hold the Dragon King as their supreme leader. Otherwise, they would be annihilated by Dragon Sect. Therefore, he had to kill Wang Xian off so that Diabolism would not be under his suppression. With one of the supreme experts from Dragon Sect dead, they could create a situation of tripartite confrontation. At the very least, they would not need to succumb to anyone. Boom boom. Every strike of Emperor Qi's that landed on the Nether Skull sounded horrible as they left white traces on the surface of the Nether Skull. Yet, the demonic aura was rapidly diminishing under the burning fire of the Nether Flame. Even the skin on his arm had turned gray. Today, I shall slay you, Dragon King. Emperor Qi revealed bloody red, terrifying glow in his eyes with each blow that impacted the Nether Skull. His body was spinning at a high speed around the skull. As a zombie, his physical strength was incredibly scary. The Nether Flame followed like a shadow as it pounced onto Emperor Qi without stopping. The destructive power of the flame had caused the arm of Emperor Qi to be left with just bones. On the outside, It looked incredibly creepy. Wang Xian stood within the nether skull, looking out at Emperor Qi with cold eyes. Even if he dragged it on, he could undoubtedly bring Emperor Qi down. Binary corpses cogenesis, heaven and earth crumple. After dodging the nether flame, Emperor Qi rose higher to the sky. In a split second, he had risen to an altitude of 10,000 meters. From the audience's view below, Emperor Qi had already disappeared from sight. Binary corpses cogenesis, heaven and earth crumple. It's that move. It's that move. At this time, a group of Devil Corpse Palace experts watched the disappearing of Emperor Qi in the sky with excitement in their eyes. They fixed their eyes on the sky. Is this his best move? Wang Xian witnessed Emperor Qi lifting himself up while his body spun rapidly. He intended to swoop down with such a stance. There were 2 arms and 2 heads glaring at him coldly. The demonic aura around him pumped up just like a growing tornado. He was going to charge down at such frightful speed. What horror! He's going to swoop down from that height. In that case, both Emperor Qi and the Ghoul King could attack at the same time. With that horrifying spinning demonic aura that reached a few thousand meters high, it is as good as a tornado made by demonic aura. Back on the land, everyone was focusing on the central position where the daunting demonic aura spun like a tornado, concealing the entire sky. It was about to strike from a high point in the air. This was the true blue devil that descended on the world. This could be the strongest move that Emperor Qi has. Does he want to determine the winner now? All the people from the crowd were staring hard at the sky with uneasiness. Since that's the case, let's give our last blow of attack. Wang Xian revealed a smile. Making a swift movement, he appeared below the nether skull. With both Wang Xian's arms swinging, all the nether flame exploded out from the nether skull. A bone-crushing sound was heard from the skull, as though it was going to collapse at any moment. Boom! The nether skull charged out at Emperor Qi like a meteor. Wang Xian was not concerned as to whether the nether skull would be damaged under such a formidable impact. This thing was just a secondary weapon, and the nether flame in the skull would continue to dissipate in combat. Hence, it needed constant replenishment. The only way to replenish it was at the cost of lives. This was somewhat troublesome for Wang Xian. Destroy! Insane fighting spirit overflowed from the eyes of Emperor Qi. With domineering strength and demonic aura, he charged at the nether skull. You're no match for me. Meanwhile, Roving Sword's longsword was slashed down on the long blade of Nie Wuxuang. The 2 of them staggered back for 1,000 meters. Roving Sword took a deep breath. With slow motions, he grabbed the longsword with both hands and pointed it at Nie Wuxuang. I'll not be defeated. Nie Wuxuang raged as golden beams of light fired out from his body. The outcome will be decided soon. Oh gosh! The critical juncture is finally here. I wonder who will win. From what the middle-aged swordsman said, Nie Wuxuang isn't a match for him. Could it be that sect leader Nie Wuxuang is about to lose? The moment that will decide the fate of the entire underworld has arrived. The sky was shaking, and the crowd at the bottom of the tallest peak of Huashan looked at the catastrophic final battles above them in shock. The battles had reached the most critical moment, and the outcome would be known soon. There's no way our sect leader will lose. Never. Everyone in Donghua Sacred Sect mumbled to themselves as they looked up bitterly. However, they had a bad premonition weighing over them. In the previous exchanges, that terrifying and merciless swordsman had the upper hand against their sect leader all along. Moreover, they would probably have a good glimpse of the opponent's strength after such a long battle. If the invincible swordsman claimed that Nie Wuxuang wasn't a match for him, he should be at least 70% sure that victory was his. This worried everyone in Donghua Sacred Sect. Similarly, all the people of Diabolism looked fearfully towards the sky. Their backs were drenched in perspiration from anxiety. My sword will split the earth. My sword will shake the heavens. My sword will shock the world. Rampaging heaven and earth strike. All the golden hair on Nie Wuxuang stood up like golden needles. The sword in his hands shook violently. As the rings hit the blade, sounds of metal clashing reverberated. Terrifying sword glows formed a violent storm of heaven and earth strikes. The sword glow grew larger and larger to several thousand meters long. This blade seemed capable of splitting the sky and earth. The golden glow from the sword resonated with the metal on the ground. The pinnacle strike of the golden swordfish race. Seeing Nia Wushuang launching his strongest attack, Roving Sword was unmoved. He held on to his long sword with both hands. Before the golden swordfish race had transformed into human form, they only knew a certain type of attack. That was none other than lunging ahead with the terrifying bill to pierce through their opponents and enemies. And now, Roving Sword wasn't using the ancient spiritual sword technique, but the attack that the golden swordfish race had used millions and millions of times. The pinnacle strike. Holding the longsword with both hands above his head, he turned into a longsword and charged towards Nia Wushuang with tremendous speed. The moment he charged forward, an illusory image of a golden swordfish could be seen around Roving Sword. Just like an ancient godfish, he released an insane sword glow. Rampaging heaven and earth strike. Slash. Nia Wushuang growled loudly and his voice reverberated throughout Huashan. They are going to clash. The outcome will be revealed soon. That's too scary. Too scary. Move back. Move back. My senses are telling me that the terrifying energy will even reach us. In the air, the terrifying energy of the binary corpse's cogenesis, catastrophic annihilation, clashed intensely with the black flames of the nether skull. The rampaging heaven and earth strike that shrouded the sky was about to crash into the blinding pinnacle strike. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Boom! An explosion erupted and reverberated across the sky. Below them, the tallest peak of Huashan seemed to be cracking from the insane energy and pressure. The nether skull is cracking. However, Emperor Qi definitely can't withstand this strike. As Wang Xian saw, the nether skull was cracking slowly. For a level 12 weapon to crack under pressure, one could imagine how insane the power behind that strike was. What? However, sounds of glass breaking could be heard at this moment. To Wang Xian's astonishment, the sky above where Emperor Qi and the nether skull clashed was shattering like a piece of glass. The crack this time was much larger than the one before. It was as though their clash had broken the limits. Arg! Bam! Bam! After a terrifying cry, Wang Xian could see Emperor Qi overwhelmed by horrifying attacks. As for the nether skull, it had completely cracked open under a unique form of energy. Shit! The spirit array of the cauldron world has been broken by us. At this moment, Nia Wushuang's horrified voice resounded. Wang Xian was alarmed and looked over immediately. At the place where Nia Wushuang clashed with Roving Sword, the void space had been split open completely. Both of them were sucked into the crack. Wang! At this moment, Wang Xian felt an immense attractive force pulling him away. It was as though he had encountered a black hole pulling his body. Wang Xian was astonished but couldn't put up any resistance at all. His body was sucked into the cracks of the void space directly. This greatly surprised him. Screech, screech, screech. The entire sky seemed to be tumbling. The martial artists below were all shocked and dumbfounded. The space was shattered. The void space was completely shattered and the 4 supreme experts have been sucked into a different dimension. What is this all about? What's the cauldron world that sect leader Nia Wushuang talked about at the very end? What is that? Oh gosh! The shattered space is fixing itself gradually. Could it be that sect leader Nia Wushuang, Emperor Qi, Dragon King, and that swordsman have entered a different world? All the martial artists of the underworld were shocked. Bewilderment. Bewilderment. The sky was shattered like a piece of glass in the battles between the 4 supreme experts. 4 supreme experts were sucked into it directly. Before the astounded eyes of the people, the glass-like space was recovering and gradually returned to how it had been before. The sky was clear once again. Wang! At this very moment, the entire world seemed to be shaking. In the vast sky, a cauldron hovered in the air. However, it disappeared the next instant. Everyone looked blankly at this mystical scene with their jaws dropped. The 9 cauldrons. That's one of the 9 cauldrons that stabilized the nation in the past, and have since disappeared. Nia Wuya looked blankly at the space that was self-repairing, the appearance and disappearance of the cauldron. His eyes widened as he mumbled to himself. 9 cauldrons? Sect leader has gone missing? What kind of space is that? Where would it lead to? What could that place be? An old man beside Wuxia couldn't contain his doubts and roared loudly. In the Xia dynasty, the 9 cauldrons were forged. In the past, the 9 cauldrons stabilized and ensured the stability of the country. In the legends, each cauldron was a terrifying immortal item. However, the 9 cauldrons disappeared 1,000+ years ago. The sect leader once told me that it wasn't just the 9 cauldrons that disappeared. The immortal sects also disappeared. Wuxia mumbled and didn't hide anything he knew. His voice resounded throughout the crowd. What's an immortal sect? Could there really be real immortals as recorded in the legends? Could it be there's a different world that coexists along with us? A middle-aged man exclaimed loudly. An immortal sect wasn't rare in ancient times. The reason why they were called immortal sects was because they had an immortal. Those above the budding realm are known as immortals. Based on what our sect leader has told me, the immortal sect brought along the 9 cauldrons to gather spiritual energy and left behind the world to avoid the age of Dharma decline. The highest peak of Huashan was now in a mess. The peak that was in the clouds had been shortened by more than 1,000 meters while the entire mountain had a horrible-looking crack. Back at the foot of the mountain, everyone looked in the direction of Donghua's sacred sect in silence. As the breeze ran across their skin, it brought hair-raising chillness. Space was cast aside without any worldly care to gather the spiritual energy. It was a way to avoid the age of Dharma decline. Wuxia gravely continued his speech. According to the legend, the experts from the immortal sects sensed the diminishing spiritual energy of heaven and earth. For the development of immortal sects, they used the immortal treasure, 9 cauldrons, to set aside a space. This space that was guarded by 9 cauldrons, gathering all the spiritual energy, has turned into the legendary immortal realm. I guess sect leader and the rest have entered the 9 cauldrons worlds. The so-called 9 cauldrons worlds are separate lands of peace that are isolated by the arrays? Asked the old man beside Wuxia in a murmur. Each of the 9 cauldrons sets aside a world, and 9 cauldrons set aside 9 worlds in total. That is to say, there are 9 independent immortal realms within and around our country. Wuxia nodded his head slowly. Can't the people from the 9 cauldrons worlds come out? Or can't we enter into the 9 cauldrons worlds? A Dan realm expert from a sacred clan could not help but ask. I don't know. I really have no idea. Wuxia shook his head in bitterness. The 9 cauldrons guard 9 separate worlds that are namely Shenyuan, Ji, Huang, Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, Xia, and Yongchang. As the 9 cauldrons gather spiritual energy, the cultivation speed within the world is faster by 4 to 5 times as compared to the outside world. Within 9 cauldrons worlds, there are many experts, including those in the immortal realm. Access to these worlds has been closed since 300 years ago. It was impossible to enter the 9 cauldrons worlds. That also marked extreme difficulties for people to come out as well. Unless you have the immortal treasure, along with immortal prowess, you will not be able to walk out of 9 cauldrons worlds. However, the 9 cauldrons have been suppressing the spiritual qi for over 1,000 years. When there is insufficient energy for the 9 cauldrons to gather, there will be a day when the 9 cauldrons worlds will emerge once again. Suddenly, a graceful yet haughty voice was heard, stunning everyone. All of them looked to the source of it. A girl beside the guild leader of Sacred Followers Guild lifted her chin as she spoke with pride. She seemed to be flaunting her knowledge. Hee, my disciple knows everything from astronomy to geography. The guild leader of Sacred Followers Guild explained to everyone with a smile. What does a kid know? An inborn expert of Donghua sacred sect pouted in disbelief. Who is the kid here? Who said I don't know anything? This world over here at Huashan is called Yongchang. There are 3 immortal sects in it which are called Yongchang Immortal Sect, Immortal Slaying Sect, and a Hong Immortal Sect. Humph. Shut your mouth if you don't know anything. Upon hearing someone challenging her, the lass was so furious that she growled at that inborn expert. You lass! Dongwen, shut up. Before that inborn expert could finish his sentence, he was cut off by Wuxia's cold bellow. This caught him by surprise as he quickly kept his mouth shut and looked over. He saw that Wuxia had disbelief in his eyes, staring at that little girl with glistening eyes. Yongchang, Immortal Slaying, and a Hong were not fictitious sects made up by the ancient people? Of course not. Not even Penglai Immortal Island. That's the place guarded by you cauldron. You bunch of ignorant fellows. What do you know? The little girl did not give any face to Wuxia as she spoke with contempt in his face. However, Wuxia's emotions were stirred up, and he did not mind her rudeness. He murmured, "Little did I expect what sect leader told me to all be true. It's real. Immortal sect. There are immortal sects in this world. What do the 9 cauldrons worlds look like?" Some of them mumbled as they craned their necks to look up at the sky above Huashan. There lay a hidden world known as Yongchang. Could the immortals who can ride on swords and kill someone from 1,000 miles away, driving on a cloud and somersaulting 1,000 miles, could they really exist? Some of the people were looking forward to it. "Little girl, do you think our sect leader has a chance of coming out from the Yongchang world?" asked Wuxia with a solemn expression after taking a deep breath. "If he was not killed by that swordsman, I guess he should have a chance of coming out." The little girl was not very sure, so she casually mentioned it. After all, he has already advanced to the budding realm and is considered to be an expert in 9 cauldrons worlds. But it is uncertain when he will come out. Maybe a few years or even more than that. It should be soon. Is that so? Wuxia and all the people from Donghua Sacred Sect felt relieved. The group from Diabolism also wiped the sweat away from their foreheads. Looks like the 9 cauldrons worlds are not as scary as one imagined. There are supreme experts everywhere. Sect leader Wuxia, Emperor Qi, Dragon King, and the middle-aged swordsman already possess daunting powers. If they are not considered experts in that world, that would be too scary. Someone above the budding realm is known to be an immortal. That means to say there are immortals and immortal sects in these worlds. Perhaps the inborn experts are everywhere and Dan realm experts make up the highest number of people there. That would be too crazy. 9 cauldrons refer to 9 worlds. I wonder what kind of worlds they are, and what kind of encounter sect leader Wuxia will be met with. Everyone was discussing fervently as the 9 cauldrons worlds opened a new horizon for them. 9 cauldrons worlds are too far from us. Wuxia and the rest of the experts looked blankly at the sky above Huashan. Let's postpone the battle between the orthodox sects and Diabolism. From now on, we will not cross each other's paths. If you dare to provoke us, it will be the time when a bloodbath arises in Underworld. Wuxia paused for a few minutes as he called out while looking in the direction of Devil Corp's palace. Fine. Diabolism will not attack anyone from the alliance of the orthodox sects within the next 5 years unless you guys attack us first. That goes without saying. An expert from Devil Corp's palace pondered as he nodded while looking at all the experts of Diabolism. Now they had a pact for 5 years. Great! At the same time, all the experts from the alliance of the orthodox sects and Diabolism looked toward Dragon Sect. The reason for the peace between orthodox sects and Diabolism was because of the uncertain factor, Dragon Sect. Now, the 3 forces were restraining one another. The day our Dragon King returns will be the day Dragon Sect fights the Underworld. Mo Qinglong lifted his head and spoke to them in a flat voice. Phew! Upon hearing Mo Qinglong, Donghua Sacred Sect and Diabolism heaved a sigh of relief. It's a good thing for you guys, Dragon Sect, to stop finding our troubles. Regardless of the alliance of the orthodox sects or Diabolism, they were all wonderstruck by Dragon Sect. The 2 swordsmen with charging sword and return sword had killed the former second expert in the underworld within split seconds. None from the underworld could take on such formidable swordsmanship. From then on, since Wuxia, Emperor Qi, Dragon King, and the middle-aged swordsman entered the Yongchang world through the crack in the air, the underworld split into 3 forces pinned against each other. The underworld will likely have a peaceful period for some time. That's right. Everyone will probably be wary of the Dragon Sect. Damn! The strength displayed by the Dragon Sect today is truly insane. Towards the end of the battle, it was clear that sect leader Wuxia had lost. Also, it was impossible for Emperor Qi to win. This was because the Dragon King was still standing 1,000 meters away while watching the battle develop. If it wasn't for the void space shattering today, the Dragon Sect would have ruled supreme. How did the Dragon King get so terrifying? He's just going to be 21 years old this year. When the Dragon King returns, the underworld will likely be under the Dragon Sect. I wonder, When will the Dragon King and the rest return? Hee hee. It's actually pretty good to have the Dragon Sect and Dragon King. Those they have killed were those that offended him or were from diabolism. The Dragon King has not killed an innocent without reason. For small characters like us, there's nothing bad about this. After the battles of the supreme experts at the tallest peak of Huashan, all the martial artists in the underworld didn't stay for long as they headed for the exit. The crowd discussed what had happened today excitedly. The major battles today had greatly enhanced their views of the world. Mo Qinglong and the rest from the Dragon Sect took a further glance at the space that the Dragon King had been sucked into. The next moment, they took flight and headed towards Rivertown. Protect the Dragon Sect till the Dragon King returns. As Dragonians and members of the Dragon Palace, they could still sense the existence of their Dragon King. This would mean that the Dragon King had not died. As long as the Dragon King was alive, they believed that he would return soon. They weren't worried about it in the slightest. Soon, all the martial artists of the underworld had departed from the tallest peak of Huashan. What was left was the ruined tallest peak of Huashan, which had cracked, and destruction that spanned over 1,000 meters. Amidst the mountain range, the land looked uniquely wretched. Who would have expected that guy to be so strong? Budding realm. Even my other brothers are a far cry in terms of talent compared to him. At the foot of the mountain of Huashan, 2 people remained. One was a young girl while the other was the guild leader of the Sacred Followers Guild. Hee hee. I had not expected the Dragon King to have such exceptional talents either. It's truly frightening. Hee hee. Xiao Xiao, do you think the Dragon King could become an immortal? The guild leader of the Sacred Followers Guild asked that little girl. There's a high possibility. That little girl was recalcitrant, but it was hard for her to not be convinced by Wang Xian. She pouted and added, I do feel that the middle-aged swordsman has a higher chance of reaching the immortal realm. His swordsmanship is really powerful. The guild leader of the Sacred Followers Guild nodded his head silently before asking, shall we go in? Yes, master. Just follow me back. After all, it won't be long till we can enter and leave as we wish. Cultivation there will be 4 to 5 times quicker than here. At locations where the immortal sects are, it will be 7 to 8 times quicker. Since we have gathered the required information, let's get back. The little girl nodded her head, held onto the hands of the guild leader of the Sacred Followers Guild and answered, all right, I'd like to take a look at the legendary land of the immortals, the world of Yongchang. The eyes of the guild leader of the Sacred Followers Guild were filled with anticipation. Hee hee. Let's go then. The little girl replied with a smile. In her hands, she held several iPads. In them, there was a range of information on the current society. This was something that her father had asked her to gather when she was sent to modern society. This was done in preparation for when Yongchang descended on the current world. They were various bits of information on the current lifestyles and their technology. The little brat led the guild leader of the Sacred Followers Guild to the peak of a mountain and rubbed a blue spiritual item on her neck. Wang! Suddenly, 2 pairs of terrifying arms appeared. For palms with fiery red gloves ripped apart the space of an area. Xiao Xiao, hurry! A voice came from the other end. The little girl jumped in immediately without hesitation. The guild leader of the Sacred Followers Guild was shocked to witness this. For huge hands had ripped apart the space directly. He had no doubts that the energy in those hands could easily crush him to death. Papa! When he entered it, he fell towards the land immediately. The guild leader of the Sacred Followers Guild was surprised to see the 2 pairs of fiery red gloves being destroyed by the spirit array instantly. While he was still in shock, a huge flaming palm appeared below them and led them towards a direction. All these actions were like those one would envision of an immortal. What the little girl didn't know was the exorbitant price of entering the Yongchang world. Although 4 to 5 budding realm experts could rip apart space, they would suffer terrifying attacks when they entered. The intensity of these attacks would be dependent on the strength of the martial artist. Even the powerful immortal realm experts wouldn't dare to. This was because the fatality rate was 90% and no one would like to take this risk. As for the 2 pairs of flaming gloves that had exploded previously, those were level 12 spiritual equipment. This was the price for allowing the 2 of them to enter. Just a while ago, Wang Xian had suffered attacks from the spirit array as he entered. The terrifying force sent chills down his spine. The destructive attacks made Wang Xian feel like he was going to be torn apart. However, Wang Xian was a divine dragon after all and had the body of a divine dragon. Before he felt he would collapse, he realized he had made it through. Nonetheless, his body was severely injured by the attacks. Before he could exhaust dragon energy to heal himself, he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Yongchang World was the world suppressed by the Yongchang Cauldron. The entire world wasn't huge and was roughly the size of a large province in China, or roughly the size of South Korea. There were 3 immortal sects in Yongchang World, and they were Yongchang Immortal Sect, Immortal Slang Sect, and the Dahong Immortal Sect. Yongchang Immortal Sect specialized in fire attribute, Dahong Immortal Sect specialized in water attribute, and Immortal Slaying Sect was known for their metal attribute sword cultivators. Together with the 3 immortal sects were 7 to 8 smaller sects. Dahong Immortal Sect was located in the middle of a mountain range. The tallest mountain could reach a height of roughly 5,000 meters, which was twice the height of Huashan. Rumbling sounds were incessant throughout the mountain range where Dahong Immortal Sect was located. Waterfall. There are waterfalls everywhere that start from the highest peak. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Spiritual birds flew in the sky. The water of the waterfall was exceptionally clear, with fishes occasionally emerging. Birds swooped down from the sky and scooped the fish away as prey. Bam! A bird that was entirely white and almost a meter in size stood at the highest peak while staring vigilantly at the fishes before the waterfall. Just as it was about to swoop down, a figure dropped from the sky. The white bird was shocked and stared blankly at that figure, which floated down the waterfall. Splitting the water while maintaining the water in its position for 5 seconds is the benchmark of gaining great mastery of Dahong sword technique. The results of all your assessments previously are generally below average. Practice diligently over this period. Below a waterfall, a lady stood in the middle and the water separated onto 2 sides automatically. Around her, several 20-odd-year-old young men and girls held long swords in their hands while slashing at the waterfall. Arg! At this moment, a horrifying scream resounded. A girl was horrified to see a figure falling from the waterfall before her. The arrival of the dragon. Mom, why did you bring him home? It's such an inconvenience to have a guy living in our house. We don't even know who he is. Don't you think it's inappropriate to have him in our house? He almost startled me to death today. Let's find out where he comes from and send him back immediately. While Wang Xian was in a trance, he heard a female voice. He frowned as he made a slight movement. His entire body was in pain as though it was going to break at once. Self-healing with dragon energy. Wang Xian made a thought. Self-healing will consume 1.97 million points of dragon energy. Continue? Damn. Why is it so expensive again? Wang Xian twisted his expression a little. With a thought, he checked his own injuries and decided to use 500,000 points of dragon energy for a simple treatment. Linger, since he fell in MT Famu, we cannot leave him there. I'll get an ancestral sect to check his identity and send him back. In order to treat him, we have already consumed a lot of resources from MT Fengyu. Well, stop speaking, lass. If your strength can achieve advancement, our MT Fengyu will definitely receive more resources. Mom, I'll work hard. The voices outside continued to confuse Wang Xian. Where is this place? Void space shattered? Did I come to the world within the array, or? All sorts of thoughts flashed in Wang Xia's mind. He remembered the last battle scene clearly, when he was sucked into the array when it gave way. Arg. Mom, he's up. He's awake. Just then, a voice came screaming again, which Wang Xian found somewhat familiar. Subsequently, Wang Xian saw a lady and a girl walking toward him. The lady was charming, and he could only tell that she was mature and well-developed through her figure. There were no signs of aging on her face. The girl was around 22 to 23 years old, and she resembled the lady a lot. Yet, she was glaring at Wang Xian now with a face full of displeasure. Both of them wore some ancient clothing, which was unlike the modern style. Are you awake? The lady looked to Wang Xian as she flicked her finger, sending a stream of water current into Wang Xian's body. Are your injuries serious? Which sect are you from? "I'll get someone to send you back," said the lady, looking at Wang Xian. Wang Xian froze for a moment as he did not answer the question of the lady. "Where is this place?" He spun his head around, studying the surroundings as he asked with confusion. "This is the Dahong Immortal sect. Which sect are you from? Immortal slang or Yongchang? Or some other smaller sect?" asked the lady to Wang Xian plainly as she walked to the bed. "Dahong Immortal sect? Immortal slaying? Yongchang." Wang Xian continued with his quizzical look. He felt like he had really entered into a strange world within that array. "Don't tell me you have amnesia? And you forgot which sect you are from?" Seeing his reaction, the girl at the side stalked over and scrutinized him. "Looks like I have really entered into the world within the array." Wang Xian stared blankly at the ancient character embroidered on the girl's clothes as he was in a trance. "Hey, I'm asking you a question? Did you lose your memory? Or are you a mute?" The girl was displeased and yelled at Wang Xian since she could not get any answer from him. Wang Xian looked up to that girl. "I think I lost my memory." The girl almost choked upon hearing his answer. This was the first time she saw someone admit that they had lost their memory in such a relaxed manner. Is this how someone with amnesia should act? "Mum, look at him. He doesn't seem to be a good guy, and he does not have amnesia. He clearly wants to." The girl stared at Wang Xian furiously as she spoke to the lady beside her. The lady furrowed her brows slightly as she looked at Wang Xian. "Don't you know the Hong Immortal sect? Immortal slang sect? Or Yongchang Immortal sect?" "I have no idea." Wang Xian shook his head and continued voicing his doubt. "What is this place?" "We're at Yongchang. What do you remember?" The lady fixed her flickering eyes on Wang Xian. "Yongchang? My name is Wang Xian and others call me the Dragon King." "Yongchang?" Wang Xian continued to look perplexed. "Where is Yongchang exactly?" "A world within the array." "Dragon King? Can you tumble the river or overturn the sea?" The girl was slightly stunned by Wang Xian's words, but subsequently, she rebutted him with contempt. "That's enough, Linger. Wang Xian, right? Take a rest now and see if you can recall anything. You may stay here for the time being," said the lady to Wang Xian as she tugged the arm of the girl and dragged her out. "Mum, he's obviously lying. Amnesia? He doesn't look like he has lost his memory to me." "He's not lying. He really has no idea of where this place is." "Don't tell me he fell from the sky? He can't be from the outside world. No outsider can come in. He probably lost his memory." I think he's a bad guy, probably got chased by some people and ran into our place for hiding." Wang Xian chuckled bitterly as he overheard the scarcely audible conversation from the outside. "It seems like this is the world within the array, Yongchang. They knew about the outside world, so we're still on Earth. That's close." "If I'm not wrong, that lady should be a budding realm expert, while the girl is an inborn expert. Dahong Immortal sect," Wang Xian murmured with radiance flickering in his eyes. "Oh." "Bam. Take your medicine." 2 days later, a teacup was slammed onto the table in front of Wang Xian while the girl instructed him with impatience. "Thank you." Wang Xian smiled at the girl as he put down his book and spoke impassively. Since you're not disabled, do you expect me to send you medicine all the time? Can't you take it yourself?" The girl snorted at Wang Xian with displeasure on her face. Subsequently, she turned around impatiently and left. Looking at the teacup on the table, Wang Xian picked it up with a beaming face and drank it in one shot. Then he picked up his book once again. In the book was written 4 ancient words. Great Wei Yongchang. Wang Xian took 2 days before he finally got some understanding of this place. Yongchang world was suppressed by Yongchang Cauldron and it was the legendary immortal realm. The world possessed immortal sects over here with legendary immortals and Dharma. Wang Xian stood up and gazed far ahead. The place he was staying at was halfway up the mountain, surrounded by the sound of waterfalls. One could see experts flying in the air on their swords some distance away. That's right, they were flying on their swords. Over here, the inborn experts could fly on their swords. Dan realm experts could ride the clouds. Budding realm experts could dive into outer space. There's a complete cultivation system over here, and the art of cultivation is way beyond what the underworld has. On top of that, there are experts in the immortal realm that have surpassed the budding realm over here. With glistening eyes, Wang Xian studied his surroundings. All along, Wang Xian had wanted to learn the attacking means and master the reed cultivation art. Now, the chance was here. Coming here was a good opportunity for me. Wang Xian curved his lips slightly. Dripping water space. Dripping water earth. Dripping water stone. Raining swords. Stone splitting rain. Evening. The sun lay diagonally across the horizon. A beautiful rainbow hung over the surrounding waterfall. Halfway up empty Fengyu, a girl stood on a piece of empty land while waving the long sword in her hand constantly. Another lady stood by the side and watched the girl practicing her swordsmanship silently. Liquid state and gaseous state. Incredible! This level of control and sword technique. A short distance away, Wang Xian sat behind a table. With a book in his hand, he was shocked to see the girl waving her sword. The swordsmanship of the girl had truly opened a new door for Wang Xian. In the underworld, he had not encountered such incredible swordsmanship. Water can exist in liquid, gaseous, and solid states. Solid states include ice, snow, frost, and hail. Liquid states would include clouds, rain, mist, and dew, while the gaseous state would include water vapor. In different forms and states, they will have different effects, attacks, and damage. Yulinga's incorporated sword into rain and sword into the mist. Each transformation has different effects. For example, the penetrative force of rain and the illusory effects of mist. Looking at Yulinger, Wang Xian had lots of thoughts. In his hand, a ball of liquid appeared. Under his control, the liquid separated into droplets of water, following which it vaporized, condensed into water, turned into snow, turned into frost, turned into ice, and eventually hail. All these were transformations of ice. In the past, I have rarely used water attribute because the offensive potency is a little weak. It might be better as a supporting attribute. However, it would seem that this was only because I do not know how to use them. Wang Xian sank into deep thought. After the ball of liquid transformed, how could he maximize the offensive potency? Spiritual water lance. At this moment, Wang Xian saw Yulinger lunging ahead with the long sword in her hand. A stream of water flowed rapidly in her hands. Before the longsword contacted her target, the water flow on it attacked the target over a dozen times. When the longsword arrived, it easily penetrated the mountain rocks. I can't understand by watching alone. It would be best if I could join the Dahong Immortal sect. In this way, I could obtain more battle techniques and more application techniques. Incredible swordsmanship. You are really great. After seeing Yulinger practicing for a while, Wang Xian walked over while piling compliments on her. TSK. What do you know about this? Seeing Wang Xian walking over with pleasantries, Yulinga lifted her head proudly and remarked, "Although I can't really understand, I can tell that Miss Yuer is really great with swords." Wang Xian smiled and didn't take offense. He turned to the lady and asked, "Aunt Yu, can you teach me this swordsmanship too? Can I join the Dahong Immortal sect?" Huh? The lady frowned upon hearing Wang Xian. Over the last 2 days, she was also pondering over how was she going to handle this unfamiliar young man. After 2 days of observation, she noticed that this young man didn't know about a lot of things. He had likely lost part of his memory. It isn't that easy to join Dahong Immortal sect. You need to have the talents and strength. Before your strength reached the inborn realm, you would have to start with being an ordinary disciple. Why don't you go for the assessment of ordinary disciples? They are located at the entrance of Dahong Immortal sect. After you pass the assessment to become an ordinary disciple, the sect will allocate you accommodation. Yulinger interrupted upon hearing Wang Xian. Clearly, she wanted Wang Xian to leave this place as soon as possible. Just as Yuer has said, you need to start with being an ordinary disciple to join Dahong Immortal sect. After you reach the inborn realm, you will then be considered as truly part of the sect. You can choose a mountain sect of your choice. Each mountain sect will have a mentor. If you wish to join Dahong Immortal sect, you can consider taking part in the assessment. The lady looked at Wang Xian as she explained. Inborn realm. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. Yeah, inborn realm. I started cultivating when I was 8 and used 10 years to reach the inborn realm. If you work hard now, You should be able to reach the inborn realm by the time you are 40 years old. Yulinger smirked and commented with a little contempt. The lady by her side patted her head. It's fate that brought us together. After you recover from your injuries, I can look for a job in Dahong Immortal sect for you. If you reach the inborn realm one day, you can join MT Fengyu. The lady smiled and spoke to Wang Xian. We'll probably have to wait 10 years then. The girl by the side mumbled softly. Wang Xian smiled in response. He moved his arm and a water sword appeared in his hand instantly. He threw it out and the water sword landed accurately on the wall Yulinger was practicing with previously. You don't have to wait 10 years. I've realized I still have some strength. Yulinger was stunned and so was the lady. They would have never have expected Wang Xian to be an inborn expert. When he was injured, the lady had examined Wang Xian's body. However, she didn't sense any water energy. You are a cultivator? And a water attribute cultivator. Yulinger couldn't help but exclaim. Her eyes widened and were filled with disbelief. Yep. Wang Xian opened up his palm and water energy coalesced into a water sword. As he waved the sword, dense water energy scattered to the surroundings. Inborn realm. Considering you can coalesce water energy into a water sword so easily, you are at least at the inborn level. The lady was pleasantly surprised. Yulinger was surprised too but snorted coldly. TSK. So what if he's at the inborn level? I am too. Aren't you? Can I join the Dahong Immortal sect? Wang Xian took a glance at the girl and revealed a faint smile. Yeah, of course you can. The lady nodded her head. Still feeling a little surprised, she said, I'll bring you to the sect to register tomorrow. Bring a copy of Dahong Immortal sect swordsmanship to your future junior brother. All right. Yulinger pouted as she answered. The lady was smiling radiantly as she added, I had not expected you to be a water attribute inborn expert. You can just address me as mentor you in the future. Yes, mentor you. Wang Xian nodded his head and turned his gaze to Yulinger. Call me senior sister in the future. Here's the swordsmanship chapter. Seeing Wang Xian looking at her, Yulinger pouted and handed a secret manual to him. Thank you. Wang Xian smiled and took the secret manual. After which, he walked to the table by the side and started reading. The lady smiled while watching. She was rather appreciative of Wang Xian's indifferent personality. Water could encompass all things. The cultivation path of water and the cultivation path of water swordsmanship required a calm and composed personality. Otherwise, one would find it hard to achieve great mastery. She knew her daughter had a bad temper. Who would have expected it would be so easy to join Dahong Immortal sect and obtain their cultivation arts? My incredible life in Yongchang world is about to begin. Looking through the secret manual in his hands, Wang Xian revealed a faint smile. With his current budding realm strength and his control over the water attribute as a 5 elements divine dragon, practicing any battle techniques would be a walk in the park. Water morphology analysis. Water transformation. Swordsmanship. The technique of the world. Dahong Immortal sect swordsmanship secret manual summarized the forms, transformations of the water and the swordsmanship. Just like Wang Xian had guessed, there were 3 states which included solid, liquid, and gaseous states. But in addition to these 3 states, there was another state, boiling state. Water could turn into ice, but it could also raise its temperature. There was another method for refining equipment and elixirs known as the water refining technique. Apart from the flame, water was the only attribute that could refine elixirs and equipment. Things would develop in the opposite direction when they become extreme. The swordsmanship in the underworld is known as art or stroke, but the swordsmanship of Dahong Immortal sect is known as technique or method battle techniques. Techniques and strokes are different. In the novels, the art of drawing the swords is simply impressive. With the sword radiance, the enemy dies instantly. However, it is clearly a childish move before techniques. Just like drawing the sword, you need to stay close to your enemies and strike them by surprise. But the sword techniques could directly kill you, even at a distance of 1,000 meters or farther away from you. Think about it. No matter how impressive you draw your swords, it's not as great as killing enemies at a few hundred meters away. This was already beyond the average underworld's combat but was elevated to the battling of techniques. Dahong Immortal Sect's sword technique is divided into 4 realms, which are namely Small Mastery, Great Mastery, Pinnacle, and Attainment. The inborn disciples who can achieve Great Mastery are top-notch talents. Dan Realm experts who achieve Pinnacle are considered to be impressive. Budding Realm experts can advance to Attainment. These budding Realm experts could be ranked at the top. Sword techniques have myriad variations and attack means which one cannot imagine. Small Mastery sword techniques will need to master the gaseous state, Great Mastery will master the liquid state, and Pinnacle will be solid state. Attainment will master the boiling state. When the 4 states of water combine into one, there's a chance of reaching sword intent and advancing to become an immortal. Wang Xian read the introduction in the secret manual with eyes full of excitement. Night came without a sound. The moon and the stars over here were no different from the outside. The room that Wang Xian was staying in was not an isolated room. The hall was just beside it, while Yulinger stayed upstairs. Wang Xian walked out of his room. His body had not fully recovered from previous injuries. As such, he could at most explode Dan Realm strength in any battles. He took the secret manual to the yard and spotted a longsword on the table. He swung his arm. Clang. The sword is not bad, but it's not an inborn spiritual weapon. Wang Xian drew the sword, and phantom images appeared in front of him when he swung his arm. The use of the water states was mainly to confuse the opponent such that countless moves could be played in one strike. Illusory sword represented a small mastery of sword techniques. Illusory sword could cause damage, but it was much weaker as compared to a real longsword. In addition, the use of water vapor could control the longsword. That is, to the point of flying on it. However, this would require a strong control of it. Wang Xian waved his arm and suspended the sword in the air. With a swing, the sword lunged forward. Flying on the sword involved a lot of aspects of controlling the water vapor, such as speed, strength, angle. All of these required long-term practice. Wang Xian moved and stepped on the sword. Using mind control, the sword traveled ahead. The speed was not fast. The best method to increase the speed would be at its liquid form, using water clouds to hover with the sword in the air. Illusory sword. Wang Xian leaped off the sword and made a thrust with the sword in his hands. Instantly, countless illusory sword images appeared around him. Sword rain. Wang Xian coalesced the dense illusory swords into razor-edge water blades that were suspended in the surroundings as though it was million swords into one. 100 Tears blade. Wang Xian held and thrust the sword forward once again. The surrounding water swords streamed into the long sword and charged ahead. Before the long sword in Wang Xian's hand reached the target, the water swords had attacked it hundreds of times. This was known as Tears Blade, which was divided into 10 tiers, 100 tiers, 1,000 tiers, and 10,000 tiers. Inborn experts who could reach 10,000 tiers were considered to be domineering. With water mist, I can even alter the course of the water swords and control their direction. This was the true blue skill and warfare. Wang Xian regarded the Dahong Immortal Sect Sword Techniques Manual as a precious treasure, since it contained a variety of powerful moves and a myriad of battle techniques. Towards the end of his cultivation, Wang Xian even needed to analyze and practice continuously in order to master it. Tweet, tweet, tweet. When the sound of birds chirping was heard, Wang Xian looked up and realized the sun had risen. The woods, waterfall, beautiful mountains and rivers, and the birds that were flying high in the sky made the entire world seem like a fairyland. Her? You're up early. Yulinga was surprised to see Wang Xian holding a sword standing in the yard. An hour in the morning is worth 2 in the evening. Wang Xian answered her impassively. He had no good feelings about the lass who had been going against him, but he was grateful to her mother. Yulinger raised her eyebrows. Let's go. I'll take you to the place where we practice in the morning. Great. Wang Xian nodded and returned the sword to its original place at the side. Take the sword with you. You'll need to practice later with it. Yulinger gave orders to Wang Xian like a bossy sister. Wang Xian smiled as he took the sword in his hands. Can you fly on the sword? Jump down if you can't. Yulinger lifted her chin slightly as she took a sword. She threw it into the air as though she was flaunting her skills. With a leap, she hopped onto it and hovered down. But her speed was too slow. Lass! With a single hand, Wang Xian made the sword suspend beside his leg. Wang Xian instantly came up behind her with the propelling of the water energy. His speed was much faster than before. Have you learned how to fly a sword before? Yu Linger was so surprised that she parted her lips as she looked at Wang Xian. Is it difficult? I mastered it as soon as I learned it, said Wang Xian to Yu Linger plainly. Of course not. I learned it in a day. Yu Linger was blushing slightly as she gritted her teeth. Oh, 10 minutes was all that it took me. Wang Xian nodded. What a braggart. How dare a lad boast in front of me? Yu Linger stared at Wang Xian before she headed down to a waterfall below. At that waterfall, over 20 disciples were standing below, practicing with their swords without stopping. Upon seeing Yu Linger, some of the young men stopped. Linga, hey, who is this? Those people gazed at Wang Xian with doubts. This is that guy who fell from the waterfall the other day. He'll be practicing with us from now on. Yu Linger pursed her lips as she spoke to the crowd. Oh, really? Upon noticing Yu Linger's expression, that group of young men quirked their lips as they scrutinized Wang Xian from head to toe. Hey, junior brother. Since you have joined our MT Fengyu, tell us your name. The young man with a sky-blue longsword looked at Wang Xian, lifted his head slightly and spoke. Wang Xian. Wang Xian looked across the 20-odd young men and girls. He was a little impressed. All of them were inborn experts. A 20-year-old inborn expert would have caused a huge ruckus in the underworld. Yet all of them here were inborn experts. If elite disciples are inborn experts, wouldn't the core disciples be Dan Realm experts? Wouldn't elders and attendants be budding realm and the sect leader be immortal realm? This force is too insane. Wang Xian had decided that he definitely had to enhance the strength of Dragon Sect and Dragon Palace once he got out of this place. Otherwise, the Dragon Sect would be nothing when the immortal sects of Yongchang world were to descend upon the real world. Wang Xian. When the group of youths heard Wang Xian's simple introduction, they raised an eyebrow. How rude. Yu Linger pouted, picked up her sword, and was on her way to practice her swordsmanship. Since junior brother has joined our MT Fengyu, I will have to guide you well in the future as your senior. Come. Let your senior brothers and sisters see what you are capable of. A young man with hair that reached his waist raised an eyebrow. He lifted the long sword in his hand and gestured to Wang Xian with a smile. Wang Xian looked at the young man in a traditional outfit, shook his head and said, "It's all right." An inborn-level existence couldn't pique his interest at all. Oh? Senior brother Huayu wants to get a sense of your strength. Don't you know what to do? You are new here and yet you dare to be so proud? Beside them, two young men chided Wang Xian coldly upon hearing Wang Xian rejecting the guidance of senior brother Huayu. Junior brother, you are being a little rude here. Draw your sword. Huayu was a little surprised to be rejected by Wang Xian. The next moment, he waved the long sword in his hand as the glow of the sword swished past Wang Xian. The surrounding disciples simply watched with smiles. They held their swords in their embrace, smirked and watched with enthusiasm. Senior brother Huayu was the strongest among them. Whenever there was a new disciple, he would want to get a sense of his strength. The so-called sense was, in fact, showing the new disciple who was in charge here. In the entire MT Fengyu, everyone was convinced of senior brother Huayu other than Yu Linger. Moreover, senior brother Huayu had been wooing Yu Linger. Seeing how Yu Linger was displeased with Wang Xian a while ago, he naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. When the crowd saw how nonchalant Wang Xian was acting, they were a little unhappy too. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. He would have crippled a person like him who courted his death in the underworld. Take this sword technique. Wang Xian smiled faintly and swung his long sword across. Instantly, dense illusory swords formed all around him. Huh? You aren't too bad. Huayu focused his attention a little, moved his arms and gathered 10 water swords, which began circling around him. Slash! Wang Xian shouted plainly. Mist started forming around him as the illusory longswords shot towards the young man. Illusory swords? Hee hee. The young man's eyes were filled with contempt. He squinted and shouted, 10 Tears Blade. Illusory swords against 10 Tears Blade. This kid is a far cry from senior brother Huayu. I wonder how many strikes from senior brother Huayu he could withstand. When the surrounding disciples saw Wang Xian attack, they chuckled with contempt. Illusory swords was a sword technique that disciples below the inborn realm could practice. At their level, they had started learning tier sword and water sword. Bam! Huh? Sounds of metal clashing reverberated. Everyone could see Wang Xian's longsword being deflected away. However, the longswords that were deflected continued their attack by making a beautiful arc the next instant. The thousands of illusory swords around him were all heading towards senior brother Huayu. What? He's there. At this moment, a young man pointed to the back with a horrified expression. Everyone was taken aback and turned around. To their astonishment, they found Wang Xian standing more than 10 meters away. As for the illusory swords, they were being controlled to attack from a distance. Who would have expected our junior brother to be this good with the battle techniques of illusory swords? Huayu completed his 10 tiers blade after knocking the long swords away time after time. In the end, the other swords came to attack him instantly. At this moment, his expression turned solemn. Before him, there were over 1,000 long swords hidden within the thin mist. He realized that the attack of every illusory sword was extremely forceful. Moreover, as they were illusory swords, they couldn't be crushed other than by deploying water energy to erase them. Great! Great! You are actually able to push me to this point. Huayu was looking a little embarrassed. He flexed his muscles and shouted, "Descent of the Sword of Boundless." Swish, swish, swish. The next instant, 10 razor-sharp water swords were formed from water energy. Go! He shouted loudly, and the long swords flew towards the core of Wang Xian's attack. If you don't wish to get injured, you better admit your defeat now, he reminded in a cold and arrogant tone. Yet, the crowd was completely stunned at this moment. They stared blankly at senior brother Huayu before turning to Wang Xian, who was more than 10 meters away. They couldn't help but gasp. Even Yulinga was dumbfounded and in disbelief. Senior brother Huayu had been fighting with his illusion that used a metal longsword all along. As for Wang Xian, he was controlling the water energy from 10 meters away. This was totally toying with him. Complete domination. Senior brother Huayu still wasn't aware that his real opponent was watching him from 10 meters away when he was making those bold statements. Since you aren't admitting defeat, don't curse me for not showing mercy, Huayu shouted. He waved the long sword in his hand as he crushed illusory sword after illusory sword. Towards the middle of the sea of illusory swords, the razor-sharp water sword instantly erased the illusory swords. Too weak. After his attack, a voice filled with contempt resounded. What? When Huayu sensed that there wasn't anyone in the center of the sea of illusory swords, he had a bad premonition. When the dense mist dissipated, 6 razor-sharp water swords hovered around him and had him completely stunned. Wang Xian shook his head nonchalantly, waved his arms and the long swords before Huayu returned to him. None of the disciples of Mt. Fengyu knew how to describe this battle. The strongest among them all, senior brother Huayu, had been shouting and screaming before. Yet he was made a clown by Wang Xian. Countless illusory swords and a metal sword were enough to toy with senior brother Huayu. This junior brother of theirs was really strong. It was especially so in the control of illusory swords. De Hong's sword technique focuses on the technique and not the sword. Illusory swords focus on the illusions and not the sword. Wang Xian gained a little understanding as he revealed a smile. The reason why De Hong Immortal sect wasn't a sect of sword cultivators was because their cultivation wasn't in the sword, but the techniques and tactics behind the sword. Back at the training field of De Hong Immortal sect in Mt. Fengyu of Yongchang, more than a score of young men and ladies were gazing at Wang Xian in astonishment. Huayu was stupefied as he stared at Wang Xian with disbelief. He did not expect that a newbie who had just joined could trounce him. As someone who was prideful, he found this hard to swallow. Since there is an illusory sword, could I make my own phantom images too? Wang Xian was not even paying attention to the surrounding group of youngsters. He was holding the sword and pondering to himself. Gazing at the stream of water and the reflection in it, he revealed a faint smile on his face. Pop! At this time, a water clone that looked exactly like Wang Xian appeared beside him. However, the clone was transparent. Wang Xian grasped his sword yet again. Water vapor began to condense around him, encompassing the clone and him altogether. In the blurry mist, it was hard to differentiate between the two of them. However, there was a flaw in this method. Any experts would be able to sense and differentiate easily since the principle would be stronger than the water clone. Connect us together? Wang Xian thought about how the 5 elements interact with each other. With his mind control, he tried to connect the energy from the water clone with him through the thick water vapor. Subsequently, the clone was able to explode daunting power that could camouflage him. Not bad. Wang Xian grinned as he tried to control his water clone to launch an attack. This was not that difficult either. Next, he tried to create a mechanical water clone which duplicated all his actions. Senior Linger, he's compelling and aloof. A female disciple came to Yu Linger, fixing her disbelieving gaze on Wang Xian. Yu Linger did not expect Wang Xian to be such a compelling figure who could triumph over Hua Yu with ease. His strength was already much stronger than hers. Yu Linger, who had been unhappy with Wang Xian, parted her lips with a complicated look in her eyes. Seeing Wang Xian practicing by himself, ignoring all of them, she pouted again and answered in frustration, "Aloof, my foot. Let's do our training." After senior brother Hua Yu walked away, and Wang Xian did not seem to be concerned about them, the disciples hesitated before continuing with their training. However, they would peer at Wang Xian occasionally during their practices. "Have your breakfast. After your breakfast, my mum will bring you to the registration at the ancestral sect," said Yu Linger coldly to Wang Xian after an hour. "Great." Wang Xian nodded his head gently while his mind was all focused on the use of water energy. After he went back to his residence, a disciple who had yet to reach Inborn sent breakfast to him. The ingredient used is rather fresh, with some energies contained in it. This place is indeed different from the outside. The spiritual energy was 4 or even 8 times more than what the outside world had. All the food over here contained spiritual energy too. To advance to Inborn realm in one's 20s was totally possible. Mentor Yu. After breakfast, Wang Xian came to Mentor Yu's room and called out for her. "Let's go. I'll take you to the registration." Mentor Yu walked out in the air as she nodded to Wang Xian. She brought him to the entrance of Dahong Immortal sect. Along the way, there were pavilions, bridges, and waterfalls, adding on to the beauty of the fairyland. Wang Xian, inborn disciples are considered to be adequate in Dahong Immortal sect. But there are thousands of them in Dahong Immortal sect. When you advance to Dan realm, only then will you get to enjoy some prestige. Work hard in your cultivation, and strive to advance to Dan realm. The lady spoke to Wang Xian as she strolled. Wang Xian nodded. "I'll work hard, Mentor Yu." After some hesitation, Wang Xian continued. "Mentor Yu, what kind of qualifications do I need to have in order to get the best cultivation technique of Dahong Immortal sect?" "The best cultivation technique?" Mentor Yu was slightly stunned. Soon after, she chuckled and said, "It seems like there are things you do not understand. There are only 3 sects in Yongchang world. There's no stringent requirements to obtain the cultivation technique of the various sections. As long as you have the resources, you can even obtain the cultivation technique of Yongchang Immortal sect. Resources are all you need to exchange for the most formidable tactics and battle techniques of Dahong Immortal sect." Wang Xian froze for a moment. "I can exchange the techniques directly with resources? That's way too easy." But soon Wang Xian understood the reason behind it. Yongchang world was too small to have 3 major immortal sects. Having 3 sects in such a small world would, in fact, be overcrowded. Thus, each sect had relatively fewer people. Since the 3 immortal sects could stay together in a world, that must have been due to them being on good terms with one another. With a smaller population and smaller land, they did not value a cultivation technique of their own. It was to the extent that the offspring of Dahong Immortal sect's disciples could switch to Yongchang Immortal sect. This world was a rather peaceful place. Following Mentor Yu, he soon arrived at the foot of a vast mountain. Peak Wuxia is the registration location for all disciples. There are other mountains like Scripture's Depository, Sword Cleansing Peak, and Assessment Peak. You'll find out when the time comes. There's a big city just outside of that mountain entrance. All the daily supplies can be bought with spiritual stones over there. You can earn spiritual stones through work or exchange for them with resources. Mentor Yu explained to him. Wang Xian nodded slightly, as this was similar to how the real world worked. Oh? Mentor Yu, you're here. The timing is just right. I don't have to notify you on a separate note. A middle-aged man spotted the lady and spoke to her with smiles upon entering Peak Wuxia. I brought a disciple here to join MT Fengyu. What's up, Attendant Lu? Asked Mentor Yu to a middle-aged man with a flat voice. Big news. Here. Attendant Lu swept a glance at Wang Xian before he tossed a jade stone to the lady. Her? Memento stone? The lady froze for a moment before instilling her energy in it, and a screen suddenly popped up before Wang Xian. He was super shocked to see the screen in front of him. On the screen was an iPad. Yes, it's a tablet. Some real-life scenes were playing on the tablet. This is the situation of the outside world for the disciples to prepare themselves for the future, Attendant Lu said slowly. We have not come into contact with the outside world for 300 years. Never did I expect it to undergo such a drastic change. This is amazing, Mentor Yu exclaimed in surprise as she checked out the pictures on the screen. Hee, they called this technology. But the underworld outside is said to be very weak. I heard that Dan realm experts can proclaim dominance in the underworld. The entire underworld only has a few hundred inborn experts. Haha, the outside world is just too weak, said the middle-aged man, chuckling. Is that so? The spiritual energy is too sparse outside as compared to our place. Mentor Yu shook her head slowly. Their resources are simply too little. We have been consuming our resources over here for more than 1,000 years. They're almost depleted too. I wonder when the spiritual energy in Yangchang Cauldron will be exhausted and when our spirit array will disappear. Wang Xian stood by the side, listened to their conversation, and was completely shocked. He stared blankly at the image on the memento stone. I had not expected someone to have entered reality and gotten their hands on this information. It would seem like this world will surface in reality soon. Wang Xian's eyes flickered and he felt a sense of urgency suddenly. If a world like this were to surface, inborn experts would be everywhere. People in the Dan realm wouldn't be considered experts and one would have to be a budding realm expert to rule over a small area. In fact, even immortal realm experts might be present. At that time, what would Dragon Sect be before them? They probably would be crushed and overwhelmed completely. For him, even if he had turned into a divine dragon, he wouldn't win against these immortals who knew powerful skills and battle techniques. I've got to increase my level soon. Otherwise, for the first time, Wang Xian felt a sense of urgency. He had to reach level 9 so he could remain fearless when facing immortal realm experts. Qianmei, you are here too. What a coincidence. At this moment, the voice of a middle-aged woman came from the side. TSK. Mentor Yu snorted at the middle-aged lady and wasn't hiding her annoyance with her. Hee. Huh? You have a new disciple? There's a new disciple who is willing to join MT Fengyu. The beautiful middle-aged lady looked at Wang Xian with a smile. Hey kid, MT Fengyu is among the bottom 3 of the 20 mountain sections. They don't even have a Dan realm disciple. Did you get scammed here? Lang Yan, shut your mouth. Upon hearing her words, Mentor Yu stared harshly at her. Did I say something wrong? I'm just letting an ignorant kid understand the picture and not be scammed by others. Hee. The beautiful middle-aged lady who was being addressed as Lang Yan chuckled and stared back at Mentor Yu with ridicule. The matters of my MT Fengyu have nothing to do with you. Mentor Yu clenched her fist tightly but released it shortly after while glowering at the middle-aged lady. TSK. Lang Yan lifted her head slightly and stared back at Mentor Yu in a confrontational pose. Attendant Lu shook his head bitterly and walked to the side. Clearly, he had no intention to interrupt. Master, if he's joining MT Fengyu, he can't be talented. One could easily tell that he's a rookie, said the girl beside Lang Yan with ridicule. The girl had thin lips and almond-shaped eyes with the ends inclining up. Overall, her appearance wasn't pleasing. That's a given. If he were a talent, he wouldn't be joining MT Fengyu. Lang Yan chuckled. Hey, little brother, do you want me to guide you a little? The girl turned around and asked Wang Xian with a face of contempt. Attendant Lu, please register my disciple. Seeing and hearing the two of them criticizing and ridiculing Wang Xian, the sword in Mentor Yu's hand was shaking a little while she spoke to Attendant Lu. "All right, what's your name?" Attendant Lu responded immediately and asked loudly. "Wang Xian." Wang Xian replied in an emotionless tone. He turned around and looked at the girl with almond-shaped eyes. "Please guide me along." In the next instant, Wang Xian drew his sword and pointed it at the girl. "What?" Attendant Lu was about to register Wang Xian's name when he suddenly heard Wang Xian. He was taken aback and was shocked to witness what Wang Xian was doing. Mentor Yu, Leng Yan, and that girl were also taken by surprise. Mt. Fengyu had been one of the strongest 3 mountain sects in the past. Since Mentor Yu's husband, Hua Fengyu, died and their elite disciples were killed, their overall strength had declined and was ranked among the bottom 3 at this moment. Currently, all the disciples of Mt. Fengyu were the leftovers from the other major mountain sects. Over the last 2 years, no new disciples had joined Mt. Fengyu and the resources allocated to it had been declining over the years. Those who had joined Mt. Fengyu definitely wouldn't be disciples with ambitions or talent. Yet, this dim-looking guy that Mentor Yu had brought over wanted to challenge Leng Yan's disciple. Leng Yan's disciple would at least be of pinnacle inborn level. "You must be courting death." Seeing that Wang Xian had the guts to challenge her, that girl wasn't furious at all. Instead, she looked at Wang Xian with contempt and ridicule. She swung her arm, drew her long sword and pointed directly at Wang Xian. "Wang Xian, stop!" Surprised by Wang Xian drawing his sword, Mentor Yu was astonished and wanted to stop him immediately. Since he had drawn his sword, there's no reason to retract it back. "Chen Mei, could it be that you are trying to interfere with the sparring of disciples?" Leng Yan stared at Mentor Yu and spoke with a radiant smile. "Let's get started." Wang Xian had no intention of stopping at all. The long sword in his hands instantly released grayish water energy. Illusory swords appeared and completely covered his presence. "Illusory swords? Hee. Let me teach you that you should keep a low profile." The girl with the almond-shaped eyes smirked and her sword glowed in dazzlingly blue light. "I'll counter your illusory swords in a single strike," the girl shouted nonchalantly as she lunged ahead with her long sword. Wang Xian flexed his muscles and over 100 illusory swords shot towards that girl. At the same time, a water clone held his long sword and charged ahead. "Break!" The longsword in the girl's hand descended from above and clashed heavily with the illusory swords. Countless illusory swords were erased instantly as the longsword shot towards that human figure. Seeing that the human figure wasn't attempting to dodge, ruthlessness gleamed in the eyes of that girl. She didn't hold back her strength at all. Bam! Sounds of swords clashing resonated as the human figure was slashed apart by the descending sword. "Shit!" The next instant, the girl's expression sank. 3 razor-sharp water swords were shot towards her vital spots, and it was too late for her to dodge. Presumptuous. When Leng Yan witnessed the development of the battle, her expression changed drastically. She waved her arm and a water shield appeared before the girl instantly. Bam! 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 The water swords fell on the shield. The girl's face was covered in cold sweat. Her eyes widened and were filled with disbelief as she stared at Wang Xian, who was standing 5 meters away. Wang Xian pulled back his arms and the sword returned to his hand. He turned to Mentor Yu and said, "Mentor Yu, which mountain sect is she from?" "Mt. Long." Mentor Yu was taken aback, but she soon gave Wang Xian a smile as she replied, "Trash." Wang Xian remarked plainly. This shocked Mentor Yu once again as her smile deepened. "Attendant Lu, we will be leaving now. Don't forget to register him." Mentor Yu's lips curved up slightly as she spoke to Attendant Lu before walking out. Dang. Wang Xian put his longsword back in its scabbard and followed behind Mentor Yu, leaving the embarrassed Leng Yan and her disciple, and the dumbfounded Attendant Lu. Going forward, keep a low profile in the mountain sect. When you reach the Dan realm, you can then start showing your edge. You are still a little too weak currently. Practice diligently and I'll guide you if there's anything you don't understand. Walking out of Peak Wuxia, Mentor Yu paused for a moment and reminded Wang Xian of this. Wang Xian nodded his head silently but didn't take the reminder to heart. Now that information on the real world had surfaced, he was getting a little anxious. Initially, he was preparing to grow silently, away from attention while mastering some battle techniques and tactics. At this point, time wasn't on his side. He had to quickly master the battle techniques and tactics while gathering more resources. To get more resources, there was only a single way. That was to become the most glaring genius. My name will start to spread. Go ahead with your practice. I'll give you another sword. After they went back to Mt Fengyu, Mentor Yu spoke to Wang Xian with a radiant look after taking a look at the longsword in his hand. Yes, Mentor Yu. Wang Xian nodded and suspended his sword in the air. He took the sword at his feet and rode to the waterfall. Let's hope he will bring some hope to Mt Fengyu by advancing to Dan Realm. Seeing Wang Xian's figure, Mentor Yu sighed with flickering radiance in her eyes. Shoo! The speed of Wang Xian riding on the sword was so fast that he was quickly at the waterfall. More than a score of Mt Fengyu's disciples were training over there while Wang Xian flew into the air above them. Upon seeing Wang Xian riding his sword and overlooking them in the air, the group of disciples was slightly pissed off. His act was an obvious show of contempt for all of them. Hey, why are you doing up there? Get over here for your training. Yulinga called out to Wang Xian, irked when she saw him. Wang Xian looked at Yulinger and swept his gaze across all the people. With a faint smile, he said, You guys are just too weak, show me what you've got. You guys are just too weak, show me what you've got. What he said just struck more than 20 disciples with extreme self-contempt, and everyone froze. Even Yulinger and Huayu, who'd been defeated in the morning, was caught by an unexpected surprise. Brat, what did you just say? Yulinger pointed the sword in her hand at him as she spoke with anger. Nothing. I just want you guys to show me what you've got. Bam, 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 bam. As Wang Xian remarked, figures that looked exactly like Wang Xian suddenly popped out from behind the waterfall. In a brief moment, more than 20 water clones emerged. Show me what you've got. Without giving them any time to hesitate, he struck at the group of people below. Fuck. Who the hell do you think you are? Damn you, how dare you talk big and challenge all of us? What an arrogant guy. The disciples were infuriated upon seeing the disdainful look on Wang Xian, who was charging toward them. Yulinger was livid as she said, You're looking for a beating. Just show me your inborn level capability and try all your sword techniques on me. Wang Xian drew his lips slightly. Since he needed to become a genius over here, he had to convince all the disciples of Mt Fengyu. Burst. Bam. In an instant, 2 water clones exploded into water vapor, enveloping the surroundings within a range of 1,000 meters. Everyone was shrouded in the water mist. However, it did not affect them at all. Humph, how dare you challenge all of us alone? You're really a brazen fellow. Today, let me teach you a lesson. Huayu scowled at Wang Xian furiously. His entire body was emitting azure blue radiance while a fogless space showed up around him. Huayu had not taken his eyes off from Wang Xian. Illusory sword. Wang Xian looked at all of them while the water mist convened into thousands of illusory swords. In creating this many illusory swords with inborn level strength, the damage of these swords was too sparsely spread. These illusory swords have no power. Ignore them. A disciple called out loudly. Take care of this brazen fellow. Over a score of disciples exclaimed together. He's up there. Needless to say, everyone locked onto Wang Xian and lurched at him. With a smile, a water clone suddenly broke out an immense amount of energy 10 meters away. Over there. Since Wang Xian was surrounded by water vapor, they could only rely on energy to lock onto his location. More than a score of people thrust at that water clone instantly. Go! Wang Xian waved his sword in the air, and the illusory swords behind the group started to solidify and turn into razor-edge water swords. Oh no! How can his water control ability be so strong? Whoosh! Arg! Damn, that's a fake one. The real one is here. Oh no! This one is also fake. Arg! How can it be? Damn, he's toying us. This is impossible. How could he be so terrifying with his water control ability? Even half-step to Dan Realm experts are not that sick. Panic and incredulous voices were heard everywhere. You guys are just too weak, Wang Xian said in a dull tone. With a glimpse, he converted the illusory swords into water swords which landed behind Yu Linger and Huayu. Oh no, behind you! Bam bam bam! A splashing sound was heard when some of the last disciples fell in the water. Wang Xian swung his arm while the sword went back to his hand. All the illusory swords around him disappeared as he looked at the 20-odd disciples who were in the water. How is this possible? How can your sword technique be so powerful? Yulinga stood in the water as she questioned Wang Xian loudly in disbelief. You're not an inborn. An inborn would not have such strong power over water. Controlling water clones is not something easy, and an inborn can't create these numbers of illusory swords. Huayu glowered at Wang Xian with red eyes as he questioned Wang Xian. What I just displayed was really inborn level strength. Wang Xian overlooked them. What he had shown just now was really inborn level strength. However, his energy was immense and his water control ability was superb since he was a divine dragon. You guys are just weak. Still the same words. The group of people had heard him repeat the same line a few times. A mixed expression was plastered on Yulinger as she had not expected this at all. The young man who scared her to death was such a formidable character. The rest of the 20-odd disciples trembled slightly as they realized they'd lost to a new junior who'd just joined them. Besides, the fact that he defeated 20-odd people alone amazed them, and at the same time struck panic into them. You come over. Wang Xian pointed to Huayu. What? Me? Seeing Wang Xian pointing at him, Huayu was stunned with trepidation in his eyes. He was brought over in the morning, and now Wang Xian had beaten them all single-handedly. Huayu was already unnerved at this moment. Seeing Wang Xian calling out for him, his consternation grew. Come over, said Wang Xian flatly as he looked at Huayu. What do you want? Mentor Yu is coming. When she comes, she won't spare you. Huayu looked at Wang Xian with the deepest fear as he staggered back involuntarily. I didn't hurt you just now, and I won't do it now either. Come over. Seeing Huayu's behavior, Wang Xian shook his head with disdain. You? Fine, I'll go. Huayu felt instant humiliation when he spotted the belittling look in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he came forward to Wang Xian. How do you gain access to more resources? Asked Wang Xian straight away. What? More resources? Huayu froze for a moment as this was an unexpected question from Wang Xian. Yes. Wang Xian nodded. There are two ways to gain more cultivation resources. We can either improve our ranking among the sects or get into the top 20 in the individual ranking. Huayu answered blankly. Her? Is that so? Yes, there's no other way except these two. Huayu nodded quickly as he did not dare to hide any truth. Now he was terrified of this aloof junior brother. How do I improve the ranking of the sect? Wang Xian raised his eyebrow. You can issue a challenge anytime, and each sect will send 5 disciples for the challenge. Once we win against them, we can upgrade the level of our mountain sect. Wang Xian nodded his head in silence. Then he murmured, I wonder how much of a reward I'll get for thrashing the entire Immortal sect. What? When Huayu heard Wang Xian mumbling, he looked at him in shock. Thrashing through the entire Immortal sect. Nothing. Wang Xian shook his head and added plainly, practice diligently. Huayu's face was flushed as he stepped aside, feeling embarrassed. The 20 disciples stared at Wang Xian with complicated feelings. Swish. What's the matter? At this point, a voice sounded suddenly. Mentor Yu appeared in the sky and was looking down at the disciples who had all fallen into the water. She was baffled. Nothing. Yulinga shook her head immediately. There was no way she could tell her mother that Wang Xian had defeated all of them. That would be too embarrassing. Mentor Yu didn't pursue the question further. She looked to Wang Xian and said, Wang Xian, here's a sword for you. A blue treasured sword was thrown towards Wang Xian. Wang Xian reached out his hand, caught the sword and was taken aback. Phantom Sword, level 11. Level 11. It's a level 11 spiritual weapon. Wang Xian was astonished. Pulling the sword out of its scabbard, he realized that the blade was blue and almost transparent. Moreover, the edge was incomparably sharp. As he swung it, illusory swords were left behind. Great sword! Holding the phantom sword in his hands, Wuxia's eyes beamed with excitement. If there's anything you need, you can let me know. Mentor Yu added. Mentor Yu, do you have battle techniques or tactics? Wuxia asked directly. I'm not imparting battle techniques or tactics. The disciples of our mountain sect are allowed into the scripture depository for an hour each month. In 5 days, you will be able to enter the scripture depository to choose. I have an elixir pill here too. As she spoke, she threw a blue elixir pill to Wuxia. Ripple pill, level 5. Extractable dragon energy, 110,983. Wuxia didn't hesitate at all as he caught it. He bowed at Mentor Yu and said instantly, Thank you, Mentor Yu. All right, practice diligently. I hope you can lead MT Fengyu to a new level. Mentor Yu smiled and shook her head. She looked across the surrounding disciples before taking off on her sword to return to the mountain peak. I'll definitely return this favor. Looking at the disappearing figure of Mentor Yu, Wuxia thought to himself. He lifted the elixir pill and swallowed it instantly. Mentor Yu probably knew about Wuxia's strength. Otherwise, she wouldn't give him a spiritual sword and an elixir pill. When the surrounding crowd saw the spiritual sword in Wuxia's hands and the elixir pill he had just consumed, envy filled their eyes. Even Yu Linger was envious of him. What's the ranking of our mountain sect currently? Wuxia diverted all the dragon energy he obtained to heal his injuries as he asked Huayu. 19th. There are a total of 20 mountain sects and we are currently ranked 19th. Huayu felt a little embarrassed as he answered. Where's the 18th ranked mountain sect? Wuxia asked Huayu. Huh? Huayu was stunned for a moment but quickly replied. They aren't very far from us. You are going to challenge them? As he spoke, his eyes lit up. The surrounding crowd also looked at Wuxia with surprise and shock. Lead me there. Wuxia replied directly. All right. Huayu's eyes beamed up. Considering Wuxia's strength, he definitely could defeat the 18th ranked mountain sect. Let's go. Follow me. Huayu turned to Wuxia and stepped on his sword. Let's go. Wuxia nodded his head and took off on his sword. Go. Let's go too. Follow them. The disciples of MT Fengyu were exhilarated. Wuxia would be challenging the 18th ranked mountain sect. Even if MT Fengyu was to just advance by a single position, the resources they would be getting would still be substantial. Yulinga hesitated for a moment but still took off on her sword and followed behind. Wuxia, the 18th ranked mountain sect, is MT Tianshui. They have 25 disciples and the strongest disciple is Wang Beichuan. He's a little stronger than me. However, you are rather strong. Together with junior sister Linger, Zhao Qian, Lu Dong and me, we definitely will win against them. Huayu explained to Wuxia with ecstasy. To challenge a mountain sect, each mountain sect would have to send 5 representatives. They could choose team battles or individual battles. The challenger would be the one to choose. These were the rules of Dahong Immortal sect. However, Wuxia didn't pay any attention to the rules. He really had no regard for the strength of Huayu, Yulinger and the rest at this moment. MT Fengyu was roughly 3 kilometers away from MT Tianshui. However, the distance of 3 kilometers was only a matter of several minutes. Wuxia, let's fly in directly on our swords. Flying directly into a mountain sect on the sword symbolizes taunting and challenging. Huayu continued to explain the rules to Wuxia. Wuxia nodded his head and followed behind Huayu towards the training ground of MT Tianshui. At this very moment, 20-odd disciples of MT Tianshui were practicing. Some were resting by the side. There were also disciples who were flirting with each other. A petite girl sat on the huge rock by the side and was chatting joyously with a few other young men and girls. Huh? Someone's coming? A challenge. At this moment, the disciples who were practicing saw a group of people approaching while riding on their swords. They were astonished. Challenge? Who dares to challenge us? The disciples of MT Tianshui squinted their eyes as they tried to catch a glimpse of Wuxia and the group. MT Fengyu is here for the challenge. Huayu shouted loudly and his voice reverberated across several kilometers. MT Fengyu. They are from MT Fengyu. They actually dare to challenge us. We just gave them a tough beating last month, and yet they dare to come to us today. They must be asking for a beating. TSK. Could it be Hua Yu has made great improvements in swordsmanship? The disciples of MT Tianshui stared harshly at the disciples of MT Fengyu who were approaching. Yo, who would have expected people to challenge your MT Tianshui? At the huge rock, a young man turned to the petite girl and commented with a smile. They are disciples from MT Fengyu. They are most likely no match for us, the petite girl answered. Her eyes squeezed into a line when she smiled, making her look adorable. Hee, this is interesting. Sparring between rookies? Let me go take a look. What do you mean, senior brother Liang? What do you mean by sparring between rookies? The petite girl grumbled unhappily at that young man. Isn't the battle between the 18th and 19th ranked mountain sects a great example of rookie sparring? Ha! The young man laughed loudly. TSK, I'm not going to talk to you. You are the rookie. So what if your mountain sect is ranked 12? The petite girl stared at the young man unhappily. All right, it's my fault. Let's go take a look. The young man carried the girl up as he walked ahead, seemingly going for a show. Several young men around him also followed him ahead. Hua Yu, didn't I teach you a lesson last month? Why are you here again? On the training field of MT Tianshui, a young man lifted his head up slightly. He stared harshly at Hua Yu as he remarked. Hee, you guys are definitely going down today. A 5-on-5 group battle. Do you have the guts to accept? Hua Yu snorted coldly. Wang Xian's presence had emboldened him. Haha, great. My hands are still feeling a little itchy, and would love to have you as a punching bag. Not too bad to have you guys as punching bags. I can defeat all of you in 20 moves. Disciples from MT Tianshui walked out with overbearing confidence. Let's do it. I'll make sure all of you admit your defeat today. The youth in the center raised his hand as he drew his long sword. Haha, great. Hua Yu cast a look at Yu Linger and the rest behind him. They had the absolute confidence in winning this 5-on-5 group battle. There was no hesitation for them. With Wang Xian around, they had a 100% chance of winning. Your guidance is much appreciated, said Wang Xian with his sword in his hand as Yu Linger and the rest walked over and put up a ready stance. His sword was still in the scabbard when he spoke. However, his sword was drawn as soon as he finished. Her? I've never seen this lad in MT Fengyu before. Upon seeing Wang Xian ready to strike at them, the 5 young men from MT Tianshui furrowed their brows. The petite girl brought several youngsters over with a broad smile. The young man who had her in his arms even whispered to her that 2 chickens were pecking each other. Then they looked up at them. You're so eager for a beating. Beichuan's senior brother. Thrash MT Fengyu. Seeking your own doom. Beichuan's senior brother. Teach them a lesson. The group of surrounding disciples from MT Tianshui cheered loudly. Humph. Digging your own graves. Coldness flashed across Wang Beichuan and his gang as they drew their swords. For water clones with swords in their hands popped out around Wang Xian as he jerked his body. Wang Xian was also wrapped in the water current. Illusory sword. The surroundings were instantly filled with mist after the sword left the scabbard. Insignificant trick. The disciples from MT Tianshui watched the strike from Wang Xian with contempt. Let's do it too. Immediately, Hua Yu called out to his members after he was stunned by Wang Xian, who took the lead. Where's the next location? Bam, bam, bam. However, all the water clones and illusory swords before them dissipated at this time, along with which came 5 crashing sounds. No. How is this impossible? Wow, damn. He's powerful. Only shocking and painful moans were left in the air. Wang Xian was already standing at the spot where the 5 young men stood while they were lying on the floor. Next, Hua Yu stammered with a stupefied look. Next is MT Tianshui, ranked 17th. Hua Yu only managed to complete his sentence after a long time. Let's go. Wang Xian turned around as he spoke to Hua Yu. Wait, big brother. Hang on. Hua Yu looked like he was in a trance before he sprinted to a mountain in front of the training field of MT Tianshui. On that mountain was a spiritual stone which he gently pulled. Okay, our ranking is up. We're going to MT Tianshui. Let's go. Sensing the impatience of Wang Xian, He hurriedly assured him, "Let's go, big brother." The disciples from MT Fenyu behind him were dumbfounded. They expected a win, but not an instant kill. They stared blankly at Wang Xian with a hint of horror in their eyes. The new disciple from MT Fenyu was not a simple character. Yulinga felt even more complicated as she fixed her eyes on Wang Xian in a daze. MT Fengyu's disciples rode on their swords and left, and the entire process only took 2 minutes. All the disciples from MT Tianshui were stunned, looking at the 5 senior brothers lying on the ground. Instant kill. He could knock out Beichuan's senior brother and the rest single-handedly. The strength of that young man was so damn strong. How did this happen? When did MT Fengyu recruit such a powerful disciple? All the disciples of MT Tianshui revealed an incredulous look. They knew MT Fengyu like the back of their hands, but now it turned out. How did this happen? The strength of that young man. Several youngsters beside that petite girl had shock plastered on their faces. This is interesting. MT Fengyu actually recruits a disciple who possesses remarkable strength. The young man who was holding the petite girl in his eyes had a brief stunned moment before he commented with flickering radiance in his eyes. He's quite strong. I'd guess he's at least a half-step to Dan Realm, and somewhat skilled in his illusory swords and water clones. Another young man nodded in agreement. Given his strength, he should be able to lead MT Fengyu into the top 15. Almost there. The rest of the MT Fengyu disciples are just too lousy. Those disciples who came from the mountain sect that was ranked 12th began to comment. Interesting. Let's follow them and see how far that lad can lead MT Fengyu in terms of ranking. The young man smiled with his lips quirked. He stood on the sword and rode away. Let's follow them. It was a surprise for MT Fengyu to have an expert. I want to check out their results too. Wang Beichuan swept the water droplets off his body with embarrassment as he spoke with a sullen face. Let's go. The group of MT Tianshui disciples hesitated before they hopped on their swords and headed to MT Xianshui. Next, just when the MT Tianshui disciples arrived at MT Xianshui, a clear and icy tone cut the air. Everyone froze. The young man who had the petite girl in his arm raised his eyebrow. Consuming his physical strength at such a rate is not wise. If he continues his incessant challenges, he can only stop at 15th. There are half-step to Dan Realm experts within the top 15 sects. Some of them commented when they saw MT Fengyu disciples rushing over to another mountain sect. Let's keep up with them this time. The group of youngsters darted out while the MT Tianshui disciples followed suit. Those MT Xianshui disciples who had just been defeated also went over with curiosity. A total of 90 disciples from 2 mountain sects followed behind. When they arrived at the mountain sect ranked 16th, the disciples in that mountain sect were freaking out. It's just a challenge. Why did so many people come and make me jump? A wild and young man walked out beckoning some of the surrounding disciples. 10 seconds later. Damn, he's awesome. Another kill in seconds. They're going to MT Wuyin. But Qin Shan from MT Wuyin is a half-step to Dan Realm expert. It's impossible to achieve another kill within seconds. This disciple from MT Fengyu is really fierce. I bet he could beat Qin Shan. The disciples of MT Fengyu rode on their swords with over 100 followers behind them. All the followers were those who had been defeated by them. Damn, killing in seconds. It took him just one move to finish 5 strongest experts within the mountain sect. Now that they are challenging another mountain sect, they cannot miss it. All the people behind the disciples of MT Fengyu were discussing how far this new disciple could go. Seeing all the disciples from 16, 17, 18 placings following behind them, the disciples of MT Fengyu exhibited thrills on their faces. In the beginning, they had scorned this new disciple who just joined. But it soon developed from shock to respect, and eventually worship. Instant kill. The ranking of MT Fengyu leveled up a lot and the resources in the ancestral sect almost doubled. Great. Now that Qinhai has reached the half-step to Dan Realm, our MT Wuyin can now compete with MT Jihua. At this moment, a middle-aged man within MT Wuyin faced the crowd of youths before him as he exclaimed, "Master, rest assured. Give me 10 days. In 10 days, Brother Qinshan and I will definitely challenge MT Jihua and raise our ranking to 14th. On the training field of MT Wuin, a young man stood before 30 other disciples with his head lifted up proudly as he remarked confidently. Alright, MT Jihua has 2 half-step to Dan Realm disciples currently. Therefore, all our remaining disciples have to practice diligently and aim to achieve the breakthrough by the end of the year. The middle-aged mentor said to his disciples with a smile. Yes, master. All 30 disciples were brimming with ambition. We definitely should try to get into the top 10. Disciples of MT Fengyu are here to challenge. At this moment, a shout could be heard. Everyone in MT Wuin was taken aback, including the middle-aged mentor. He turned his head around, looked to his left, and was shocked by what he saw. Over 100 people were flying towards the training field of MT Wuin on their swords. MT Fengyu? The 18th ranked MT Fengyu? The middle-aged mentor frowned slightly and was clearly feeling something was dubious. Where are you guys from? The middle-aged mentor looked across the crowd while shouting solemnly. Get down. Mentor Du of MT Wuin is around. The disciples who were flying in the air landed on the ground immediately. Mentor Du, we are disciples from MT Fengyu. When Huayu landed on the ground, he lifted his head slightly and was brimming with confidence. Under normal circumstances, a MT Fengyu disciple wouldn't be as flamboyant as Huayu was when he was facing the disciples from MT Wuin. We are here to challenge MT Wuin. Huh? Mentor Du raised an eyebrow. The 18th ranked MT Fengyu is challenging us. MT Wuin? Are you guys crazy? Before Mentor Du could say a word, a disciple shouted at Huayu directly. Mentor Du didn't say a word as he looked suspiciously at the 100-odd disciples. MT Fengyu only had 20-odd disciples. Senior brothers, we have just challenged MT Xianshui. Therefore, please guide us along, said Huayu. Wang Xian stood by the side with his sword while staring at the disciples of MT Wuin. This disciple of MT Fengyu is too strong. Relying on his personal strength alone, he has brought MT Fengyu from the 18th rank to challenging the 15th rank mountain sect. He's definitely at the half-step to Dan realm. Moreover, he could be considered to be among the elites of the half-step to Dan realm. His use of illusory swords and water clones is indeed terrifying. I wonder if Qinshan would be a match for him. If Qinshan loses, MT Fengyu's ranking will rise to 15. Behind them, the disciples of MT Tianshui, MT Xianshui, and MT Sanshang were discussing softly. Half-step to Dan realm? The disciples of MT Wuin were slightly surprised. They finally understood a little and their attention landed on Wang Xian. No wonder MT Fengyu is acting so arrogant. So they have a half-step to Dan realm disciple. Xin Hai squinted his eyes slightly, stared at Wang Xian and gave an eerie smirk. Half-step to Dan realm? Mentor Du looked at Wang Xian and his lips curved up slightly. He didn't say a word. He crossed his arms and simply stood by the side while watching the developments with a smile. A half-step to Dan realm disciple was dreaming of defeating his MT Wuin. What a far-fetched dream. Are you the only one representing MT Fengyu? Xin Hai lifted his head slightly, stared at Wang Xian and asked this plainly. Send out 5 disciples from MT Wuin and stop wasting my time. Wang Xian looked across the disciples of MT Wuin and commented without emotions. Stop wasting your time? How arrogant. Today, no one else from MT Wuin has to make a move. I can finish you off by myself. A flash of ruthlessness gleamed in Xin Hai's eyes. He waved his long sword and ripples formed in the air. That's Xin Hai from MT Wuin. And in MT Wuin, he's only weaker than Qin Shan. What does he mean? He knows clearly that this disciple from MT Fengyu is at the half-step to Dan realm and yet he's going to challenge him alone. Could it be? Could it be? Qin Hai has completed the breakthrough. Seeing Qin Hai charging ahead alone, the surrounding disciples were astonished. Haha, how dare you challenge us, MT Wuin, with just a single half-step to Dan realm disciple. You guys are really courting your own demise. Initially, I was still thinking of only revealing my strength when we challenge MT Jihua. For today, you can be my testing stone. Xin Hai laughed confidently, shocking the surrounding disciples of MT Tianshui and MT Xianshui. Xin Hai has made the breakthrough to half-step to Dan realm. MT Wuyin has 2 half-step to Dan realm disciples now. It's over. The disciples of MT Fangyu will be beaten to their knees on MT Wuyin. When the surrounding disciples heard Qin Hai, they were astonished. As for the crowd from MT Wuyin, they looked at the surrounding crowd with contempt and ridicule. Before this group of disciples, there was still a young man standing by the side with his hands crossed while watching with a confident smile. Who would have thought that MT Wuyin would have 2 half-step to Dan realm disciples now? It would seem that MT Famu's progress will end here. That's about the same as I expected. The young man carrying the petite girl chuckled and commented. That's not a given yet. The disciple from MT Famu knocked out the disciples of MT Sanfeng instantly. Perhaps he could still win this, the petite girl retorted the young man. Ift. Xiaoye, you don't understand. A half-step to Dan realm expert could easily win against 7 to 8 inborn experts. Therefore, the instant knockout was still as expected. However, for those at the same level, the young man spoke in an educating tone. Suddenly, his eyes widened. 1 down, 4 to go. Wang Xian's emotionless voice stunned the surrounding crowd. Their jaws dropped and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Wang Xian didn't stop moving as he charged towards the group of disciples from MT Wuyin. His eyes were fixed on Qin Shan, who still had his arms crossed. His strength. Fight! Qin Shan's eyelids twitched violently as he shouted bitterly and drew his long sword. The other 3 disciples behind him drew their swords too immediately and charged towards Wang Xian. Bam! However, the group saw Qin Hai knocked to the ground heavily at this moment. Qin Hai, instantly knocked out. A half-step to Dan realm disciple couldn't put up the slightest of resistance at the moment against Wang Xian. The disciples of MT Tianxue, MT Xianxue and others stared in disbelief. Could it be he has reached the Dan realm? It cannot be. Shit. A Dan realm expert. Instantly knocking out a half-step to Dan realm expert. This insane level of strength. His attack hasn't reached the level of a Dan realm expert. He dominated completely with just swordsmanship. His control of water energy and general control are off the charts. On one end, Mentor Du's eyes widened in disbelief. He let down his crossed arms gradually, eyes still remaining on Wang Xian. How can he be so insanely strong before reaching the Dan realm? When the surrounding disciples heard Mentor Du, they couldn't help but be impressed and shocked. Next, 10 seconds later, 4 disciples of MT Wuyin fell on the ground, while Wang Xian's voice was heard once again. Big brother, MT Jiuhua is the next one in the ranking. Follow me, big brother. The 2 lips of Hua Yu knocked together as he was elated when he spoke. Hua Yu was already used to pulling the spiritual stone, and now it was the one on the training cliff of MT Wuyin. Let's go. Let's go. Hua Yu hopped on his sword while Wang Xian followed behind. Both of them hovered in the direction of MT Jiuhua. Damn, he's fucking impressive to defeat 4 mountain sects alone. And he's not stopping. Does he want to do it in one shot? Given his strength, they could at least improve another 2 to 3 rankings. Too strong, he's simply too strong. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, the disciples from those defeated mountain sects were already on their heels. I did not expect MT Fengyu to have such an outstanding disciple. Mentor Du gazed at Wang Xian in awe. He hesitated slightly before he stood on his sword and flew in the direction of MT Jiuhua. Like all others, he wanted to see how far this disciple could go. Next, MT Jiuhua, 14 in the rankings, defeated. Next, MT Qing, 13 in the rankings, defeated. Next, senior brother, we have come to your MT Wuyu, said the petite girl to the young man beside her. She looked at the young man, who was hovering to MT Wuyu in stupefaction. Heh heh. The young man chuckled, but his eyes were half-dazed. MT Qing, who had 4 half-step to Dan realm experts, was easily defeated. Even though it did not take a second to fall, it did not take more than 10 seconds either. MT Wuyu had 5 half-step to Dan realm experts, including him. After seeing the sickening combat power of that young man, the corner of his lips twitched involuntarily. Damn. Given his understanding of MT Wuyu disciples, there was no way that they could be a match for this MT Fengyu disciple. Where did this devil thing come from? The young man gritted his teeth as he asked this with an awful look. How dare an insignificant MT Fengyu challenge us? MT Wuyu. You guys are really seeking your own death. Let me deal with all of you alone. Just then, the young man heard a familiar and insolent voice. The eyelid of the young man twitched violently as he propelled his sword hurriedly. He bellowed, "Damn you, Lu Huzhing. Stop your brazen attitude. Who do you think you are? We're admitting our defeat." The young man who was pointing his sword at Wang Xian revealed a lost expression when he heard his senior big brother bawling at him. He was stunned as he looked over his shoulder. "Brother Ming, they're from MT Fengyu. It's the trashy MT Fengyu. I can single the entire mountain sect out." The young man answered his senior big brother in stupefaction. The 4 outstanding fellows from MT Qing were walked over easily. "You?" The senior big brother of MT Wuyu glowered at him. "What? How is this possible? I have been watching them all along. We're no match for him. Just throw in the towel," the senior big brother said with a gloomy look. He thought of the time when he had said MT Fengyu and MT Tianshui were 2 chickens pecking at each other in the beginning. Now, an outright smack in the face. If MT Fengyu was some chicken, then they were just worms. Admitting defeat is the right choice. MT Wuyu is clearly no match for the senior brother from MT Fengyu. That's right. Even though MT Wuyu has 1/2 step to Dan Realm expert more than MT Qing, it is futile. He's too much for you to handle. Let's go. Next. The number of disciples commenting around had hit more than 200 people. Everyone was clamoring while various comments went into the ears of MT Wuyu disciples. That young man of MT Wuyu twitched the corner of his lips while the rest of the disciples lowered their heads in silence. Next, MT Luan, ranked 11th. MT Luan has 10 half-step to Dan Realm experts. If they send their best 5, I wonder if they could go against the senior brother. He looks so young and I have never heard of him before. How can he be so powerful? He's simply too strong, and look at his aloof and dashing profile. I want to marry senior brother. As they continued their journey, the number of people on their heels had reached nearly 300. The more sects they surpassed, the more disciples tagged along. It was already in the afternoon when Wang Xian was busy with his challenges. Many of the disciples were following behind with excitement as they skipped their lunch. After all, they were powerful martial artists who could go on empty stomachs for a few days without any issues. At this time, MT Fengyu's ranking had been rising at a frenzied rate. Word of a disciple slamming a bunch of mountain sects disciples traveled fast. Scriptures Depository, Sword Cleansing Peak, Assessment Peak, Equipment Peak, Ixlir Mountain were 5 mountains located just next to the main peak. Before the main peak was one huge cliff that measured 1,000 meters tall and 10 meters wide. There was a line on either side of the cliff. One was the mountain sect's leaderboard, while the other one was the young disciples' one. 20 mountain sects were ranked according to their strength. That went the same for the individual disciples. The leaderboard would show the top 20 young disciples of the Dahong Immortal sect. In Dahong Immortal sect, where most of the martial artists had a longer lifespan, young men referred to those aged 45 and below. In other words, it was a leaderboard for disciples aged 45 and below. The ranking could change at any time. So long as the one who issued challenges defeated the opponents and pulled down the spiritual stone at their training field, the ranking would dip by 1 position. At the same time, the mountain sect who won would increase by 1 position. Yet, the leaderboard had undergone rapid and bizarre changes today. In the beginning, not many disciples paid attention to MT Fengyu when they advanced from 19th to 18th. Those mountain sects at the bottom of the rankings were usually considered as non-existences. Nobody really cared about what was happening. However, MT Fengyu gradually rose in their rankings. When they hit the 15th, they attracted the attention of many people. The 15th was a mark that represented a half-step to Dan Realm experts' presence in the mountain sect. Yet, everyone was surprised to see MT Fengyu hitting the 12th position in less than an hour. The sect that was ranked at the 12th position had 5 half-step to Dan Realm experts. Overtaking them would mean that MT Fengyu possessed the strength of defeating 5 half-step to Dan Realm experts. Just when the crowd was discussing the speedy rise of MT Fengyu to the 12th position, their position was promoted again. It was already 4 p.m. Wang Xian stood at the training field of MT Luan as he spun around slowly. Just as we expected. He won. An easy feat once again. Fast and furious. Within a short span of a few hours, he raised the ranking of MT Fingyu to 11th place. Is he going to continue? Is he? The 10th in ranking possesses a Dan Realm disciple. Have you noticed? Did you all notice? He hasn't been drawing his sword. Gosh! Everyone gasped and looked at Wang Xian in awe. He had battled through 8 mountain sects by himself within a few hours. He had promoted MT Fengyu's ranking from 19th to 11th place by force. Just him alone. Next, Wang Xian turned a deaf ear to all the discussions around him. He would have wanted to challenge the top 3 ancestral sects if the rules allowed him to skip levels. Next, Hua Yu's eyes were already full of admiration. He was thrilled when he said, "Next? No, big brother, it's getting late now. When we reach the next mountain sect, the disciples will have stopped their training." "Is that so?" Wang Xian looked at the sky and nodded. "Fine, let's go back now." "Yes, we'll head back," Hua Yu hurriedly said. Wang Xian made a move and rode off on his sword. Casual and carefree while taking off on his sword. All the disciples around stared blankly at the leaving figure. Not a single one wasn't impressed and surprised. Why haven't I seen this senior brother before? How did he just shoot up so suddenly? He is definitely peerless below the Dan realm. In fact, he might even be able to go toe-to-toe with a Dan realm expert. I'm certain that he has definitely reached the Dan realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be that incredible. Disciples from various mountain sects discussed fervently as they saw Wang Xian leaving. Mentor Du said that his attacks haven't reached the Dan realm. It is just that his swordsmanship and ability to control water are too insane. MT Fengyu has really shot to fandom. He has carried the mountain sect on his shoulders alone and has contributed to the rise. The comments of the surrounding crowd slowly made their way to the ears of the 20-odd disciples from MT Fengyu. Their feelings were complicated. Some were agitated, but most were exhilarated. Now that MT Fengyu had risen from 19th to the 11th, the resources allocated to them would increase 3 to 4-fold. Considering that MT Fengyu had few disciples, everyone would be able to get substantially more resources, and they would also improve drastically. Yu Linger stared at that figure blankly, feeling exceptionally conflicted. Once, their MT Fengyu was also an incredibly strong mountain sect in Dahong Immortal sect. Her father was even the strongest existence on the ranking board of youths of various mountain sects. He was the #1 disciple of Dahong Immortal sect. The glory days had since departed from MT Fengyu for over 10 years. During these years, MT Fengyu had fallen to the bottom of the mountain sects. Her mother was supporting MT Fengyu desperately. She would have never expected the young man that fell from the waterfall, the one who gave her a scare and the one her mother took out precious elixir pills to save, would be so incredibly strong. I have been against him. He probably doesn't have a good impression of me now. No. He hasn't been looking into my eyes from the very beginning. At the thought of this, Yulinga felt bitter. Hey, brothers from MT Fengyu. What's the name of this senior brother? When did he join your MT Fengyu? At this moment, curious questions came from the surrounding disciples of various mountain sects. Several hundred disciples, with the majority of them being even stronger than them, were staring at them. Wang Xian. Our senior brother's name is Wang Xian. Wang Xian? Senior brother Wang Xian. The surrounding disciples mumbled to themselves as they etched this name into their minds. After this day, the name of Wang Xian would definitely be known throughout Dahong Immortal sect. He told us his name is Wang Xian, and that others call him the Dragon King. Yu Linger mumbled to herself. What? Junior sister Linger, what did you just say? His name is Dragon King? A disciple from MT Fengyu standing by the side was shocked as he looked at Yu Linger with doubts. Yeah. Yu Linger nodded her head. Dragon King. Haha. This name is truly domineering. The Dragon King that creates clouds, casts rain and stirs waves on the surface of the seas. A really apt name. A disciple from MT Fengyu exclaimed loudly. Dragon King? What a domineering name. The surrounding crowd and disciples were taken aback but exclaimed with a smile soon after. That's a really domineering name. Dragon King. Dragon King. Wang Xian wasn't aware that what he said casually, when he first regained consciousness, was now starting to spread throughout Dahong Immortal Sect. In Dahong Immortal Sect, disciples would end their day of training after 5 p.m. All the disciples from various mountain sects could choose to head to the Martial Peak to spar with others. Alternatively, they could continue their practice. They could also head to the Sword Cleansing Peak to sharpen their weapons, to the Pill Hill to purchase elixir pills, or even to the Scripture Depository to read books. Whenever the evening arrived, the areas around the main peak would be exceptionally lively. Look, MT Famu's ranking has increased by 8 in a single day. How can this? How can MT Famu be ranked so highly? Last I recalled, weren't they the second from the bottom? Their entire mountain sect only has 20 disciples. It's because of a disciple from MT Fengyu. He is extremely strong and defeated 8 mountain sects alone. Today, disciples from 6 to 7 sects witnessed with their own eyes how he challenged one mountain sect after another. He's really strong. A disciple defeated 8 mountain sects in a single day? Could he have Dan Realm level strength? I'm not certain. Others are calling him the Dragon King. What a domineering name. Dragon King? Who gave him the guts to call himself that? He's arrogant. He had the capital to do so. He defeated 8 mountain sects on his own, including crushing 5 half-step to Dan Realm disciples easily. These half-step to Dan Realm disciples are all really strong and tough. The surrounding disciples around the main peak stared at the leaderboard vigilantly while discussing in awe. The news of a single disciple from MT Fengyu defeating 8 mountain sects alone quickly spread among various disciples. Some were shocked while others were surprised. However, there were more who weren't convinced. I heard that the Dragon King of MT Fengyu wanted to challenge the 10th-ranked MT Jillian. However, it was getting late and thus he gave up on the idea. If he had not, I believe MT Fengyu would still be able to increase its ranking by several spots. Yeah, the Dragon King is really strong. He definitely has the strength to go against Dan Realm disciples. Several disciples that had gone along to spectate in the afternoon looked at the leaderboard on the cliff as they exclaimed emotionally. He needs to at least be in the Dan Realm for him to challenge the 10th-ranked mountain sect. An insignificant disciple calling himself the Dragon King? What a joke! How arrogant! There's not a single supreme talent in the bottom 10 mountain sections. There's nothing to be proud of after defeating a pile of scraps. At this moment, several disciples walked over, glanced at the leaderboard, and spoke with indignance. Huh? Several youths looked at the other disciples, frowned, and remarked, "That's because you guys haven't witnessed the strength of the Dragon King. If you guys had, you wouldn't be saying the same." Dragon King? Who the hell is he? If he dares to challenge us, our senior brother Su Fa will teach home a lesson so well that he will be humble. Calling himself the Dragon King? What a joke! Several disciples remarked in contempt. They shook their heads and continued. A disciple that rules over the bottom 10 mountain sects will at most be capable of being a leader of a flock of chickens. Several disciples were full of indignance as they walked past them. Some youths opened their mouths and wanted to say something but eventually chose not to. Indeed, senior brother Dragon King from MT Fengyu had not defeated a Dan Realm disciple. And that senior brother Su Fa. They lifted their heads and looked at the leaderboard of youths in Dahong Immortal Sect. First, Hong Tianda, Budding Realm. Second, Piao Lingxue, Budding Realm. Third, Ao Shuwen, Budding Realm. The name of the Dragon King isn't something he is qualified to be addressed as. Tiani Swordsman, Hong Tianda, Wandering Snow Sword, Piao Lingxue, Fengyun Sword, Ao Shuwen. All of them are in the Budding Realm. Moreover, all of them are ranked in the top 20 among the younger generation of disciples in Dahong Immortal Sect. He will only be considered as one of the most outstanding talents in Dahong Immortal Sect after he gets into the top 20. Before that, who the hell is the Dragon King? While the crowd was in awe with the frantic advancement of MT Fengyu up the ranking charts, most of the disciples in the top 10 mountain sect were nonchalant. In their eyes, an 11th ranked mountain wasn't something that would impress them. So what if he defeated 8 mountain sects alone? Does he have the guts to challenge our mountain sect? We will teach that Dragon King how to be humble. Calling himself the Dragon King? Is he qualified to accept this title? Yongchang City was the most prosperous central area and the only city in the Yongchang world. A total population of 10 million lived in the city, along with the surrounding villages. But many of them here were ordinary people. Yongchang City serviced 3 immortal sects. After a long-time development, the city had become an ancient, bustling city. There were taverns, restaurants, weapon stores, forging workshops, and elixir stores for both ordinary and martial artists. You name it, they had it. Inborn spiritual weapons were for sale, along with high-level elixir pills, which could be purchased with spiritual stones. Senior Brother AO, I wonder, how long does it take for the spiritual energy in Yongchang Cauldron to be depleted? Today, I saw the outside world. Looks interesting. This isn't a good thing for us. It's the age of Dharma decline outside. The spiritual energy in Yongchang will be reduced by 2 to 3 times then. Our world is too small and it's so boring. The world outside is big. How interesting it would be if we could roam around in the underworld. Brother Nan, the Dan realm experts in the underworld can conquer a territory. Then wouldn't we be dominating the underworld if we go out? The martial artists in the outside world are trash. Oh, I heard some junior brothers mention that there's an outstanding disciple who emerged from MT Fengyu. His name is the Dragon King, who knocked out 8 mountain sects alone and promoted MT Fengyu's ranking from 19th to 11th. Dragon King? Haha, the disciples are talking big nowadays. He's at most a Dan realm expert. Such a person is not in our league. Back at the top floor of a restaurant, there were 5 young men exchanging conversations with broad smiles. A young man in the middle revealed a faint smile as he looked out the window as though there was nothing worth his attention. In Dahong Immortal sect, all the experts had their own circles. Even with the appearance of the Dragon King today, they just chuckled and forgot about it. As soon as Wang Xian returned to his residence at MT Fengyu, he picked up the manual of Dahong Immortal sect's swordsmanship. Illusory sword, water sword. Following these up would be the Sword of Extreme Frost and Sword of Extreme Heat. Illusory sword, water sword, Sword of Extreme Frost, and Sword of Extreme Heat are just types of application using water energy. Water Tear's blade is considered a sword technique. But other than that, there aren't any other sword or battle techniques. Wang Xian read the content in the manual with brows furrowed. I better head to the scriptures depository for the real battle techniques, and I must be quick. It would be better still if I could get some resources like spiritual grass or weapons. Wang Xian. Just when he was in his thoughts, Mentor Yu called out to him. Wang Xian looked up and saw Mentor Yu walking to him. Your strength surprised me. Radiance flickered in Mentor Yu's eyes, who appeared slightly emotional. Wang Xian smiled and said nothing. Since he arrived at this place, his words had reduced significantly. After all, he belonged to the outside world. You promoted MT Fengyu to 11th place. This time, the resources for MT Fengyu will be greatly increased. Do you have anything you want? Anything that can help you in your cultivation? Asked Mentor Yu to Wang Xian, looking at him. I want to enter the scriptures depository. Wang Xian answered frankly. After a slight hesitation, he asked again. Mentor Yu, does Yongchang have any huge lakes around? I have a token that allows access to the scriptures depository with me. Since I'm not using it, you can take it. We don't have any huge lakes around here, just some small streams. Mentor Yu handed him a token. Her. Wang Xian froze for a moment as he was startled seeing the token. The ranking of a mountain sect determines how much resources the mentor can receive. Take this token and you can enter the scriptures depository. The time remaining for your stay is around 1 day. Mentor Yu continued to explain. Next month, all of you will receive 5 hours of reading time in the scriptures depository. At the same time, you can enter the first story of the scriptures depository. Wang Xian nodded. Thank you, Mentor Yu. You're welcome. This is what you deserve. You don't have to hurry with the challenges of other mountain sections. Pace it according to your strength and no casualties allowed. Mentor Yu reminded Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded. Mentor Yu, I would like to go to the scriptures depository and pick some battle techniques. Okay, go on. Mentor Yu nodded with a smile as she watched him riding on his sword to the main peak. The main peak was the most eye-catching one amongst peaks of Dahong Immortal sect. Before the main peak was a 1,000-meter-wide waterfall with several towering peaks surrounding it. The scriptures depository was right beside the main peak. It was situated at the top of a big and tall building. The building was about 50 meters tall and looked extremely lofty. Wang Xian rode his sword and came to the scriptures depository. He gazed around as soon as he arrived. He saw disciples walking in with identity tokens in their hands. When Wang Xian came to the door, he handed the token to a middle-aged man beside him. Mentor's token. You have 25 hours remaining in it. You can enter the second story and the first story will not consume time in the token. Wang Xian nodded and entered. The large number and myriad of books in the scriptures depository of Dahong Immortal sect really widened Wang Xian's horizons. In particular, the first story. However, there were not many books on cultivation, but rather a variety of general knowledge books. Thousands of people stayed put on the first story, but it was nothing to such a massive library. Oh, this is the map of Yongchang World. Wang Xian walked over immediately when he saw a map in an eye-catching spot. Yongchang City is huge. Wang Xian scanned the map and memorized the entire map. After he surveyed the books around him, he went up to the second floor. An array. There's a protection array on the second floor. Without the token, no one can enter here. If the token does not come with enough corresponding energy, access is prohibited too. Wang Xian exclaimed in surprise. An immortal sect is, indeed, an immortal sect. After he entered it, he noticed that the second floor was much smaller than the first story. However, a variety of secret cultivation manuals and guidebooks written by experts based on their experiences could be found over here. Battle techniques. Wang Xian murmured as he swept his gaze around. There were a few hundred disciples on the second floor, looking down, reading their books with seriousness. This place was different from the first story, as the time limit was exercised here. Nobody dared to waste any time at all. Path of Swords. Path of Water Applications. Art of Water Refining. Wang Xian hurriedly headed to the three distinct zones. But he went to the Art of Water Refining zone instead of the Path of Swords zone. What's the difference between water refining and inferno refining? With doubt in his eyes, Wang Xian immediately walked to it. As soon as he saw the book on the Art of Water Refining, he quickly flipped it open and began reading. No alchemy furnace, forging table, hammer required. Only for refining elixir pills and spiritual weapons that are levels below thyself. This art of water refining is so convenient. Wang Xian's eyes were gleaming, as he had thought of a quick way to gain resources. Ding. Mastered art of water refining. Refine all equipment with the origin source water. Refine all equipment with the origin source water. Wang Xian's lips curved into a smile. What's the most lucrative business? Refining equipment and elixir pills. With the almost cheating level origin source flame to refine, Wang Xian had never failed and the effects of his refining were 100% retained. He could fully rely on this method to earn a huge amount of resources. If he could obtain sufficient elixir pills and spiritual equipment, he could consume these elixir pills to boost his strength or keep them to be distributed to the Dragonians or members of the Dragon Palace subsequently. Otherwise, how could they ever match up to the people from Yongchang World? Wang Xian also knew that other than Yongchang World, there were 9 other cauldron worlds. In perhaps a few years, they would all surface in the real world. Wang Xian's eyes beamed as he looked towards the direction of the Path of Swords. He walked straight towards it. What is this? When he entered the region of the Path of Sword, Wang Xian saw various jade stones on top of books and scriptures. There weren't many jade stones, with each one being separated by a certain distance. In the entire region, there were only 7 jade stones. Battle techniques imaging. Inject spiritual and mental energy into the jade stones to see the images of battle techniques. Imaging. Could it be similar to the jade stone I saw earlier today that are capable of recording? Spirit arrays are indeed exceptionally mystical. Wang Xian was in awe. He picked up the jade stone and found a line of instructions below it. Water clone. Water clone? What's the difference between this and the water clone I'm capable of creating? Wang Xian was slightly shocked. He held the jade stone with both hands, focused his mind and injected spiritual energy into it. Wang. The next instant, a mystical image appeared in the mind of Wang Xian. A human figure started demonstrating before his eyes. The circulation of water energy control. The demonstration lasted for a full 30 seconds. As compared to what Wang Xian had come up with previously, this water clone was more perfected and agile. Ding! Master Preliminary Battle Technique. Water Clone. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded, shocking Wang Xian completely. A notification from the system. It's a notification from the system. All along, there had been extremely few notifications from the system. Other than the exceptions of the construction of the Dragon Palace and mastering refining arts, there weren't any other notifications. He had not expected the system to prompt that he had mastered water clone after watching the battle techniques imaging. Could it be that I have to fulfill a certain requirement before the system will release a notification? This system is really lonesome. If it could issue missions, rewards, or an item exchange framework, it would then be perfect. My own development still has to rely on myself. How depressing. Wang Xian heaved a huge sigh. However, what Wang Xian didn't know was that a divine dragon didn't need to master any battle techniques. Once he achieved the first divine dragon transformation, he would automatically receive the legacy of superpower. Superpower was a tier above battle techniques. However, it was also because Wang Xian wasn't certain of the path ahead that he could open a path to invincibility that belonged only to him. In Wang Xian's mind, the foundation had to be solid. It would always be great to acquire more knowledge. The reason why powerful humans could slay a dragon was exactly that they had mastered a range of subjects. Wang Xian placed the battle techniques imaging jadestone back in its original position. He looked around and realized something really interesting. There were at least several hundred secret manuals in the entire region. All of them were explanations on water clone and one's understanding. The crux of mastering water clone. The control and use of water clone. The control of multiple water clones. The correct application of water clone. There were several hundred such books with the names of certain experts left on them. Wang Xian even saw an explanatory book on water clone by Sword Immortal Hong Yun that was placed in the middle of this region. Sword Immortal. An existence that was likely in the immortal realm. It would seem that mastering water clone wouldn't be easy for other disciples. They might even need several or even dozens of years to understand. As for myself, I'm feeling like I have mastered all the important aspects of water clone in an instant. Wang Xian's eyes beamed with excitement. He walked to the other battle techniques imaging jadestone. Sword. Preliminary sword edge storm technique. Wang Xian lifted the battle techniques imaging jadestone and started deciphering. Ding. Mastered preliminary battle technique, sword edge. Sword edge. Creating the blade of the sword with extremely chilling water. A disciple that I fought in the day seemed to be using this move. However, he was easily defeated as there is a huge difference in strength between him and me. Wang Xian's eyes beamed with excitement. Sword edge could be used for ranged attacks and close combat. Continue. Ding. Mastered preliminary battle technique. Instant shift. Ding. Mastered preliminary battle technique, sword imprisonment. Ding. Mastered preliminary battle technique. Sword explosion. Ding. Mastered preliminary battle technique, sword cloud. Ding. Mastered preliminary battle technique, shield sword. Wang Xian quickly mastered various battle techniques as he assimilated the information from the battle technique imaging jadestones. In fact, he was able to incorporate these techniques into his battles right away. What's the use of battle techniques? There were too many to list. Considering identical body conditions, those with ample battle experiences and techniques could easily defeat 5 to 6 of their peers. In fact, they could even defeat more than a dozen people with similar body qualities. The strength of battle techniques was as such. They could enhance the release of one's strength to the maximum. Wang Xian went to the region of Path of Water applications once again. As compared to the Path of Swords, the Path of Water applications only had 3 battle technique imaging jadestones in the entire region. The first was Water Contact, the second was Water Chill, and the third was Hidden Mist. The Hidden Mist had similar effects as when Wang Xian relied on water vapor to hide his real whereabouts. However, the area covered by the Hidden Mist was much broader and had better effects on masking one's location. Within a short period, Wuxia had fully mastered 10 battle techniques on the entire second floor. There are at least several thousand books, and yet there are only 10 battle techniques. Wuxia was feeling a little disappointed. What he didn't realize was that each battle technique was, in fact, a series of attack techniques and methods. One would be considered incredible if they could fully master one or two. Those who could master 3 to 4 battle techniques would be classified as exceptional talents. Taking water clone as an example, the control of the clone, the techniques to employ when engaging enemies, and the possible applications during battles were extremely broad. If one could fully master one battle technique, his fighting capacity would be greatly enhanced. I can't get to the third floor? Wuxia frowned slightly and was clearly disappointed. As compared to feeling shocked when he first came in, he was now completely disappointed. He looked around once again before heading for the exit. After he passed through the spirit array, his allocated time was deducted right away. Wuxia looked at the hourglass by the side and realized only an hour had passed. After getting these battle techniques, now I have to think of getting resources. I need to obtain sufficient elixir pills to first raise my strength to level 9. Wuxia pondered as he walked. Now that he had mastered the art of water refining, he could start considering where he should start. Dragon King. That's the Dragon King. Huh? He looked pretty good. That emotionless face of his made him seem a little more arrogant. As time passed, the actions of Wuxia, the Dragon King, and Mt Fingyu were becoming known to more and more people. When he stepped out, he was instantly recognized by a few disciples who looked towards him. A person that dares to declare himself king after getting to the top of the bottom 10 mountain sects? How arrogant! A young man looked at Wuxia harshly as he walked towards him. Behind him, there were 6 other youths following. Martial artists, regardless of which era they were in, were known to be inattentive to details, and commonly preferred to keep a long unkempt hairstyle. But this young man was clean-cut and had short hair. His eyes were extremely sharp and he looked obstinate and unruly. Wuxia was deep in thought when he noticed the young man in front of him. Instinctively, he moved aside. "Oh? Is the Dragon King always such a wuss?" the young man exclaimed after seeing Wuxia sidestepping to his right. His derisive look intensified while his arms folded behind him and he smiled coldly at Wuxia. Wuxia stopped and slowly raised his head, peering at the young man. "That's the phantom Kong Guanglin. Kong Guanglin is pitting himself against the Dragon King. How dare a disciple under a mountain sect that is ranked 11 call himself Dragon King? He is just an arrogant and impertinent kid. Dragon King? That title irks me to no end. Is he able to live up to such a title? Haha. This is getting interesting. The Phantom Kong Guanglin is ranked among the top 20 of the Dahong Immortal sect's list of outstanding youths. He is also the head honcho of Mt Jillian. Coming from a mountain sect that was ranked 10th, you can imagine how strong he is to be able to rank among the top 20 outstanding youths. I guess it was the Dragon King trying to challenge Mt Jillian yesterday that led to the ire of Kong Guanglin, which is why he is finding fault with him today. You can't blame anyone for your actions. It is important not to show your arrogance in front of Dahong Immortal sect. Otherwise, you will be dealt with severely by experts. The surrounding disciples taunted from the sides when they saw Kong Guanglin staring at Wuxia. Most of these disciples came from the top 10 mountain sections. They had scoffed at the Dragon King ever since they heard about him, and now they were elated at the sight of Kong Guanglin confronting him. I heard that there are rewards for being ranked among the outstanding youths? Wuxia looked at Kong Guanglin and asked this casually, at the same time shifting his glance to the enormous cliff beside him. Eh? Kong Guanglin was momentarily startled before replying with a cold stare. What a maniac you are. If you are ranked among the top 20 outstanding youths, you will be rewarded handsomely every month. Unfortunately, you are not qualified to enjoy such a privilege. Simple. I will just have to defeat you to qualify. Wuxia had his eyes on Kong Guanglin and spoke calmly in his direction. Haha. Fools rush in where angels fear to tread. I love your guts. As a consequence of your preposterous challenge, I will cripple your arm. Kong Guanglin laughed at Wuxia's words, staring at him coldly at the same time. Such arrogance. Senior brother Kong, destroy this kid and let him know how strong MT Jolien is. How dare you challenge senior brother Kong? You will soon pay the price for your insolence. The disciples who were following behind Kong Guanglin glared at Wang Xian with contempt. For someone with such mediocre strength, he sure talks big. He does talk big. Challenging Kong Guanglin? I don't know where he finds the confidence to even propose that. Haha. Interesting. The Dragon King versus the Phantom Kong Guanglin. The surrounding audience was slightly taken aback by Wang Xian's intention to fight Kong Guanglin, but at the same time they were thrilled by the proposition. It has been a while since someone showed such arrogance in front of me. That broadsword you wield is a fine piece of weaponry. If you lose, I will get to keep it. Kong Guanglin pointed at Wang Xian with roaring laughter. Today I, Kong Guanglin, have a new challenger, the Dragon King. Fellow brothers, come witness our fight at the martial peak. Kong Guanglin's voice echoed through the surroundings, and everyone within a radius of 1,000 meters was able to hear him loud and clear. Haha. As soon as he finished speaking, he made a loud chuckle and flew towards the martial peak with his sword in hand. Is it true that the winner gets to keep the loser's possessions? As Wang Xian watched Kong Guanglin move towards the peak, his face was beaming. He followed closely behind and flew towards the martial peak as well. What? The Dragon King is challenging Kong Guanglin? Is he trying to court his death? Such arrogance and conceit are as good as courting death. Let us head over and see how Senior Brother Kong oppresses that show-off. Senior Brother Kong will not show any mercy to his opponents. Every one of his moves will be extremely deadly. The disciples of the Scripture's depository, as well as those from the neighboring peaks, were delighted to hear the voice of Kong Guanglin. One by one they headed towards the martial peak. Even the weakest among the top 20 disciples of the Dahong Immortal sect ranked in the Dan realm. This match between the two experts would undoubtedly be exciting to watch. Wang Xian took a look at the surrounding disciples with a faint smile. It was obvious that Kong Guanglin was here to find trouble with him. But this was exactly what he wanted as well. Boom! Wang Xian landed himself in one of the arenas as he realized that there were at least 50 arenas on Martial Peak. The arena that they were about to compete in was situated near the top of the peak. Kong Guanglin had already entered the arena while he stared at Wang Xian with contempt. The group of Dahong Immortal sect disciples levitated themselves and surrounded the arena. Their faces were filled with excitement. Come, I will teach you a lesson today not to be impudent in front of Dahong Immortal sect. Always stay low profile and humble here. Kong Guanglin raised his broadsword in the direction of the descending Wang Xian. I will let you attack first, he said mockingly. Hear ye. This is exactly how we will educate our new batch of newcomers every time. Things are getting interesting. If the Dragon King is taught a lesson by Kong Guanglin today, then his title will be nothing but a joke in the future. The surrounding crowd mocked Wang Xian, unbridled. Have a taste of my battle technique, Wang Xian said lightly with a faint smile. Channeling water energy into his body, Wang Xian thrust forward with his unsheathed broadsword. Sword edge. Water clone. In an instant, Wang Xian moved his broadsword, bursting water energy and casting two battle techniques at the same time. The water clone, armed with a sword edge, made a slash for Kong Guanglin. The real water clone battle technique did not create a clone that appeared as a blob of bluish water, but as an exact clone of Wang Xian. Huh? Water clone? You dare to use the water clone battle technique in front of me, the Phantom? Kong Guanglin saw Wang Xian's battle technique and spoke with disdain in his eyes. With a turn of his body, he generated 5 exact clones of himself. Kill! With a wave of his arm, his water clones started to attack in the direction of Wang Xian's water clone. The two were about 100 meters apart with eyes on each other. Kong Guanglin slowly formed a smile as his water clones assailed. Poof! 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 But his face soon turned stiff as he realized that his water clones had been easily destroyed without showing any sign of resistance. Sword edge? Excellent. I wasn't expecting your water clone to be controlling a sword edge. An ingenious move. Kong Guanglin showed slight respect for his opponent with his broadsword now unsheathed. Clang. The 10 tiers blade with ripples appearing on its back struck towards sword edge. The Dragon King is pretty strong. Using his water clone to control the sword edge, he easily broke through Senior Brother Kong's water clone. He's pretty strong, but it is going to end soon. Senior Brother Kong has gotten serious. He has even started using his 10 tiers blade. Over 500 disciples hovered in the air on their swords around the battle. When the battle started, they had stopped discussing as they watched attentively. Seeing Wang Xian's attack, the surrounding disciples were shocked. However, that remained as such. Senior Brother Kong had gotten serious. If the Dragon King was simply what the rumors had mentioned, there would be no uncertainty in this battle. Every single disciple that was in the top 20 was insanely powerful. Break! Kong Guanglin shouted as he swung his long sword onto the sword edge. Instant shift. Seeing Kong Guanglin's attack, Wang Xian shimmered in blue light. Wang! Instant shift. Where there was water, one could erupt with twice the speed that he typically could achieve. When Kong Guanglin slashed at the sword edge, Wang Xian's body merged with his water clone. Bam! The sword edge was crushed by Kong Guanglin. However, before he could even get excited, a sword scabbard landed on his chest. Bam! What? Kong Guanglin's eyes widened in disbelief as he started spewing blood uncontrollably. Wang Xian walked silently to Kong Guanglin and looked down on him. Creating a rope out of water, he took the long sword in Kong Guanglin's hands away. He also took the bag of approximately 200 spiritual stones away. You! When Kong Guanglin saw Wang Xian taking away his spiritual stones and spiritual longsword, he felt greatly humiliated. Thank you. Wang Xian looked at him and spoke plainly. Subsequently, the long sword he retrieved went below his legs as he took off into the sky. Swish! Wang Xian left the place with the crowd completely dumbfounded. SSS! The surrounding disciples gasped in astonishment as they stared blankly at Kong Guanglin, who was still on the floor. He just lost. Kong Guanglin has just lost? Isn't that a little too darn simple? Is this considered a move or two? Freak, the Dragon King. It isn't just us who are feeling overwhelmed. Even Kong Guanglin must be feeling a little overwhelmed currently. Look, his eyes are dead. As the 20th ranked disciple, he didn't even manage to last 2 moves. The Dragon King is indeed strong. The question is how strong he really is. Damn, he's too strong. When he challenged the other disciples during the day, not a single mountain sect lasted more than 10 seconds. Even Kong Guanglin met the same outcome. I believe his strength would easily place him within the top 10 supreme talents. Where did this monster come from? What he just used was probably sword edge and perhaps instant shift. His speed exploded by several times. It was so fast that I didn't even catch a glimpse of him moving. When Wang Xian's figure disappeared completely from sight, exclamations broke out from the surroundings. In the arena, Kong Guanglin stood up gradually. He still looked a little out of sorts. Did I just lose? I wasn't careless just now and yet I lost. His strength. Kong Guanglin lifted his head and looked in the direction where the figure had disappeared. Suddenly, a helpless feeling welled up within him. When he first heard of the name of the Dragon King today, he had snorted with contempt. When he saw the so-called Dragon King entering the scripture depository, he wanted to teach him a lesson right away. However, he would have never expected this outcome. 10 seconds? Perhaps not even that. Around him, when the disciples saw the desolation in Kong Guanglin's eyes, they were even more astonished. The 20th ranked supreme talent in Dahong Immortal sect was beaten so completely that he started doubting his life. He didn't speak of having a second match ambitiously, and he didn't lower his head with shame. Instead, he started doubting his life. The Dragon King will truly be on the rise after this. If he could defeat Kong Guanglin so easily, he would definitely be considered among the ranks of the supreme talents of Dahong Immortal sect. Similarly, he will definitely make it to the top 10, a middle-aged man remarked emotionally, while envy beamed in his eyes. After this incident, there would probably not be a single person who would say the Dragon King was a pushover. Once again, a shining disciple had appeared within the Immortal sect. Great. With this level of talents, he isn't any inferior to the top 3 disciples. Hee. Our Dahong Immortal sect is really lucky to have a disciple like him appearing at this juncture. Although the underworld outside is really trashy, we will still have to compete with the other 9 cauldron worlds. Having a supreme talent disciple will definitely be a positive thing. With his strength, it is almost certain that he will rank in the top 10. Yeah, that's about right. Sword Edge, Water Clone, and Instant Shift. Is he a disciple that MT Fengyu has been secretly grooming? At the peak of Martial Peak, 2 old men were playing chess. They looked down and commented with a smile. 200 spiritual stones. I wonder what I could buy with spiritual stones in this world. Also, this level 10 inborn spiritual sword can be sold too. I wonder how much it is worth in spiritual stones. Wang Xian thought to himself. He looked in the direction of MT Fengyu and flew directly towards it. The reward today was really pathetic. I only got a single spiritual stone. I didn't even get one. The spiritual stones in the spiritual or mine are getting fewer and fewer. We've got to think of other ways to earn spiritual stones soon. Where are you thinking of going? Could it be you are thinking of heading to Yongchang City to work? Would you even be able to get 10 spiritual stones in a month? To buy level 5 spiritual medicine, you would need 200 to 300 spiritual stones. Have you guys forgotten that senior brother Wang Xian has raised the ranking of our MT Fengyu to 11? Each of us will at least be getting 20 spiritual stones for the coming month. Oh yeah, I had almost forgotten about this. Haha, it's great to have senior brother Wang Xian around. Just as Wang Xian arrived at MT Fengyu, he heard the conversation between the 6 disciples from MT Fengyu. Spiritual or mine? Earning spiritual stones? Wang Xian sank into deep thought. Spiritual stones could be used to enhance cultivation. The speed of cultivation using spiritual stones would be 4 to 5 times that of ordinary cultivation. However, cultivation using spiritual stones was highly exhaustive. A spiritual stone would not even last for an entire day of cultivation. Therefore, few disciples were willing to use them for training. Hey guys! Wang Xian looked at the 6 disciples and shouted. Huh? Hey senior brother Wang Xian, what can we do for you? When the 6 disciples saw Wang Xian, they replied with respect and anxiety. Where can I find the spiritual or mine? Where else could I earn spiritual stones? Wang Xian asked. Oh, spiritual or mine? The spiritual stone mine can be found behind our Dahong Immortal sect. However, it has been excavated for more than 1,000 years. There is almost nothing left in it. A male disciple answered in a hurry. Soon, he continued, to earn spiritual stones and resources, you can also head to Yongchang City to look for a job other than excavating the spiritual or mine. With senior brother Wang Xian's strength, you will be able to get 20 to 30 spiritual stones per month as a mentor. Yongchang City? Are there any equipment refining or elixir pill refining shops in the city? Yeah. If senior brother knows how to refine equipment or elixir pills, it will be even easier to earn spiritual stones. Senior brother, why don't we bring you to Yongchang City for a tour? No thanks. It's all right. Yongchang City was a huge and developed city. Most of the old buildings were built from huge black stones and wouldn't be shorter than 20 to 30 meters. Orderly streets crossed, and the most central region of Yongchang City was where 4 main paths merged. At this moment, the entire Yongchang City was still well lit despite it being past 8 p.m. It's so crowded. There are probably 7 to 8 million people in the entire Yongchang City. Wang Xian was astonished by the seemingly boundaryless huge city. While standing in the air, he recalled what the other disciples from MT Fengyu had told him. The central region of Yongchang City was the most prosperous area. At the same time, it was where many martial artists gathered. Those who lived in the vicinity were either rich and wealthy families or experts from the 3 immortal sects. Yongchang Immortal Sect, Immortal Slaying Sect, and Dahong Immortal Sect. They had been in Yongchang world for over 1,000 years and their relationship had become complicated. There were countless occasions of marriage between disciples of these 3 immortal sects, forming countless families that were affiliated with these 3 immortal sects. As a result, there were various families in Yongchang City on top of the 3 immortal sects. These families had the backing of the immortal sects and were established by disciples of these immortal sects. There were also ordinary people in Yongchang City. However, martial artists made up the majority. There were also powerful budding realm experts living within the city. Naturally, there were also immortal realm experts in it. The common currency was largely spiritual stones. In the past, the three immortal sects had chosen this piece of bountiful land for Yongchang Cauldron to suppress. It was only natural to expect that the resources available to this place were exceptionally immense. Various spiritual medicine and spiritual equipment was exchanged within Yongchang City. In Yongchang City, one could even get their hands on level 5 and 6 elixir pills. Level 10 spiritual equipment was common, while level 11 spiritual equipment would appear from time to time. As for level 12 spiritual equipment, it could occasionally be found in auctions. This was the powerful and prosperous Yongchang City. Wang Xian arrived at the most central region where the four main paths of Yongchang City merged. He started observing his surroundings. Equipment refining workshops, elixir pills shops, weapons shops, and spiritual equipment shops. This place is really prosperous. Wang Xian looked around and headed towards a shop. An inborn spiritual weapon is worth roughly 700 spiritual stones. A level 5 elixir pill is worth roughly 800 spiritual stones. Spiritual flame ball. There are spiritual flame balls for sale here. As Wang Xian walked across the street of shops, he was astonished. In his view, the inborn spiritual weapons and level 5 elixir pills were all relatively cheaper than in the underworld. Perhaps that was because this place had immense resources. St. Forge Workshop. The disciples from MT Fengyu told me that this is the strongest and most reputable place in Yongchang City for refining elixir pills and equipment. This place was established by experts from both Yongchang Immortal Sect and Dahong Immortal Sect. This shall be the place. Wang Xian revealed a faint smile. Just as the other disciples of MT Fengyu had said, those who could refine elixir pills or refine equipment were those who could earn spiritual stones and resources the quickest. Wang Xian wasn't thinking of working for the St. Forge Workshop. Instead, he was thinking of becoming a freelance alchemist or blacksmith of this place. Freelance alchemists and blacksmiths could sign a contract with the St. Forge Workshop. They would provide you with a certain set of materials in exchange for a fixed amount of spiritual equipment or elixir pills. As for the remaining materials, they were considered as the freelancer's remuneration. For Wang Xian, this was the perfect arrangement. He strongly believed that with his insane origin source arts, he would obtain an unimaginable amount of resources regardless of whether he had chosen equipment refining or elixir pills refining. Not a second to waste. Wang Xian thought to himself as he stepped into the St. Forge Workshop. Hi sir, welcome. Are you interested in getting spiritual equipment or elixir pills? When an employee saw Wang Xian stepping in, he immediately welcomed Wang Xian with a faint smile. Hello. Are you guys recruiting alchemists? Wang Xian asked the employee. Alchemist? Are you applying to be an alchemist or an alchemist apprentice? The employee asked Wang Xian. Alchemist. I know about elixir pill refining. Wang Xian replied directly. Please come with me. The employee stole another glance at Wang Xian and felt that Wang Xian was even younger than him. He reminded, it isn't easy to become an alchemist of our St. Forge Workshop. The minimum grade elixir pills you have to refine is level 3. Moreover, you need to reach a minimum of a 30% success rate. I understand. Wang Xian nodded his head as he followed behind the employee. I've succeeded. Haha. I've succeeded. When he arrived at the back of the shop, Wang Xian could hear exhilarated laughter. Master Xuanhua has really succeeded. I've succeeded. Finally. Although I'm a little ashamed of wasting 10 sets of materials, I've finally succeeded. That's great. Brother Ao, this is a level 12 spiritual weapon. You can now challenge for the number 1 disciple of Dahong Immortal Sect with this water shark. Oh gosh, it's a level 12 spiritual weapon. Many budding realm experts in the sect couldn't afford this either. Behind the store of St. Forge Workshop, there were 2 extremely broad areas. One was for refining elixir pills, while the other was for equipment refining. The area for refining elixir pills was a little further from the St. Forge Workshop. 5 young men stood before an old man while discussing fervently. In the middle of the group was a beautiful spiritual sword. Master Xuanhua is the strongest master blacksmith in our Saint Forge workshop. He can even forge level 12 spiritual equipment now. Remember to be courteous when you meet him in the future. When the employee heard their conversation, his eyes beamed with excitement. Creating a single level 12 spiritual weapon after using 11 sets of materials, what a waste of precious materials. Wang Xian looked across and shook his head plainly. Haha. Congratulations, old Hua. This is the second piece of level 12 spiritual equipment you have forged. With your level of forging skills, you could easily rank in the top 5 in the entire Yongchang world. At this moment, a blacksmith heard the commotion and walked out of his room to give his congratulations. There were even some alchemists who went over to congratulate him. Haha, I was lucky. I was lucky. Master Xuanhua smiled contentedly. This was level 12 spiritual equipment. Other than those immortals in Yongchang world who could possibly forge one, there were definitely less than 2 people and he was one of them. Congratulations. Master Xuanhua could very well be a Grandmaster class blacksmith. 5 to 6 alchemists walked over and congratulated Master Xuanhua. The employee beside Wang Xian saw the alchemists. After their conversation had ended, he walked towards an old man. Master Qi Ming, there's someone here to apply to be an alchemist. Huh? Who? We are always in need of more alchemists. Master Qi Ming raised an eyebrow and asked loudly. Master, he's right there. The employee pointed at Wang Xian and spoke with a smile. Huh? Are you sure you are applying to be an alchemist? When Master Qi Ming saw Wang Xian, he was a little shocked and started scrutinizing him. Yeah, I'm here to apply to become an alchemist. A freelance alchemist. Wang Xian answered Master Qi Ming directly. There were 2 types of alchemists in Saint Forge workshop. One was internal alchemist while the other was a freelance alchemist. For an internal alchemist, they would receive a fixed amount of spiritual stones each month after passing the assessment. As for freelance alchemist, he would have to collect materials from Saint Forge workshop and submit a fixed amount of elixir pills. If there were materials remaining, Saint Forge workshop would have no claim to them. The reason why Wang Xian had chosen to apply to be an alchemist was mainly because he wanted to increase his level. With the immense energy within elixir pills, he could increase his level to level 9. Freelance alchemist? Hey kid, you sure are confident of yourself. Master Qi Ming looked at Wang Xian in shock and said, it's really rare to see an alchemist as young as you are. Wang Xian smiled in response but didn't say a word. When Master Qi Ming witnessed Wang Xian's composure, he got ready to give him an assessment. He is. Isn't this the Dragon King from MT Fengyu? At this moment, an exclamation sounded from the side. Wang Xian was surprised too and turned his head to look to the side. A young man was observing him inquisitively. He really is. Seeing Wang Xian looking over, the young man's lips curved into a smile. He scrutinized Wang Xian from top to bottom, rubbed his chin and remarked, I don't see any deer horns or dragon whiskers. It would seem that he's not living up to his name. Haha. Shijan, you are really hilarious. Deer horns and dragon whiskers? Should he also have a tail? Another young man joked and laughed out loud. Retards. Upon hearing their conversation, a cold light flashed in Wang Xian's eyes as he remarked coldly. Huh? Huh? The group of young men were stunned, including the one who was holding his longsword in his hand. Retard? He just called Xinjiang and the rest retards? At that instant, the smile on the 2 young men stiffened as their eyes went cold. Wang Xian looked away and didn't pay attention to them. People like them would have been crippled by him if they were in the underworld. Hey kid, do you have the guts to repeat yourself? Xinjiang pulled a long face and glowered at Wang Xian. Wang Xian didn't bother at all. He turned to Master Qi Ming and asked, Master, can we start the assessment now? Assessment? Sure. Master Qi Ming glanced at Wang Xian and nodded his head. Really arrogant. Ruthlessness gleamed in the eyes of Xinjiang and the other young man. They exchanged glances and their lips curved into a smirk. Brother Ao, you will have to stand up for us. The 2 of them turned around and spoke with a smile to the young man holding the sword. You guys are my brothers. The young man with the level 12 spiritual equipment spoke plainly before turning to Master Xuanhua. Master Xuanhua, these 2 are my brothers. Can you do me a small favor? The young man asked Master Xuanhua with a faint smile. Ha. Since young Master Ao has spoken, this is just a small matter. Master Xuanhua naturally knew what the young man was hinting at. He waved his hand nonchalantly, looked to Master Qingming and said, Old Ming, we are not accepting this alchemist. All right, since young Master Ao has spoken, it's only natural that we show him face. Master Qingming had no hesitation at all. He smiled, looked at Wang Xian and said plainly, Kid, as you have seen, you have offended those who you shouldn't have. Huh? Wang Xian's eyes squinted together and killing intent gleamed in his eyes. Your name is Dragon King? They have asked you to scram. Why are you still here? Shi Zhan looked at Wang Xian with ridicule. He walked towards Wang Xian before continuing, Let me tell you this. You can forget about joining the Saint Forge workshop in this lifetime. Moreover, I can guarantee that no alchemist workshop will accept you. If you don't believe it, you can give it a try. You are the first person who has dared to scold us. Therefore, you will have to pay a price you never would have expected. The other young man crossed his arms before his chest while staring at Wang Xian. All right, I'll remember this. Wang Xian looked at them emotionlessly. He looked plainly across the five of them, Master Qingming and the rest before heading out. TSK, how ignorant. When we get back, it's time to investigate the background of this Dragon King. Interesting. He actually dares to scold us. This kid probably didn't know who we are. However, ignorance doesn't equate to bliss in our place. If he wishes to find a job as an alchemist, I'll make sure he won't find one in the entire Yongchang city. Haha. Just leave this to me. I have connections with basically all the alchemists in Yongchang city. The group of young men wasn't trying to hide their conversation at all. Fighting is restricted in Yongchang city. If I want to kill them, I can only do so in the arena. When Wang Xian heard their conversation while heading out, he recalled some of the rules of Yongchang city. It seems like I have to raise my level to level 9 soon. Dense killing intent shimmered in Wang Xian's eyes. Even if I can't reach level 9 before I leave this world, I have to. He had etched this incident into his mind. Walking out from the Saint Forge workshop, Wang Xian frowned. He looked to the surrounding weapons shops and elixir pills shops. There were also many shops recruiting alchemists and blacksmiths. However, Wang Xian frowned upon recalling what that alchemist master and blacksmith master had said. Wang Xian had never expected to encounter hurdles in looking for a job as an alchemist and blacksmith. At this moment he felt a little annoyed. Creak. Move aside. Move aside. Just as Wang Xian was walking forward aimlessly, he heard a shop closing up. Wang Xian lifted his head and looked over. A middle-aged man was putting up a notice on the doors of the shop. Shop for rent. 100 spiritual stones for a month. Wang Xian was taken aback and an idea struck him. He sank into deep thought and soon mumbled, This might work too. Let's give it a try. Wang Xian made up his mind, looked at the middle-aged man and asked, Hello, is your shop for rent? Huh? Yeah. Didn't you see it? The middle-aged man was surprised by Wang Xian and pointed to the notice on the door. Can I have a look at the shop? Wang Xian replied directly. You are interested? The middle-aged man scrutinized Wang Xian with doubts. Wang Xian nodded his head and answered, If it's suitable, I'll be renting it. All right. Come in and take a look then. The middle-aged man seemed to find Wang Xian a little too young. He hesitated for a moment before nodding his head and opening up the door. Have a look around. This shop has 3 levels and each level is around 25 square meters. The area isn't big, but this shop is within the most central region of Yongchang City. 100 spiritual stones for a month is completely reasonable. The middle-aged man opened the door and continued his explanation. There are some tables inside. The highest floor is a bedroom and the bed and cabinets are new. Wang Xian looked around and nodded his head with satisfaction. I'm taking this shop. You really are taking it? I can pay now. Great. Give me a moment. Let's go through the procedures right away. The middle-aged man had not expected the shop to be rented out so easily. Brimming with excitement, he said, You have to pay 3 months of rent first. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. After selling the inborn spiritual weapon he got from Kong Guanglin, he paid the rent. I have a shop now. Next, it's the customers. After Wang Xian and the middle-aged landlord settled the store together, the moon was already up in the sky. Wang Xian took a look at the tiny shop with a satisfied look on his face. He did not want to open a shop in the first place for fear of too much trouble. The alchemy and equipment refining system in the Yongchang world was already matured. Hence, there was no direct sale of spiritual grass and materials. Instead, all the alchemy and equipment refining stores would collect and procure spiritual grass and materials for refining equipment. This prohibited Wang Xian from earning the difference of self-purchasing spiritual grass to refine his own elixir pills. Many things had been monopolized in the small and prosperous Yongchang. No one would need to worry about the materials when going into the store, as they could straightaway forge their items. But opening a shop by himself meant that customers would have to prepare all the materials by themselves. But he would not sell elixir pills or weapons, but rather he would provide a processing service. When customers approached him with materials, he would refine them into elixir pills and spiritual equipment. This would be the first store that provided such a service in the all of Yongchang. He created this type of store not for its uniqueness, but rather, it was a helpless act. If not, I'd have to stay in the shop and wait for business every day. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows, but soon he straightened out his thoughts. At present, there was nothing to learn in MT Fingyu either. He had already mastered the first level of battle techniques. To learn the second level, he needed to come up with resources for exchange. 2,000 spiritual stones in a day. This was a massive number to any disciple of the Hong Immortal sect. Unless the disciples came from a wealthy background whereby their parents could afford such an amount, ordinary disciples would not be able to cough out 2,000 spiritual stones. There's nothing to do even if I stay in MT Fengyu. Why don't I just inform Mentor Yu? Wang Xian hesitated before he locked up the store and rode off to Dahong Immortal sect on his sword. Her? Mentor Yu, you're still up. Wang Xian came to the living room and was surprised to see Mentor Yu having tea. He hurriedly greeted her in shock. Waiting for you to get back. I did not expect your strength to be so great. Mentor Yu exclaimed as she looked at Wang Xian with glistening eyes. She did not expect that the injured young man she picked up from the waterfall could promote MT Fengyu by 9 positions in one day. It was beyond my expectation too. Wang Xian smiled and did not comment further. Since you beat Kong Guanglin today, cease your individual challenges and mountain sect challenges for the time being, said Mentor Yu. Her? Why? Wang Xian was startled as he looked at Mentor Yu. 10th place is good for us. The disciples of MT Fengyu are not eligible to access the resources for 10th position and below. Besides, making a showy display on your ability might not be a good idea, said Mentor Yu to Wang Xian. Wang Xian revealed a contemplative look as he understood what Mentor Yu was trying to say. MT Fenyu's disciples were weak. If they received resources that were completely unmatched with their own strength, it would trigger grievances and jealousy. Though no one would say anything on the surface, some finger-pointing from the others was inevitable. If a Dan Realm disciple decided to seek trouble from an inborn disciple, that would be an easy job even with Dahong Immortal Sect's rules and regulations in place. How about the individual leaderboard? Asked Wang Xian. If you possess the strength of the top 3, you may go ahead and challenge as you wish. Now, you should just slow down and maintain a low profile, Mentor Yu suggested to Wang Xian. I got it, Mentor Yu. I would like to have my cultivation outside for a short period, said Wang Xian as he nodded. Outside? Sure. But you need to return once a week. I'm your mentor, and I'm responsible for you, said Mentor Yu to Wang Xian. Great. Wang Xian nodded. Take a good rest. I'll be claiming our resources for the Mountain Sect and your resources for the 20th position of individual outstanding supreme talents. Mentor Yu exhibited a smile. Yes, Mentor Yu. Wang Xian nodded with gratefulness. Have a good rest. Mentor Yu walked up the stairs as soon as she finished talking to Wang Xian. Wang Xian looked at the disappearing figure and smiled. Mentor Yu was considered to be the closest person to him in this Yongchang world. I must repay her gratitude in the future. Wang Xian pondered to himself. He did not return to his room but rather headed to Yongchang City on his sword. When he arrived at the marketplace of Yongchang City, Wang Xian did not rest. He went shopping and bought 3 signboards. a horizontal one and two vertical ones. On the horizontal one, he engraved Alchemy and Blacksmith Master. The other two signboards were used for the introduction. Bring your own materials. Refining pills by an alchemy master. Bring your own materials. Forging by a blacksmith master. Wuxia revealed a satisfying look as he hung the signboards outside his shop. He then went to purchase some tables, chairs, and tools at night. After 3 hours of work, he finally got the entire shop ready. Now, I'll just wait for business to come. Wuxia revealed a faint smile and came to the third story to rest. The next morning, he opened the shop early and waited for customers to come in. The daily traffic volume was crazy in the central area of Yongchang City. From early in the morning, there was non-stop human flow in front of the stores on the street. However, no one entered the store. Compared to the shops around him, his shop was tiny. Besides, his decoration was far off from those shops around him. It was a stark contrast as his shop looked run down. The elixir stores had posh decorations and a refreshing and spirit-lifting herb smell at the entrance, while one could sense sharpness from the other weapon stores even from afar. His shop did not have any features. Alchemy and Blacksmith Master? What a brag! How can such a small store have masters around? Why would such a master reside in such a small place? Now that our spiritual stones are becoming fewer, and scrupulous businessmen are increasing. Haha, it's just a tiny 20 square meter place, and the signboard puts Alchemy and Blacksmith Master. Pooey, a new shop? This is obviously a scam. If such masters were around, they would hold an opening ceremony. That would naturally draw the attention of the crowd. Scammers. Some passers-by took a peek inside the shop with curiosity when they saw the signboards outside. But after they took a look at the shop, they commented disdainfully. Many people passed by the shop from morning to afternoon. Some people noticed the signboards, but all of them were disdainful and ridiculed them. How is it possible to have a master in a tiny shop like this? Besides, why would masters be staying here? This is typical lousy marketing. Wuxia was sitting in the shop as he overheard the sarcastic remarks mentioned by the passers-by as they stopped by for a brief moment. However, he was not disheartened and waited patiently. This was his first day of business, and he remained patient. Cream would always rise up to the top. He would make his name known in Yongchang soon. Saint Forge Workshop couldn't even fix your weapon. They aren't living up to their name. This is just a level 11 weapon. At the entrance of the Saint Forge Workshop, two girls walked out from the workshop with disappointed looks. A young girl with two ponytails pouted and grumbled unhappily. Bo Yu is too unique and they aren't confident. The main reason is still because we have too few materials. The other girl beside the girl with the ponytails frowned and was clearly a little unhappy. Sister Shui, why don't I get you a piece of level 1 spiritual equipment as a gift? Seeing Sister Shui frowning, the girl with the ponytails held her arm and spoke with a smile. Bo Yu is the most suitable weapon for me. Moreover, this was given to me from my grandma and I have been carrying it for over 20 years. The other girl shook her head. It's all because of that brat from Yongchang Immortal sect. TSK. Sister, you should have trimmed away all his hair. The girl with the ponytails waved her fists angrily. The other girl remained silent and didn't say a word. Her eyes looked in the direction of another forge workshop. What a joke! A small shop like this, and yet they dare to claim they have an alchemist master and a blacksmith master. They are really taking customers as fools. Exactly. Look at this shop. There's nothing in there. No weapons or elixir pills. It must be a scam. At this moment, the girls heard the voices of two middle-aged men. That girl's eyes followed the source of the voice and looked across. Huh? It's just as they have said. What an interesting shop. Alchemist Master and Alchemist Master refining personally for you? Customers to prepare all materials? They sure are arrogant. However, this shop is pathetically small. Isn't this too obvious of a scam? The young girl with the ponytails was also attracted by the conversation of the two middle-aged men. She looked towards the shop and blinked her eyes speechlessly. Why would an alchemist master or a blacksmith master remain in a small shop like this? TSK. The owner is really brainless, the young girl with the ponytails continued and found this to be hilarious. The other girl looked inside the shop and was clearly hesitating. Sister Shui, let's go to Bailing Forge Workshop. They also have a famous blacksmith master. The young girl looked away from that shop, pointed to another weapon shop a short distance away and spoke. Huh? However, when she saw the other girl, she realized that the other girl was staring at the shop beside her and was in deep thought. Sister Shui, you can't be thinking that this small little shop really has a blacksmith master. The young girl with ponytails exclaimed. I know the blacksmith master from Bailing Forge Workshop. He's a lot weaker than Master Xuanhua. The other girl frowned and walked directly into the shop. Aya, Sister Shui, how can you even believe the notice outside this shop? The young girl with ponytails shouted but still followed behind. I'm just thinking of giving it a try. It wouldn't take up much time either. The other girl insisted and walked ahead. She was just hoping for a miracle. All right. If there isn't any blacksmith master in this shop, I'll report this shop and seal it up, the young girl with the ponytails exclaimed as she pouted and walked into the shop. Huh? Customer. Wang Xian was seated in the shop while manipulating small water clones in his hands when he saw the two girls walking in. He lifted his head and stood up. Does this shop have a blacksmith master? When the girls stepped into the shop, they looked around before their attention fell on Wang Xian. Yeah. Wang Xian looked at the girls and eventually at the short sword in the girl's hand. He was able to tell that the short sword wasn't ordinary from a single glance at the scabbard. Where's the blacksmith master? The young girl by the side asked Wang Xian immediately. What kind of weapons are you two interested in forging? Do you two have the materials? As long as you have sufficient materials, I'm 100% certain of successfully forging level 12 spiritual equipment and below. Wang Xian looked at the young girl with ponytails as he replied. TSK. What a reassuring tone, the young girl pouted. Where's the blacksmith master? No matter how I look at it, your shop just seems like a scam to me. Swish. The other girl pulled out the short sword from the scabbard. The short sword was as light as a feather and as white as snow. The entire blade was as thick as a piece of paper and seemingly transparent. However, the tip of the blade was chipped off. Level 11 spiritual weapon. The name of the sword is Bo Yu. Can you restore it? The other girl asked directly. Restore. Wang Xian raised an eyebrow and took Bo Yu from the other girl. Where are the materials? Wang Xian asked directly. Bingy metal. The other girl took out a piece of metal that was a little transparent. Bingy metal, level 12. What a waste of precious materials. Wang Xian mumbled softly when he saw the piece of metal in the girl's hand. Huh? What do you mean by wasting precious materials? When the young girl with ponytails heard Wang Xian, she questioned him right away. She had seen Wang Xian as a scammer all along, using level 12 materials to forge a level 11 weapon. That's obviously a waste of precious materials. Wang Xian spoke to the young girl with ponytails. Can you restore it? The other girl frowned and asked. The truth was she wasn't harboring high hopes on it. So what if we are using level 12 materials to forge a level 11 spiritual weapon? The young girl with ponytails retorted and was seemingly looking down on Wang Xian for not understanding. Yes. As for remuneration, Wang Xian nodded his head and observed the materials in the girl's hand. He was estimating the amount that would be left before assessing if he would require further remuneration. 2,000 spiritual stones. As long as you can restore it, I can give you 2,000 spiritual stones. Before Wang Xian answered, the girl interrupted. Huh? Wang Xian raised an eyebrow and said, All right. The remaining materials will belong to me. All right. The girl didn't hesitate for a moment as she stared fervently at Wang Xian. That's only if you can restore my Bo Yu. Get your spiritual stones ready and give me 10 minutes. Wang Xian took the bingy metal from the girl and went to the second floor right away. This. The young girl with ponytails looked at the back view of Wang Xian with doubts and mumbled. Is the alchemist master on the higher floors? Let's wait for 10 minutes, the other girl said to the young girl. I keep having the feeling that this shop is a little strange and weird. The young girl mumbled on. After which she looked around and continued, there aren't even chairs for customers to rest in. What kind of wretched shop is this? The other girl also frowned. However, she wasn't worried that this shop was up to something. No one dared to scam her. Piaoling Xue. Who would have thought that my first business would be so lucrative? 2,000 spiritual stones and the remaining materials. Wang Xian went to the second floor and his eyes were beaming with excitement. It would seem that opening this shop was the right decision after all. Looking at the Boyu sword in his hands, Wang Xian's lips curved into a smile. Art of water refining. Wang Xian waved his arm and sat on the floor. A pool of water energy surfaced before him as he threw Boyu sword on it. Ding! Would you like to use the origin source water to refine spiritual equipment? At this moment, the notification of the system popped up, making Wang Xian smirk. Refine. At that moment, scorching heat was emitted from his body. The origin source water was boiling at an incredible temperature. This was an application of water energy and was known as boiling water. Using the art of water refining to refine equipment was the equivalent of refining with boiling water. Water has a temperature limit, but the temperature will rise when oil is added. Everything melts in the form of water. The art of water refining has great demand for strength and energy. Wang Xian looked at the melting Boyu sword as he revealed a smile. The usual blacksmith master with art of water refining would require an immense amount of energy to melt Boyu sword slowly. This could probably take up to an hour or two. Even so, many water refining blacksmith masters required spiritual objects like a spiritual liquid ball to support the work. But not Wang Xian. His origin source of water and the system worked like plugins. Boyu sword is as light as a feather that slices with sharpness. However, there's a drawback to its hardness. If the hardness of the sword can be enhanced, this sword will become a level 12 spiritual sword. Wang Xian pondered to himself with a relaxed expression. Given his current strength, it was an easy job for him to refine a level 11 weapon using art of water refining. Dismantle. Melt. Combine. Wang Xian went according to the tip of the art of water refining and began the repair. Art of water refining had a significant disadvantage as it could only solidify melted metal once. That is to say, the performance of the metal might be reduced if it is repeatedly dissolved and refined. Based on this characteristic, the success rate of art of water refining was far lower than the art of inferno refining. However, this did not pose a problem to Wang Xian either. This was because the origin source water was able to keep the metal properties despite repeatedly dissolving it. Just like how he'd done while refining the elixir pills, the origin source flame could ensure that the effectiveness of the pills remained. Wang Xian did not know if this was because of the system or the origin source water. In any case, it was sick. Done. Within 5 minutes, the Boyu sword was completely fixed. Wang Xian exhibited a smile and looked at the remaining materials. The remaining material was of a palm size and weighed about 1 kilogram or so. Obviously, it was not enough to refine another short sword. Since that girl is rich, why don't I? Radiance flickered in Wang Xian's eyes as he smiled while looking at the remaining material. I can make some thin weapons like hidden weapons. That would make this a real Boyu sword. Wang Xian looked at the hilt. The hilt was not made of bingy metal but larderite stones that were level 11 material, and it was smaller than the average hilts. Wang Xian looked at the hilt and drew his lips slightly. Immediately, he dug out 6 layers on the hilt with art of water refining. Every layer was so thin that it could only fit a piece of paper. Wang Xian took out the remaining bingy metal and began to forge Boyu swords. However, the 6 Boyu swords did not have any hilts and were over 10 times smaller than the girl's Boyu sword. Each one of them was only the size of 2 fingers, yet the sharpness and grade were not any lower than the original Boyu. Soon, the 6 mini, hiltless Boyu swords appeared in the hands of Wang Xian. Next, I'll make it a set and the mini Boyu swords can return to the sword when triggered. In the records of art of water refining, not only did a suit have a low-grade connection of energy like the devil wings and devil shadow masks made by Wang Xian, but also a spiritual connection. Spirituality could be understood as the magnetic field in modern terms. This is the principle of magnetic attraction. Art of water refining called it the spiritual complement, which was more troublesome. It looks like it will take another 10 minutes. Wang Xian pondered, but he was not bothered by it as he continued with his craft. 10 minutes is up. Why isn't that guy coming down? At this time, the young girl looked at the timer on her wrist and remarked impatiently downstairs. The girl furrowed her brows slightly. It's been 10 minutes already. Obviously, he can't fix Boyu. If he can't fix it, why did he say 10 minutes? Is he playing games with us? The more I see this shop, the more I feel it's unreliable. The young girl scanned around and noticed that there were no valuable items around. Suspiciously, she speculated, Sister Shui, do you think this shop is a scam? Even though your Boyu is damaged, its value is still quite high. The girl's eyebrows locked even more tightly upon hearing the young girl's comments. With a flash of blue radiance, she immediately went upstairs to check it out. He's still here, said the girl with relief. This is odd. Why would a master stay in such a rundown shop? The young girl pouted as she complained. Her. However, what the young girl had just said stunned her. Slowly, her expression darkened. She immediately went upstairs again with flickering blue radiance on her body. There was only one person around. She was certain about it. Be it the second or the third story, there was only one young man around. The expression on the girl's face gradually turned awful. What's wrong, Sister Shui? Sensing something wrong with her, the young girl quickly asked her this. There's only a young man in the entire shop and no one else, the girl replied with a sullen face. Her? What do you mean? The girl was confused, but subsequently she jumped. Sister Shui, are you saying that there's only a lad over here and no other masters around? Yes, I don't sense the presence of other people. Unless... The girl darkened her expression with flickering radiance in her eyes. Unless he's the blacksmith master. He's a blacksmith master? How is this possible? How old is he? All the masters have to be deeply involved in the field of blacksmith and alchemy for decades and centuries. Even the most talented alchemy master, O Zimming, could only forge level 10 spiritual weapons at the age of 40. The young girl spoke at the top of her lungs. Alchemy and blacksmith were not easy subjects to master. It was way more complicated than cultivation. As the most skilled sect among the 3 immortal sects, the most outstanding blacksmith of Yongchang Immortal sect could only forge level 10 spiritual weapons at age 40. Even so, he was known to be the future blacksmith master, the blacksmith genius of Yongchang Immortal sect of the last 1,000 years. It was possible for him to reach the realm of a grand master too. But how old was that lad? He might just be over his 20s. This is an unscrupulous shop. It must be. The young girl was furious. On her little face, her long lashes were fluttering in anger. Clang. She drew out an exquisite belt sword immediately. Sister Shui, let's go. We'll go up and teach this unscrupulous owner a lesson. How dare he cheat us? Doesn't he know our names in Yongchang City? The girl showed some hesitation before she nodded her head slowly. Boyu sword was a sword she had been carrying around since she started her cultivation. It was extremely important to her. She did not think that the lad in the shop who was in his 20s could be a blacksmith master. Scammer up there, you better get down here right away. The young girl with ponytails held her belt sword and resembled a furious kitten. While walking up furiously, she shouted, Huh? Wang Xian retrieved the last Boyu sword from it and revealed a satisfied expression. In the end, he heard the shouts of the young girl with ponytails right away. Wang Xian raised an eyebrow. There's nothing up here in this wretched place. Where's the blacksmith master? At this moment, the young girl with ponytails appeared on the second floor. She walked into the room where Wang Xian was while observing the surroundings. Other than 2 tables and 2 benches, there was nothing else on the second floor. Hey, scammer. What tricks are you up to? The young girl with ponytails held her sword at Wang Xian as she demanded, Where's Sister Shui's Boyu sword? Behind the young girl with ponytails, the other girl was clearly unhappy when she saw the short sword in Wang Xian's hands was still kept within the scabbard. You are here at the right time. It's done. Wang Xian wasn't bothered by the young girl's fury as he threw the Boyu sword to the other girl. It's done. The other girl was doubtful as she caught her short sword. Swish! A crisp sound reverberated as the short sword was drawn from the scabbard. Huh? Huh? 2 exclamations broke out as the girls looked at the Boyu sword. Swish! As she swung her arms around lightly, snowflake-like miniature Boyu swords appeared on the main Boyu sword. It's restored. Oh my god! It's really restored! The other girl beamed with excitement as she moved her hands over the previously broken spot with disbelief. Sister Shui, is it really fixed? The young girl with ponytails by the side was astonished as she stared blankly at the Boyu sword in the other girl's hands. It's indeed Boyu sword. Moreover, there's no difference from the one I'd been using previously. The other girl was agitated. She moved her palm slightly and controlled Boyu sword to rotate it above her palm. Snowflake-like miniature Boyu swords appeared, making it extremely captivating. Something isn't right with the sword hilt. At this moment, the other girl felt something amiss with her Boyu sword. She grabbed onto the hilt of the sword right away as she examined the hilt immediately. Doubt flashed in her eyes. Did he do something to it? As I said, he's definitely up to something. This is a scam. A scam. The young girl with ponytails rumbled on instantly and stared harshly at Wang Xian. Boyu sword has indeed been restored. Wang Xian faced the young girl with ponytails and continued. As for the sword hilt, there are 6 layers in it which I can restore anytime you wish. I was wondering if this lady here is interested in purchasing some weapons. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the other girl. Boyu sword has indeed been restored. As for the sword hilt, it's not a huge matter. It's just... The other girl lifted her head and looked at Wang Xian with shock and doubt. What are you trying to sell me? Give me the sword. Wang Xian extended his hands towards the girl as he spoke. The girl didn't hesitate at all and handed Boyu sword to Wang Xian. Wang Xian shifted his palm and the 6 miniature Boyu swords, roughly the size of 2 fingers, shot into the sword's hilt. He held Boyu sword in his hand before swinging it. Wang! The Boyu sword was triggered and 6 miniature Boyu swords shot ahead. The next moment, they rotated and returned to the Boyu sword. The entire process lasted for only seconds. Wang Xian held the Boyu sword upright and manipulated the 6 miniature Boyu swords to circle around the main sword. I have used the remaining materials to forge 6 level 11 miniature Boyu swords. These miniature Boyu swords can form a set with the main sword. In battle, you could have more variations in attacks. Wang Xian explained. The next moment, he flicked the 6 miniature Boyu swords away. Wang! Just as the miniature Boyu swords fell on the ground, the main Boyu sword dazzled in blue light. The next moment, the 6 miniature swords returned to the main sword. I wonder if this lady is interested in purchasing these 6 miniature swords? Wang Xian looked at the girl and spoke with a smile. At this moment, the girl was dumbfounded. Her eyes were fixed on the miniature swords circling around the main Boyu sword. Astonishment was written all over her face. You! She was incoherent. She knew clearly after using the Boyu sword for over 20 years. Now that there were 6 additional miniature Boyu swords, just the attacking aspect would be several times stronger. Moreover, these 6 miniature swords were all level 11 spiritual equipment. Level 11 spiritual equipment. Although weapons used for sneak attacks were relatively cheaper, that was only a relative concept. Level 11 spiritual equipment was still level 11 spiritual equipment. The most crucial point was Wang Xian had made the 6 miniature Boyu swords to be a set with the main Boyu sword. Naturally, she knew how incredibly strong set weapons were. An entire set of weapons could greatly enhance one's strength. Although the 6 miniature swords were different from the typical armor-type equipment, they could still greatly enhance her attacking potency. These were all created by you? When the girl spoke, she immediately realized how dumb her question was. There was no one else other than him in the entire shop. Just a while ago, they were still doubting if this was all just a scam. This young man is a blacksmith master. Moreover, he's a great blacksmith master. Astonishment flashed across the eyes of the girl. She had seen many geniuses and supreme talents in Yongchang world. In fact, she was widely regarded as one of them. Yet, she was still deeply shocked to see such a young blacksmith master. How long had it been? Just over 10 minutes? In this period, he had restored her spiritual sword. This was something that the famous master Xuanhua couldn't even restore. What was the most insane was that he had even forged 6 other miniature swords to make them into a set. This incredible refining technique was comparable to the work of God. What do you think? Upon hearing that girl, Wang Xian smiled and responded. What? You. You really are a blacksmith master. The young girl with ponytails widened her eyes as she stared with disbelief at Wang Xian. A young man like him is a blacksmith master? This isn't a scam? Instead, this was a shop opened by an insanely incredible blacksmith master? Would this lady like to purchase these 6 miniature swords? Sensing the fervent looks on the girl, Wang Xian asked once again with a smile. Yes. Quote me a price. Just as he finished his question, the girl answered resolutely. The value of a set of weapons isn't comparable to ordinary spiritual equipment after all. However, you are my first customer. I'll charge you the market rate for each miniature sword. Wang Xian replied to the girl directly. Market price? All right. The girl nodded her head without a moment of hesitation. Purchasing these swords at the market price was definitely a great deal. Level 11 equipment used for ambushing is roughly 5,000 spiritual stones each. Since there are 6, it will be 30,000 spiritual stones. As Wang Xian spoke, excitement beamed in his eyes. 30,000 spiritual stones for just any business that dropped by. If the shop had such good businesses in the future, he could earn even more spiritual stones. Perhaps 100,000 a day? In that way, upgrading the Dragon Palace would be a piece of cake, not to mention enhancing his own strength. A tinge of excitement flashed in Wang Xian's eyes as he stared at the girl in front of him with a beaming face. 30,000 spiritual stones? The girl paused as 30,000 was a hefty amount. However, she was determined to get the 6 miniature Boyu swords. What is it? Can't you afford it? Wang Xian frowned slightly and asked her. This is way too expensive. 30,000 spiritual stones? Who could take them out in one shot? Besides, the material you used for making these miniature swords were from Sister Shui. You're way too cunning. At most, we'll offer 10,000 spiritual stones. Upon hearing the price that Wang Xian quoted, the young girl immediately resented him. Taking out 30,000 spiritual stones in one shot was really difficult for them. After all, they were consumables which most people used to buy weapons and elixir pills for enhancing their strength. There's another way. You can use materials that are equivalent in value to exchange for it. Regardless of whether they're refining materials or spiritual grass, they are fine. Wang Xian proposed this to them. Exchanging it with materials would be better. Compared to giving him the spiritual stones, Wang Xian was more inclined to receive materials. Give me some preparation time, said the girl as she nodded slightly toward Wang Xian. Sure. Wang Xian nodded. With a swing, he took the 6 miniatures Boyu swords back and stretched out his arm. Pay me the spiritual stones for the restoration of the Boyu sword first. The girl was slightly taken aback while the other young girl was staring at Wang Xian with a startled look. Phew! The girl took a deep breath as she handed Wang Xian the spiritual stones which she had been prepared for. She looked at him and said, I'm Piao Lingxue. You can be assured that I won't owe you any money. I'm running a small business. No credit allowed, said Wang Xian with a smile. As Wang Xian received the spiritual stones, he was surprised to hear her name. Piao Lingxue, the number 2 on the Young Supreme Talents ranking of Dahong Immortal Sect. Her strength had reached the budding realm. Yet, this lady looked to be at most 30 years old. She looked like one favored by the gods. Hey, you, Sister Shui already said she won't owe you any spiritual stones. She means it. What's wrong with you? The young girl pointed at Wang Xian with discontent and said, Isn't the name of my sister worth 30,000 spiritual stones? Wang Xian chuckled. My business is not good, so I don't take credit. How can the business of a blacksmith master be bad? Piao Lingxue commented with indignation. She, Piao Lingxue, was one of the top-notch talented girls in Yongchang world. In other places, the name Piao Lingxue could be worth over 10,000 spiritual stones or even more than that if she ever wanted to take on credit. Yet, this young man totally disregarded it. It's bad. You guys can see it with your own eyes. As such, come and collect your 6 miniature swords whenever you have the spiritual stones. Wang Xian shook his head at her. Then, the young girl rolled her eyes and said, If we refer some business to you, can we get a discount on the spiritual stones? Oh? Refer some business? Wang Xian was taken by surprise. He immediately replied, "Sure, if the business value is relatively high, I can give you a discount of thousands or up to 10,000 spiritual stones." "Great. I have your word on it." The young girl squinted her eyes, revealing a lovely dimple. She tugged Piao Lingxue by the arm. "Don't you eavesdrop. We'll go down now." The young girl pointed at Wang Xian and grabbed Piao Lingxue's arm. She whispered, "Sister Shui, we can refer disciples in our mountain sect to him since this cheapskate fellow is a blacksmith master. It's not easy to find one. Besides, this silly fellow doesn't have any business. If we bring out his reputation, the girls in the sects will readily agree to it. They are probably wishing for this." Upon hearing how the young girl addressed Wang Xian, Piao Lingxue smiled with flickering radiance in her eyes. Indeed, average disciples are not qualified to get a blacksmith master to forge their spiritual weapons. There was a cunning look in Piao Lingxue's eyes. She did not know why this blacksmith master was in such a miserable state, but this was beneficial to her. "Master," Piao Lingxue called out to the second floor as she craned her head. "What is it?" Wang Xian walked down from the second floor and looked at them. "I'll go back to gather the spiritual stones and refer you some customers." "What is your closing time?" asked Piao Lingxue to Wang Xian. "I'll always be here," said Wang Xian to the two girls. "Great, we'll be right back." Piao Lingxue nodded as she headed outside with the young girl. "Refer me more customers for refining elixir pills too. I'll give you more of a discount." Wang Xian's voice came from behind. Piao Lingxue paused for a while with a cold face. To think that she was the most talented girl of MT Shui Immortal sect. Now she became someone who needed to rely on such a method for some spiritual stones discount? Her face was blushing slightly as she felt embarrassed. "You said it. Wait for us." The young girl, on the other hand, was very excited. "Sister Shui, let's gather all the disciples who need to forge their weapons and refine elixir pills. And then, Hayak, let's just take the 6 miniature swords for free." The young girl clenched her fists with an excited look. She spoke with a resolution. "I want this cheapskate fellow to vomit blood. Customers for elixir pills? Don't tell me this guy knows alchemy too? Could he be an alchemist master?" No, that couldn't be possible. After Piao Lingxue calmed down, she recalled what Wang Xian had said. Unlike the young girl, she was not silly or naive. However, it was hard for her to believe that he was a master of alchemy too. To become a blacksmith master for a guy in his 20s was already sick enough. How could he be an alchemy master too? Forget it, we'll find out in due time. Piao Lingxue's eyes gleamed as she looked at her boyu in her hand. She was in a chirpy mood as she headed to MT Shui with the young girl on their swords. MT Shui, the mountain sect in second placing among Dahong Immortal sect, was a unique sect as all their disciples were female. MT Shui never took in male disciples. As the number 2 mountain sect among Dahong Immortal sects, the disciples were incomparable with those from MT Fengyu. There were over 200 female disciples. No one dared to provoke any girls from MT Shui in the entire Dahong Immortal sects or even in the Yongchang world. Not only because the leader, Piao Lingxue, was strong, but also because they had many admirers. MT Shui was 4 or 5 times larger than MT Fengyu. In the evening, the entire MT Shui was unusually lively. Disciples of other mountain sects such as Immortal Slaying Sect and Yongchang Immortal Sect were all present. The entire MT Shui was the liveliest place in Dahong Immortal Sect. Countless female disciples were cultivating and practicing on the training field. There were also disciples from other mountain sections. Some of them were even graciously guiding the female disciples. MT Shui was able to rank second among mountain sects because they had the true strength to support their ranking instead of relying on the privileges of female disciples. One could easily tell from the strength of Piao Lingxue. Wanbai informed Bailing, Bebe, and the rest. Ask them to gather those disciples who were interested. I'll be bringing all my spiritual stones here first. When the two girls arrived at MT Shui, Piao Lingxue spoke to the young girl, Wanbai. All right, Sister Shui. I'll look for Sister Bailing and Sister Bebe while you go get your spiritual stones. Wanbai smiled and nodded her head. The next instant, she took off on her sword towards the peak of MT Shui before shouting down. Hey sisters, did anyone see Sister Bailing and Sister Bebe? Junior sister Wanbai. Junior sister Wanbai. When the crowd heard Wanbai's voice, they lifted their heads with smiles. Several young men from other sects also greeted her with smiles. Mu Wanbai was from the Mu family. Other than the immortals in Yangchang world, her family was ranked in the top 5. Moreover, the dorky Mu Wanbai was really adorable. Senior sister Bailing and senior sister Bebe are at that mountain peak. Some really handsome guys from Yongchang Immortal sect are here looking for them, a female disciple shouted in response to Mu Wanbai. There are dogs trying to woo them? Mu Wanbai mumbled to herself before she left on her sword. Dogs? Upon hearing Mu Wanbai, the disciples from various mountain sects could feel the edges of their mouths twitching uncontrollably. Sister Bailing, Sister Bebe. Mu Wanbai flew to the other mountain peak. She saw 7 to 8 sisters from the mountain sect and 3 young men wearing outfits from Yongchang Immortal sect. Wanbai. When the group saw Mu Wanbai, they smiled and asked, "Where's great senior sister?" She went to get some stuff from her room and she will be here right away. Mu Wanbai descended on the peak and stole a few glances at the disciples from Yongchang Immortal sect while speaking. Sister Bailing, Sister Bebe. Come. Follow Sister Shui and I to Yongchang City in a while. That? Sister Bei, aren't you thinking of refining spiritual equipment? Get the materials required ready. What's the matter, Wanbai? The girl who was addressed as Bebe looked at Mu Wanbai curiously. It's a grave matter. Where should I start? Mu Wanbai tilted her head and said, Sister Shui and I will be bringing you to a cheapskate master. Let's see if any other senior or junior sisters require refining of elixir pills or equipment. Master? What master? Several female disciples around Bebe were taken aback. Even those young disciples from Yongchang Immortal sect were curious. A blacksmith master. If we introduce business to him, he will reduce the fees for Sister Shui to purchase her spiritual swords. Mu Wanbai said. Blacksmith master? Introduce business? The crowd was taken aback. Blacksmith master? Introduce business? That felt a little strange. Would a blacksmith master require others to introduce business to him? Yep. Mu Wanbai nodded her head and continued. He's a cheapskate blacksmith master. Sister Shui will be here soon. Get all the other senior sisters and junior sisters. Gather all those who want to refine equipment and elixir pills over. Junior sister Mu Wanbai, are you sure he's a blacksmith master? The reason why we are here today is because we have convinced senior brother Oziming. He has agreed to help refine spiritual equipment for disciples of MT Shui. As for refining elixir pills, you can leave it to senior brother Yifeng. At this moment, several young men from Yongchang Immortal sect frowned and explained to Mu Wanbai. Wanbai, senior brother Yifeng has agreed to refine elixir pills for the disciples of our MT Shui. This is a valuable opportunity. Bailing pulled Mu Wanbai aside, looked at one of the young men and spoke to her. Huh? Senior brother Yifeng? Senior brother Oziming? Mu Wanbai was taken aback as she looked at the prideful group of young men. The young man lifted his head slightly. He was wearing exquisite red armor which emitted dense fire energy. Despite facing everyone, he still looked as proud as a peacock. Senior brother Yifeng, Mu Wanbai exclaimed. Yifeng was a descendant of an immortal in Yongchang Immortal sect. Although he was the 10th generation, he was still a descendant of an immortal. At the same time, Yifeng was known for his incredible alchemy skills. He could refine level 5 elixir pills. His reputation could even match Oziming. And he was only in his 30s. Yeah. Yifeng nodded his head plainly at Mu Wanbai, still looking as prideful as ever. Sister Bailing. Senior brother Yifeng has just been able to refine level 5 elixir pills. Level 5 elixir pills are only effective for inborn level disciples. For Dan Realm disciples, only level 6 elixir pills would be useful. Mu Wanbai said to the 2 tall girls by her side. Senior brother Yifeng will be able to borrow the Wan Pill Cauldron from his family for the next month. His success rate for level 5 elixir pills will be 40%. Moreover, he has a certain chance of successfully refining level 6 elixir pills with the effects of the Wan Pill Cauldron, a young man from Yongchang Immortal sect added with a smile. Wan Pill Cauldron. Mu Wanbai gasped. That was a level 13 alchemy furnace used by immortals. When used for refining elixir pills, the success rate would be greatly enhanced. However, Mu Wanbai turned around and said, Sister Bei, Sister Bailing, that guy in Yongchang City is really incredible. Sister Shue's Boyu was restored by him. Moreover, he used the remaining materials to forge 6 level 11 hidden weapon-type spiritual weapons. Sister Shue couldn't afford them. However, that guy said he could reduce the price a little if Sister Shue introduces customers to him. That guy restored Great Senior Sister's Boyu sword? Upon hearing her, Bei and Bailing were astonished. They also knew Great Senior Sister's Boyu sword was chipped. It was exceptionally difficult to restore. They were shocked that the guy was able to restore it and curious about the identity of that guy. Yeah, he's an extreme cheapskate. Mu Wanbai nodded her head and continued, however, that guy is really incredible. He is a blacksmith master despite being just in his 20s. A blacksmith master in his 20s? That's not possible. Before Mu Wanbai could finish her words, Senior Brother Yi Feng interrupted with a definitive tone. Yeah, it's impossible to become a blacksmith master in one's 20s. How can there be such a young blacksmith master? Our senior brother O Ziming is already regarded as a 1 in 1,000 years blacksmith genius for being able to refine inborn spiritual equipment. How can there be a blacksmith master in his 20s? It wasn't just the few disciples from Yongchang Immortal sect who snorted. Even Bei, Bailing, and other female disciples of MT Shui couldn't believe it as they shook their heads. Although I don't believe he's a blacksmith master either, the truth is the truth. Sister Shue's Boyu sword was indeed restored by him. Seeing that the group didn't believe her, Mu Wanbai pouted and added this remark. Are you sure? A blacksmith master in his 20s? Putting aside Yongchang world, there's not a single person who became a blacksmith master at this age. Senior Brother Yi Feng snorted with indignance. One could only be called a master if they topped the world in any domain. The female disciples of MT Shui would not believe that someone in his 20s had become a blacksmith master, let alone those few Yongchang youths. I'm saying the truth. Sister Shue's Boyu was fixed there. If you don't believe me, you can ask her when she gets here. Mu Wanbai argued in fury as some did not believe her. It's not that we don't believe you, but who would ever believe a blacksmith master of such a young age? Bei Ling and Bei said as they quickly tugged Mu Wanbai's arm. Humph. You will know it when you're there. I didn't believe that lad is a blacksmith master either, but it is true. Feeling bitter, Mu Wanbai did not bother to explain anymore. All right? Bei soon gave a smile. She nodded and said, we'll get our sisters to prepare the materials for equipment refining. But why do we have to bring along the spiritual grass for refining elixir pills? The shop is called Master of Alchemy and Blacksmith. He said that the more customers he has to refine elixir pills, the more the spiritual stones will be discounted. Mu Wanbai replied. Master of Alchemy and Blacksmith? That shop has a master who can refine elixir pills too. Yi Feng said with a look of irony in his eyes. Great Senior Sister is here. At this time, a female disciple called out. Instantly, everyone looked ahead after being stunned briefly. You can ask Sister Shui anything you want to know, said Mu Wanbai as she pouted her lips with her gaze brushing over Yi Feng. Piaoling Xue. Yi Feng and several Yongtsang youths looked in the direction where the lady was coming from with solemn expressions. She was wearing clothes that were as white as snow. Her long hair spread behind her and she had a cold expression on her face. She truly looked like a fairy. In fact, to be called a fairy was still an understatement. Being an expert of the budding realm in her 30s, almost no other femme was comparable to her in the entire Yongchang world. Even Yi Feng had to put his arrogance away upon seeing Piaoling Xue. She was a true blue expert after all, an expert who had the potential to become an immortal. Great Senior Sister. Senior Piaoling Xue. All MT Shui disciples immediately greeted Piaoling Xue with cupped fists. The youths of the Yongchang Immortal sect cupped their fists as well. Piaoling Xue responded with a nod. Wanbai. I suppose you have told everyone about it? Great Senior Sister. Is that blacksmith master really in his 20s? Bei Ling could not hold herself back from asking Piaoling Xue. Indeed, it is quite unimaginable. Piao Lingxue nodded with her arms slightly shaken. Her boyu sword unsheathed itself and was suspended before her eyes. He fixed my spiritual sword and used the Bing-E metal to construct 6 subsidiary swords. I must get my hands on those swords. So it's true. Astonishment could be seen on the faces of every disciple, including Bei Ling and Bei Bei. If this came from the great senior sister herself, it should be true then. Sister Bei Ling, Sister Bei Bei, why would I lie to you? Mu Wanbei said in a snorting manner. There's really a master in his 20s? Yifeng frowned and asked with doubts. You'll see for yourself when you get there. Piao Lingxue did not explain further and said, It is a fortune for all disciples of MT Shui to have a blacksmith master to refine our weapons. Please check and see if any other disciple would like to go. One more thing, Piao Lingxue said with a frown. Please ask around if there is any disciple who needs to refine their elixir pills, and get them to prepare all necessary materials. Yes, great senior sister, we shall go and ask around now. Bei Ling, Bei Bei, and the other female disciples nodded and headed off. At MT Shui, the position of a great senior sister was comparable to a mentor. The abilities of the two were almost on par with each other. While some female disciples went around alerting the others, the Yongchang youths were slightly embarrassed. In particular, Yi Feng, who held a gloomy look on his face. Their aim was to befriend MT Shui. It took them great effort to persuade Senior O Ziming, and on top of that, Yi Feng had a crush on Bei Ling. However, little did they expect that a so-called master would be revealed. Senior Yi Feng, what should we do? We shall tag along and meet this master. Yifeng answered with no hesitation after one of the youths of the Yongchang Immortal sect posed a question. Even if such a blacksmith master does exist, I am not convinced that he's an alchemist. He raised his head slightly, showing intense self-confidence on his face. I, Yifeng, fear no one. Not a single alchemy master in the entire Yongchang is unknown to me. That's right. There's no one in the entire Yongchang world able to compare themselves to our senior when it comes to alchemy, said several Youthchang youths with smiles on their faces. Great senior sister. All sisters are ready. They became excited upon hearing about the existence of a master of alchemy and blacksmithing. Bei Ling and Bei Bei spoke with smiles on their faces. Within 20 minutes, they had reported back to Piao Lingxue. Initially, the disciples of MT Shui were already delighted to spend time with those youths from Yongchang. But it did not cross their minds that the great senior sister would be taking them on a trip to meet a master. An ordinary disciple would have to pay a huge price to refine spiritual equipment from a master. These female disciples were not qualified to do such a thing. All right, let's go. Upon seeing a group of 50 to 60 female disciples with materials in their hands, Piao Lingxue smiled and rode on her sword. She flew towards the direction of the Yongchang city. The other disciples followed behind her. However, it was not just those 60 people who followed behind, but rather around 80 people. Amongst them were other MT Shui disciples who were just curious and youths of other sects who just wished to tag along. It was already nightfall when Piao Lingxue left Wang Xian's shop. Adding up all the traveling time and delays, it was already approximately 7 p.m. With the sky turned dark, it did not attract much attention as the disciples flew towards Yongchang City. It took them just 20 minutes to reach the vicinity of the city. Senior Piao Lingxue, where's that master's shop? I really want to see what a master in his 20s looks like. Yifeng asked Piao Lingxue, his eyes shining as everyone landed in the city. That's right, where is the master? We heard that he's a super young master. The group of disciples chatted with fervor, which added glow to the streets. Let's move. Piao Lingxue led them to Wang Xian's shop. When they reached the shop, they saw Wang Xian sitting inside. Piao Lingxue responded impassively, This is the one. What? Great senior sister, you mean, this small shop is the one? Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. All the female disciples from MT Shui were stunned. Those few other young disciples from Yongchang Immortal sect were equally shocked as they stared at the shop before them in astonishment. A small shop. Moreover, it was among the smallest shops in the vicinity. Within the shop, the walls were empty without any dazzling spiritual equipment. There wasn't any aroma of elixir pills either. The entire shop was at most 20 to 30 square meters. This is the shop of a master. A master would stay in a shop like this? The group was completely dumbfounded. Senior sister Piaolingxue, are you sure this is the shop of that master? Would a master stay in a shop like this? A young disciple from Yongchang Immortal sect found this hilarious and commented. Behind them, the group of disciples from MT Shui looked at the small shop, baffled. There seems to be a young man in it. Could it be that the young man is the blacksmith master? Why do I find this to be unbelievable? Take a look at the signboard on the doors of the shop. Alchemist Master and Blacksmith Master. How reassuring. The group broke into discussions after seeing the small shop. This is obviously a front for scams. Girls, don't be scammed by them. A middle-aged man passing by reminded them out of goodwill after seeing the group of beautiful girls and hearing their conversation. When the group heard the middle-aged man, they nodded their heads instinctively. The shop is obviously a front for scams. Let's go in. Piaolingxue took a deep breath. Seeing the small shop once again, she found herself to be a little ridiculous too. Why did I even decide to go in previously? However, she was lucky to have gone in. Otherwise, she would have missed out on a great blacksmith master. Let's go. Seeing their grand senior sister walking in without further explanation, the group of disciples from MT Shui entered out of curiosity despite feeling a little weird. I would like to see what kind of master would be in a shop like this. When Yifeng saw the entire small shop, the edge of his mouth inclined upwards as he walked in. It's a shame that the shop was a little too small. After a dozen-odd people had gone in, it became a little crowded. This caused the group of disciples from MT Shui to feel a little speechless. Every single shop nearing the center of Yongchang City was huge. For large elixir pill shops and weapon shops, customers wouldn't feel squeezed even if there were 100 customers in them. At this moment, Wang Xian saw the group stepping into his shop. Seeing Piaolingxue and that little brat at the front of the pack, his eyes beamed with excitement. You girls are back. Wang Xian stood up with a smile. He looked around and commented, It seems like Ms. Piao has brought me quite a number of customers. Wang Xian smiled radiantly. From this group of people, he could pick up the smell of metal and spiritual medicine. You are the blacksmith master? Yifeng squinted his eyes, scrutinized Wang Xian from head to bottom and asked plainly, You are interested in refining equipment? Wang Xian looked at Yifeng and asked directly, Refine equipment? Yifeng shook his head and answered plainly, I saw your signboard saying that there is a blacksmith master and alchemist master. I would like to meet both masters. Oh, the shop is small. If you wish to see them, perhaps you can come again when you are here to refine equipment or elixir pills. If you aren't, please get out and let the real customers in. Seeing Yifeng putting up a haughty front, Wang Xian remarked emotionlessly, You! Yifeng was stunned and his face became flushed from embarrassment instantly. These are the customers we have brought you. What do you think? Can you lower the price you charge for refining equipment a little? Upon seeing Wang Xian embarrassing Yifeng, Piaolingxue interrupted and stopped their conversation. She knew that Wang Xian would only give her back her swords after she paid up despite her telling him her name. The temper of the master was undoubtedly bad. What's the price St. Forge Workshop is charging for level 10 spiritual equipment and a level 5 elixir pill? Wang Xian asked the group directly. 2 sets of materials for the equipment with 100 spiritual stones for workmanship. As for pills, it would be 3 sets of materials for 3 elixir pills. These are the prices of St. Forge Workshop. All the other Forge Workshops and elixir pill shops in the entire Yongchang City also charge around these prices. Although you are a master, I hope you won't charge prices that deviate greatly from these prices. Piaolingxue said to Wang Xian. For the refining of spiritual equipment, I'm not charging for workmanship. As for elixir pills, I'll give you guys 4 pills. Wang Xian replied directly. What? You are not charging for workmanship? Piaolingxue was taken aback and astonished. Yeah. Pass me the materials and tell me what kind of weapon you would like. Wang Xian said to the group behind Piaolingxue. Not charging for workmanship? Are there really such great deals in this world? Really? Behind Piaolingxue, the group of female disciples from MT Shui was shocked to hear Wang Xian. Their eyes widened in shock and were fixed on Wang Xian. They were hesitant. The lower price had instead given them the feeling that this shop wouldn't be reliable. Bei Ling, pass him your materials. Seeing the disciples behind her hesitating, Piao Lingxue spoke to Bei Ling, who was standing beside her. All right, great senior sister. When Bei Ling heard Piao Lingxue, she handed the materials for forging the spiritual equipment to Wang Xian. Level 11 crystal metal. I would like to forge a level 11 spiritual sword. Bei Ling handed the metal to Wang Xian but was still a little doubtful of him. What's the length, thickness, weight, and special requirements, if any? Wang Xian took the materials. The 2 sets of materials were each the size of a human head. It was definitely more than 2 sets of materials. I can even have it custom-made? Bei Ling was taken aback and looked at Wang Xian in shock. Custom-made weapons? If a blacksmith master was to custom-make a weapon for a customer, the price would be hefty. This could be considered as specially crafted and would be a lot more troublesome for the blacksmith master. The fees for custom-made weapons by a blacksmith master would definitely not be lower than 1,000 spiritual stones. It isn't much more troublesome. Tell me all your requirements. Wang Xian said plainly to Bei Ling. All right, thank you. Bei Ling nodded her head, following which she told Wang Xian the most appropriate length, breadth, and weight for her sword. Wait here for 10 minutes. Wang Xian nodded his head as he headed for the second story with the materials. Grand Senior Sister, is he really a blacksmith master? 10 minutes? 10 minutes to forge level 11 spiritual equipment. When Bei Ling heard Wang Xian, she was once again shocked as she asked Piao Lingxue blankly. Yeah, Grand Senior Sister, how could he possibly finish a piece of spiritual equipment in 10 minutes? Moreover, we are talking about level 11 spiritual equipment. Which blacksmith master wouldn't take 1 to 2 days? The surrounding disciples turned to their great senior sisters and clearly couldn't believe Wang Xian. You will know in 10 minutes. If she had not witnessed him using just 10 minutes to restore her Boyu sword and forge 6 other miniature Boyu swords, she wouldn't have believed either. 10 minutes. It's impossible to forge level 11 spiritual equipment in 10 minutes. Putting aside blacksmith master, even a blacksmith grand master wouldn't be capable of that. If he really forges level 11 spiritual equipment in 10 minutes, I will eat the spiritual equipment. Yifeng heard Wang Xian. With his understanding of refining equipment, he snorted and remarked right away. That's right. Even senior brother O Ziming requires a day to forge an inborn spiritual weapon. Even if he relied on a level 12 forging table, he would still require several hours. How could he possibly forge level 11 spiritual equipment in 10 minutes? Senior Sister Piao Lingxue. Is this a scam? Another disciple beside Yifeng also commented with indignance. The crowd of female disciples from Mt Shui were utterly bewildered upon hearing the words from the 2 disciples of Yongchang Immortal sect. In fact, they would have just lashed out saying that this was an errant shop had it not been for their great senior sister. But even then, the disciples began to talk amongst themselves, with some even wanting out. Just give it another 10 minutes, and you'll see, Piao Lingxue chided, which shushed the crowd of Mt Shui disciples immediately. After all, Piao Lingxue remained a highly prestigious figure back at Mt Shui. I wonder if he'll actually chomp the sword down. Should we really refine a piece of spiritual equipment by waiting for just another 10 minutes? Mu Wanbai uttered in a hushed tone. She had lost all good impressions of the senior brother Yifeng during their interaction within an hour. Junior sister Wanbai. Let's put it this way. Even if he's a deity, it's impossible for him to refine and come up with spiritual equipment of level 11 in 10 minutes. With a cold laugh, Yifeng sneered at Mu Wanbai with certainty after hearing her comments. Then we shall wait and see, Mu Wanbai rebuked as she eyed Yifeng. I'm more interested in this so-called blacksmith master, and what tricks he has up his sleeve, Yifeng replied. He was somewhat convinced by Piao Lingxue by the latter's mention of the presence of a blacksmith master where they were right now. But he was now in complete disbelief after seeing the humble shop for himself, along with the young man inside. All the more so as the young man boasted of being able to refine level 11 spiritual equipment in 10 minutes. With arms akimbo, Yifeng stood watching nonchalantly. The atmosphere was somewhat tense right then as silence filled the crowd. 10 minutes was an extremely short period to speak of. Meanwhile, Wang Xian was located on the second floor as he looked at the remaining metal with pleasant surprise. These metals are enough to construct a long sword along with another dagger. Such a bonus! Wang Xian chirped excitedly. A piece of level 11 spiritual equipment could fetch up to 15,000 spiritual stones, given the market rates. Meaning to say, upon completion of this sword, he would then have gained 20,000 spiritual stones, which would allow him to purchase a level 6 elixir pill. A level 6 elixir pill could help Wang Xian gain more than 100,000 dragon energy. These were but the benefits from a mere business deal. Upon ascension to level 9, my future is bright, Wang Xian exclaimed with glistening eyes. Form! He commanded while eyeing the spiritual equipment in front of him. Swoosh! The long sword let out a crisp clang while Wang Xian beamed with satisfaction. Exactly 10 minutes, he chimed. Zing! With a swing of his arm, the long sword before him went flying downstairs. Zoom! A swishing sound descended from the second floor. What's that? The crowd asked in confusion as they remained standing within the shop. With the utmost vigilance, some of the disciples even braced themselves by clutching onto their long swords as they saw the flying sword approaching. As it neared, the long sword spun in a circle before it halted right in front of Bei Ling. Everyone was stunned. They stared at the long sword which hung in suspension before Bei Ling in utter astonishment. The level 11 spiritual equipment for this lady is ready. Just then, a faint call could be heard coming from the level above. It's ready? Bei Ling stuttered with a look of disbelief as she gazed intently at the long sword before her. Everyone all around focused their gaze on this long sword. The long sword shimmered. Its entire body boasted a dazzling shine and appeared incredibly sharp. Bei Ling looked on with euphoria. With a swing of her arm, she grabbed onto the sword handle. Zing! Blinding blue rays gushed up the sword as she held onto it. With a slight shift of her energy focus, it led to a series of ripples from the blue energy of the sword. Level 11 spiritual equipment. A piece of level 11 spiritual equipment indeed. Bei Ling cried out at the top of her lungs while her eyes became fired up with rhapsody. What's more, this long sword fits my exact description. In length, width and weight. Good sword. A good sword indeed. What? Everyone questioned with looks of disbelief upon hearing Bei Ling's words. How's this possible? How long has it been? To think, a piece of level 11 spiritual equipment has since been refined and ready? Goodness, such blinding aqua rays. No doubt a level 11 spiritual equipment. A blacksmith master indeed. The crowd of disciples gushed in cries of awe and astonishment. It's only natural. Should I be deceiving you otherwise? Wang Xian smiled to the crowd as he descended from the level above. Meanwhile, Yifeng and several youths from the Yongchang Immortal sect were absolutely stunned. This, they uttered while gazing at the spiritual sword in disbelief. 10 minutes, it can't be. This is absolutely impossible. Yifeng let out a low growl in utter skepticism. To refine and create spiritual equipment in 10 minutes was something he found to be impossible regardless of who it was. It's impossible for you guys. But that doesn't mean it's impossible for me. Wang Xian said to Yifeng rather indifferently. Yifeng stood dazed for a moment while staring at Wang Xian intently. He had a burning desire to rebuke the latter. Yet, he had no idea how to go about with his rebuttal given that the length, width, and weight of the longsword fit the exact description set forth by Bei Ling. Could it be that he's really able to refine level 11 spiritual equipment in 10 minutes? Yifeng muttered with a gloomy expression. He gazed at the long sword and let out a deep sigh. At the sight, Mu Wanbai was slightly tickled. See what I mean? This shop may be very miserly, but it really does house a blacksmith master. She chuckled as if to say that she had really been honest with them. A faint grin stretched across Piao Lingshua's face. Upon the sight, Wang Xian broke into a brief smile. Should any of you still wish to refine more spiritual equipment, just pass me the materials and state your requirements, he said to the rest of the crowd. Me. I want to refine spiritual equipment. Me too, I'd like to have a sword refined as well, handsome master. In an instant, the crowd of MT Shui disciples was driven into a craze upon the sight of the level 11 spiritual equipment which Bei Ling was holding. To have a customized weapon made by a master blacksmith free of charge. Such a great deal was 1 in a million within the entire Yongchang fraternity. Huh? That's quite a few. Wang Xian gasped with a glow in his eyes when he saw the group of girls closing in with various materials in hand. But, rather than the materials, Wang Xian was more interested in spiritual grasses. There are too many of you. Can you all find paper and pen and write your requirements down before passing the materials to me? In addition, is there anyone who wants to refine elixir pills? If so, that'll take 3 portions of materials, and I'll give you 4 elixir pills. Wang Xian called out to the crowd. Are you also an alchemist master, handsome master? Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, one of the girls could not help but blurt her question out. In an instant, the girl's question also caught the attention of the rest as Piao Lingxue and Mu Wanbai gazed intently at Wang Xian. Yes, Wang Xian answered without the slightest hesitation. I'm able to refine all elixir pills below level 12, and the price I offer is much more affordable than the other elixir stores, he added. TSK. The crowd gasped and took one deep breath right after Wang Xian had finished his line. How's this possible? Are you really a wicked genius? How can one be both a master alchemist and a master blacksmith all at once? The same girl from earlier exclaimed with a shaking voice, while the rest of the girls stared at Wang Xian in both shock and awe. In response, Wang Xian only smiled briefly. Perhaps, an unprecedented genius who's unparalleled in refining elixir pills and equipment really does exist in this world. This cannot be possible. This definitely cannot be possible. If one said that Wang Xian was a blacksmith master and he could forge a level 11 spiritual equipment in 10 minutes, it would already be enough to make one feel a sense of disbelief. If one was to tell him that Wang Xian was also an alchemist master, he definitely wouldn't believe it. An unparalleled genius in both fields? There was probably not a single person throughout history and into the future who would be so demon-like. At this moment, Yi Feng's understanding of the world was thrown into disarray. He definitely wouldn't believe there would be a single person who was an alchemist master and blacksmith master at the same time. It was especially so considering that this person looked just like a young 20-year-old man. This cannot be possible. Some blacksmiths spend their entire lives engrossed in refining equipment, and yet they find it hard to reach the realm of a blacksmith master. Some alchemists spent their entire lives refining elixir pills, and yet they can't refine level 6 spiritual pills. I don't believe it. I don't believe you are an alchemist master. Yi Feng could no longer hold back as he screamed at Wang Xian. He was an alchemist himself and was widely regarded as the most outstanding alchemist in the younger generation of the entire Yongchang world. Even so, he could barely refine level 5 elixir pills currently. Moreover, his success rate was a meager 20%. In other words, he would only succeed once with 5 sets of materials. A success rate like this wasn't high for an alchemist. However, considering his age, it was a commendable achievement. In fact, if he could use a level 13 alchemy furnace, he could still give level 6 elixir pills a shot. Level 6 elixir pills were also considered to be the benchmark of a grandmaster. Yet, this man who was even younger than him claimed to be an alchemist master. He couldn't believe him. As an alchemist, he knew the difficulties of refining elixir pills. Huh? Wang Xian raised an eyebrow, looked to Yi Feng and said, "What do you even know?" "What do I know?" Hearing Wang Xian questioning him, Yi Feng's expression turned as cold as ice. He stared intensely at Wang Xian and replied in a solemn voice, "What do I know? I've been refining elixir pills since I was 10 years old. I was once guided by an Immortal realm expert and can even refine level 5 elixir pills currently. You are asking me what I know? In the entire Yongchang world, if my Yi family claimed to be second in refining elixir pills, no one would dare to claim to be first. You are asking me what I know? Are you questioning my ability?" Yi Feng's lips curved into a smirk. "I can't deny you are a blacksmith master. However, if you are saying you are both a blacksmith master and alchemist master, it's impossible. I have the capital to deny your claims." Yifeng stared harshly at Wang Xian as he shouted coldly. Hee hee. Wang Xian looked at him with contempt. The surrounding disciples from MT Shui frowned upon hearing Yifeng's questions. They were a little doubtful. However, Wang Xian completing level 11 spiritual equipment in an insanely short period had convinced many of these disciples. They were merely suspecting and doubting but not refuting the possibility completely. You are questioning his identity as an alchemist master now? Didn't you say if he could forge the spiritual equipment in 10 minutes, you would eat it? When Mu Wanbai heard Yifeng, she remarked in this way. Her irk for him had grown as she grumbled softly. Shut up. Don't speak if you don't understand anything. Yifeng heard Mu Wanbai, turned to her instantly and shouted. When Mu Wanbai heard him shouting at her, she was shocked initially. However, this quickly turned to anger. The disciples from MT Shui were also shocked when Yifeng shouted at Mu Wanbai. Young Master Yifeng, please watch your actions and words. Piaoling Xue looked coldly at Yifeng and reminded. Hee hee. A family of alchemists? A supreme talent. Wang Xian looked to a disciple from MT Shui and said, Pass me the spiritual medicine you have prepared. Huh? Handsome master, you are. The girl was surprised but still took out the spiritual medicine from her bag. There was a total of 75 spiritual medicines with 3 sets of each variety. These were the materials for refining level 5 elixir pills. To slap the face of a pile of trash, Wang Xian replied directly. You. Yifeng's expression was contorted from anger after hearing Wang Xian. His eyes were cold, and he didn't take the warning from Piaoling Xue to heart. Here, handsome master. The girl handed the spiritual medicine she'd brought to Wang Xian. Channels cleansing pill. Wang Xian looked at the materials and asked the girl. Yeah. Level 5 elixir pill. Channels cleansing pill. The girl nodded her head as she replied right away. Her bright eyes remained fixed on Wang Xian. Wang Xian moved his arms and the area before him was shrouded in water energy right away. Wang Xian squinted his eyes while placing the tufts of spiritual medicine on it. Gradually they melted, refining elixir pills on the spot. Handsome master is going to refine elixir pills before us. Could it be that he's really an alchemist master? Handsome master is so confident of it. He definitely is an alchemist master. He's too cool. Oh, he's so stunning. A blacksmith master that also knows about refining elixir pills. If only I could find a husband like him. When the group of female disciples saw Wang Xian starting to refine elixir pills before them, they were certain that Wang Xian was an incredible alchemist master. They looked at Wang Xian and could feel their hearts palpitating rapidly. A blacksmith master who was quite possibly also an alchemist master. Who could possibly be a match to an unparalleled demon-like talent like him? No one. Art of water refining, art of water refining. When Yifeng saw that Wang Xian had started refining elixir pills before him, he had a bad premonition. Nonetheless, he still refused to believe a person could be so demon-like. What incredible and precise control. His art of water refining is really strong. Piaoling Xue saw Wang Xian starting to refine elixir pills with the art of water refining. Seeing his control over water energy, she was astonished. She was completely in awe over the extent of the control, as she was certain that she didn't possess such ability. Seeing Wang Xian refining elixir pills with the art of water refining, Yifeng's expression was constantly changing. He specialized in the art of refining elixir pills with fire. As for the art of water refining, he wasn't adept at it. Even so, he could still see the smooth actions of Wang Xian. The spiritual medicine dissolved rapidly and was soon separated and combined. He was really fast. He's insanely fast. I once saw an alchemist refine elixir pills with the art of water refining. However, he was a lot slower than the handsome master. A girl saw Wang Xian's actions and exclaimed, Form, 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 form. At this moment, Wang Xian shouted softly. At the surface of the water screen, droplets of elixir pills coalesced rapidly. Following this, they cooled rapidly with the help of water energy. Done. Wang Xian shouted, moving his hand across for elixir pills hovered in the air before him. He lifted his head nonchalantly, looked across the crowd and eventually at Yifeng. Trash. Look. Level 5 elixir pills. Channels cleansing pills. Hey Trash, take a look at this. Level 5 elixir pill, the channel's cleansing pill. Wang Xian's cold and disdainful voice rang in Yifeng's ears. Oh my god! It is the level 5 channel's cleansing pill. All 4 of them were refined in such a short time. This is simply amazing. Incredible. This handsome master is simply incredible. In just a matter of a few minutes, he was able to refine 4 level 5 elixir pills without any failures. He is so cool. Alchemy master. He is the real deal. Oh gosh, I think I have fallen in love with him. He is truly a genius blacksmith and alchemist like no other. The handsome master must be the brightest genius in the entire Yongchang world. I have just made up my mind to court him forever. At the same time, the voices of a group of infatuated and passionate MT Shui female disciples could be heard in the distance. They gawked at Wang Xian with excitement as if they were obsessed fans of a popular idol. Yifeng stared at the 4 elixir pills in front of him and listened to the astonished voices of the MT Shui disciples. His face turned painfully gloomy. He suddenly felt as if his world had been turned upside down. A blacksmith and alchemy master at the young tender age of his 20s. 2 master-level skills in one person. Is he even human? How is that even possible? How could he believe that this was humanly possible? He was known as the genius that was favored by the gods. But in the face of this man, he was nothing. This was a huge upset for the arrogant and haughty Yifeng. In front of such a genius, they simply weren't in the same league. If you are not making any other requests for refining weapons or elixir pills, please leave now. My shop is too small to accommodate you. Wang Xian spoke coldly to the absent-minded Yifeng. You. Yifeng stared at Wang Xian with his face twisted with anger. Yet he also felt a sense of despair as he wrote the mixed emotions on his face. Let's go, Senior Yifeng. We still have unsettled business to take care of tonight, the disciples of Yongchang Immortal sect who had been standing aside quickly said to the embarrassed Yifeng. With a sullen face, Yifeng turned and left silently. Humph! Mu Wanbai sneered at Yifeng's departing figure. I guess the handsome master has dealt Yifeng such a huge blow that he lost all his senses. I think he is a narrow-minded guy putting on a high and mighty front. How dare he even scream at our sister Wanbai? Humph! Yifeng is just feeling jealous. Compared to this handsome master here, he is simply garbage. No, I mean the handsome master is just too powerful for everyone. His ability is truly unparalleled. Both blacksmith and alchemy master in one. Do you have a girlfriend yet, handsome master? Can I be your girlfriend? I don't mind if you already have one. Shao Qing, are you sexually aroused already? Ignore her, handsome master. Choose me as your girlfriend instead. I have bigger boobs than the rest of them. After the disciples of Yongchang Immortal sect had left, the female disciples of MT Shui started to misbehave and flirt with Wang Xian. But Wang Xian was just so outstanding that it was hard to fault these ladies for throwing themselves at him. If anyone could land themselves such a husband, it would be the pinnacle of their lives. Even Piao Lingxue, who had been standing quietly aside, was slightly moved by Wang Xian. With such good looks and incredible refining skills, there was no other man like him in the entire Yongchang. Sorry to disappoint everyone, but I do not have the intention of getting a girlfriend yet. Now, may I request that everybody please leaves their spiritual grass and refinery materials behind and make a note of your request? Do drop by tomorrow again to collect your elixir pills and spiritual equipment. Wang Xian quickly spoke to the crowd of passionate female disciples with a faint smile. I am serious, handsome master, one of the female disciples from MT Shui shouted at Wang Xian with an earnest look on her face. I am closing my shop soon. Please leave your things behind. Wang Xian laughed and shook his head. Stop your nonsense, girls. Just leave your materials and go. Piao Lingxue yelled at the group of MT Shui disciples who had lost their usual reserved demure. Okay. Great senior sister. Seeing that their great senior sister had raised her voice, the female disciples of MT Shui ended their teasing of Wang Xian. One by one, they left their refinery materials and spiritual grass in front of Wang Xian. 15 requests to refine spiritual pills, among which one request for a level 6 spiritual pill. As Wang Xian watched the female disciples leaving their heaps of spiritual grass, his eyes lit up. These spiritual grasses constituted a great source of dragon energy for him. After they were done placing their spiritual grasses, the MT Shui female disciples happily bid Wang Xian goodbye. Their sweet and lovable looks were so seductive. The onlooking youths who had crowded over to watch the scene were full of envy of Wang Xian. But when they thought about how powerful Wang Xian was with his refining skills, they shook their heads helplessly. How were they even qualified to pit themselves against a competitor like this? How many spiritual stones do we owe you? Piao Lingxue asked Wang Xian gently after the disciples were done with putting down their materials. Just give me whatever spiritual stones you have with you. Wang Xian was obviously in good spirits at the sight of the spiritual grasses. He moved his arm, took out 6 small boyu swords and tossed them towards Piao Lingxue. Piao Lingxue was pleasantly surprised. With a swift gesture, she took out her larger boyu sword and put the small swords into the hilt of the larger one. These are all the spiritual stones that I have. As Piao Lingxue spoke, she lifted her arm, and pieces of spiritual stones started to appear out of nowhere, dropping onto the table. Wang Xian witnessed how the spiritual stones appeared out of thin air. A sign of disbelief flashed briefly across his face, and a thought formed in his mind that made him burn with passion. Space item. Is that a space ring that you are holding? Wang Xian asked with his eyes fixed on the ring in her hand. Yes, this is a space ring indeed. Piao Lingxue nodded. Where can I buy a space ring? Or rather, where can I get a space ring? Wang Xian stared at Piao Lingxue and asked this hastily. A space ring was a spiritual equipment that consists of storage space. It was what Wang Xian had always wanted. With it, he could enjoy the utmost convenience. He would be able to store all the spiritual equipment and elixir pills in it. Moreover, he would need to transport all the resources that he had gotten from Yongchang world to the real world. With a space item to store the resources, it would save him a lot of trouble. What a surprise to see the existence of a space ring in the Yongchang world. I must have such a treasure, Wang Xian thought while staring hard at the ring in Piao Lingxue's hand. Oh, this space ring? This is what I got as a reward for coming in second at the Dahong Immortal Sect's Outstanding Young Disciples ranking. They will also appear occasionally at auctions for bidding at a cost of roughly 30 to 50,000 spiritual stones. If you ever come across a nether space stone, you can refine one yourself as well. Piao Lingxue replied earnestly, seeing how Wang Xian treated the ring with such importance. I see. Well then, Miss Piao, if you ever come across any news on space rings or nether space stones, please kindly let me know. Wang Xian nodded to Piao Lingxue. Don't worry. I will let you know if I come across any news about them. Thanks for the boyu sword, said Piao Lingxue to Wang Xian gratefully. The group left the shop and Wang Xian shuttered the doors soon after. Suddenly, the shop regained peace and silence. Looking at the materials in the room, Wang Xian's eyes beamed with excitement. 15 people have requested to refine level 5 elixir pills. That's the equivalent of 45 sets of spiritual medicine. Based on the rate of 4 elixir pills per set of spiritual medicine, I will get 180 elixir pills. Deducting the 60 elixir pills to 15 people, I will still get 120 elixir pills. One person has requested level 6 elixir pills. I'll get 8 elixir pills. Level 5 elixir pills could increase my dragon energy by roughly 10,000 points. If I have 120, it would be the equivalent of over 1,000,000 points of dragon energy. Level 6 elixir pill give more than 100,000 points of dragon energy. 8 pills would be close to 1,000,000 points of dragon energy. Together, 2,000,000 points of dragon energy won't be a problem. I can even heal my injuries completely. Wang Xian's eyes beamed with excitement. He was getting 2,000,000 points of dragon energy in a single day. If he was lucky, he could raise his level to level 9 soon. Wang Xian's lips curved into a smile as he looked towards the materials for weapons. A total of 33 sets. Among them, there were 4 sets of level 11 materials. In other words, he would be getting 4 level 11 spiritual weapons and 29 inborn level weapons. Time to start refining. Wang Xian took a deep breath. He was exhilarated as he started refining rapidly. Wang Xian was incredibly fast and the materials were turning into elixir pills and weapons at a frenzied pace. As for the additional elixir pills, He consumed them directly to heal his injuries. After he'd finished refining all the materials into elixir pills or weapons, it was already 4 a.m. With a single thought, his attributes surfaced in his mind. Name Wang Xian. Race, 5 elements divine dragon, able to transform into a human. Level 8. Dragon energy, 21, 563 for 21/100 000 Superpower, dominate marine animals, ability to rule any marine animals that are lower than your own level. Devour any form of marine animals for extraction of dragon energy. 5 elements control. Art of cultivation. Divine dragon transformation. Art of fire refining, refine all equipment with the origin source flame. Art of water refining, refine all equipment with the origin source water. Battle techniques, water clone, preliminary, sword edge, preliminary, instant shift, preliminary. I'm still missing over 70 million points of dragon energy to level up. Moreover, a new category of battle techniques has appeared. Looking at his own attributes, Wang Xian pondered them. He would need to consume more than 700 level 6 elixir pills or over 7,000 level 5 elixir pills to gather 70 million points of dragon energy. The amount was a little too huge. However, it would take just a month for him to reach if he was getting more than 2 million points of dragon energy each day. Wang Xian revealed a smile as he went to the 3rd floor to rest. What Wang Xian wasn't aware of was that less than an hour after the 70 to 80 female disciples of MT Shui had returned to MT Shui. All the female disciples of MT Shui knew about a demon-like master who was unparalleled in refining elixir pills and equipment. Those female disciples from MT Shui were introducing Wang Xian to the rest of the disciples as though they were hardcore fans of Wang Xian. A 20-year-old handsome alchemist master and a blacksmith master at the same time. He's the most outstanding young man in Yongchang world. A demon-like master that is unparalleled in refining elixir pills and equipment, and the Prince Charming of all girls. The most dazzling genius in Yongchang City and definitely the youngest unparalleled master. They weren't stingy on the compliments of Wang Xian, making those female disciples who had not gone with them feel curious and regretful. It was especially so as this master who was unparalleled in refining elixir pills and equipment charged a lot less, regardless of whether it was equipment refining or elixir pill refining. Moreover, this master would make each piece of spiritual equipment based on your requirements. This was a deadly attraction for every single cultivator. Custom-made weapons from a blacksmith master? What price would you have to pay if you looked for another blacksmith master? However, this blacksmith master wasn't charging for workmanship. He would simply be requesting 2 sets of materials. Elixir pills? Other places offered 3 pills while this master offered 4 pills. Never underestimate the value of a single pill. If it was a level 5 elixir pill, the value would be close to 1,000 spiritual stones. The value of a level 6 elixir pill would be even more insane. Some disciples from MT Shui started gathering what they had saved up over time to bring to Wang Xian for refining. On the next day morning, beautiful female disciples walked into the shop shortly after Wang Xian opened it. Handsome master, is my spiritual sword done? A female disciple walked to Wang Xian passionately, staring at him with her bright and seductive eyes. Your name, please. Handsome master. I've brought 2 customers for you today. The girl smiled radiantly at Wang Xian. Thank you. Wang Xian looked to the other girls and found them to be stealing glances at him from time to time while conversing softly. Qin Zi. You can call me Qin Zi. Handsome master. You have to remember my name. Handsome master. I'm here to collect my item. For the entire morning, the stream of people into and out of the small shop didn't break. Moreover, the girls from MT Shui weren't simply here to collect their elixir pills and spiritual equipment. They also brought him lots of customers. This made Wang Xian smile for the entire morning. Master, master. In the evening, when the last female disciple from MT Shui had left, several figures entered. Wang Xian looked up and saw Piao Lingxue and Mu Wanbai. Other than the 2 of them, there was an old man and a middle-aged man beside them. Ms. Piao. Ms. Mu. Wang Xian smiled radiantly when he saw them stepping in. Without the 2 of them, his business wouldn't have been as great. I've brought you huge business today. Mu Wabai smiled at Wang Xian such that her eyes formed a line. Shouldn't you get me something in return? Huh? Wang Xian was taken aback. He turned to the old man and middle-aged men, showed a smile and said, sure. What a young master in alchemy and blacksmithing. You are really unparalleled in this world. If I hadn't heard from Piao Lingxue personally, I wouldn't have believed it. The old man scrutinized Wang Xian from top to bottom as he spoke. TSK. You are my grandpa, and yet you don't believe what I've said. When Mu Wanbai heard the old man, she pouted and stared at him. Ha ha. The old man chuckled. The next moment, he took out an item, handed it to Wang Xian and said, this is our first meeting. Please accept this token as a gift from our Mu family. Huh? Wang Xian was taken aback. He looked at the box in the old man's hand but didn't accept it right away. I heard from Ms. Piao Lingxue that you wanted a space ring. Our Mu family happens to have a few. This is the one with the largest space that we have. It has the capacity of 1,000 cubic meters. The old man said with a smile. A space ring with 1,000 cubic meters. Wang Xian's eyes lit up. He looked at the old man and asked, may I ask what your conditions are? It's obviously about refining elixir pills and equipment. I hope that for our collaboration, you can give some interest to us. The old man was direct as he chuckled. Let me be clear, you cheapskate master. This is a collaboration between you and my family. On account of us boosting your sales so much by referring customers to you yesterday, you mustn't act like such a cheapskate towards us anymore. Mu Wanbai told Wang Xian as she came to his side while pointing at him. If my business scale becomes really prominent, I'll make sure to benefit your family greatly. Wang Xian answered with glee as he looked at Mu Wanbai. Speaking of which, Mu Wanbai and Piao Lingxue were his lucky stars. Had it not been for the two of them, he would not be enjoying such brisk business right now. All right, since you've said so. Ha ha. Mu Wanbai nodded with much satisfaction upon hearing Wang Xian's promise. It's a small shop I have with no space to sit around. Nonetheless, please go on, senior. Wang Xian said to the old man without any hesitation as he smiled at the latter and took over the box from his hands. Seeing that Wang Xian had accepted the present from him, the old man broke into an even wider smile. The Mu family would like to have a batch of spiritual equipment and elixir pills refined. The old man exclaimed. A batch? Wang Xian asked. How much are we looking at? He continued while his heart fluttered. 200 portions of materials for level 10 spiritual equipment, 20 for level 11, 200 for level 5 elixir pills, and 40 for level 6 elixir pills. The old man replied. In the near future, the spiritual equipment from the Yongchang cauldron will no longer be of prominent use when its cauldron world descends into the real world. What's more, the other cauldron worlds will soon follow and descend. Hence, some of the resources will have to convert into physical ones. The old man continued. Is that so? Wang Xian questioned following the old man's words. His heart skipped a beat. How much longer will it be before the Yongchang cauldron world descends into the real world? He asked in succession. 2 years at most, if not one. Could be even shorter otherwise, the old man said to Wang Xian while the latter listened with a darkened expression. As of now, I still don't know your name, master. May I know which immortal sect you are a disciple of? The old man asked Wang Xian out of curiosity upon seeing the change in his expression. I'm Wang Xian from the Dahong Immortal sect. Wang Xian responded up front, for he had no means to hide the facts anyway. What? Wang Xian of the Dahong Immortal sect. Just then, a gasp came from Mu Wanbai as she asked in utter surprise. Even Piao Lingxue looked towards Wang Xian in complete bewilderment. So you're Wang Xian, Dragon King Wang Xian from MT Fengyu. Mu Wanbai exclaimed loudly as she stared intently at Wang Xian with her jaw lowered. To which Wang Xian looked back at Mu Wanbai before nodding his head. Oh? Is he a renowned master? The old man quizzed as he looked at his granddaughter, stunned. Dragon King Wang Xian from MT Fengyu, who rose to sudden fame. The one who broke through 8 mountain sects single-handedly within a day, and helped to bring MT Fengyu up to 11th placing from 19th. Also, the one to defeat Kong Guanglin with a single strike on the very same day. Despite your current placing as the 20th amongst all disciples within the Dahong Immortal sect, many are of the opinion that you actually possess the capabilities to come within the top 10. To think that you turned out to be the Dragon King. Rumor has it that the Dragon King's known for being obnoxious, but it appears that you're something of a cheapskate from what I see. Mu Wanbai shrieked as she fixed her gaze on Wang Xian. Is that so? Well, that's something I wasn't aware of. Wang Xian responded with a faint smile. A disciple of MT Fengyu. To think that this master here is also a member of our Dahong Immortal sect. The old man chimed in while assessing Wang Xian with bouts of curiosity, scrutinizing him from top to bottom. Everyone from the Mu family was also a disciple of the Dahong Immortal sect, many of whom were amongst the higher management. Given your prowess, master, you're more than qualified to become an elder of the Dahong Immortal sect. The old man opined as he slipped into deep thought. An elder? Wang Xian uttered in mild surprise. Becoming an elder of the Dahong Immortal sect was something which had not crossed his mind before. There's only 5 within the entire Dahong Immortal sect who are blacksmith masters or alchemy masters. Yet you're both Master Wang Xian. Becoming an elder would be such a breeze for you, the old man explained to Wang Xian. Wang Xian gave it a brief thought before dismissing the idea altogether almost immediately. Becoming an elder of the Dahong Immortal sect would mean having to come across immortal class figures. To have such an existence paying attention to oneself and checking up on one's background would only result in complications very easily. Hence, it was best to avoid gaining the attention of such figures for the time being. Let's not focus on the other worlds for now. Given that the Mu family would like to have so much spiritual equipment and elixir pills refined, the amount of materials that we're looking at. Wang Xian trailed off while looking at the old man. The old man commented no further when he heard Wang Xian changing the topic. Presently, the Dahong Immortal sect, Yongchang Immortal sect, and Immortal Slaying sect were very much at ease. Given the millennium of peace enjoyed, many of the higher management figures within the immortal sects had come to establish their own clans, while even more had come to place their own clans as the top priority while relegating the immortal sect to second. Their various immortal class figures paid no heed to such a situation despite their awareness. Even though the senior management each had their own clans outside of the immortal sects, the clans would have to be dismissed and be fully integrated into the immortal sects upon the order from an expert amongst the immortal class figures. For the immortal class figures, such was the prowess and terror they possessed along with their authority. Based on the account from the young lass of my family, I've come to hear of your prowess in the refinement of equipment and elixir pills, master. Hence, should it be all right with you, we'll have 2 portions of the materials for the refining of equipment prepared. We'll also have twice the amount of spiritual grasses needed ready. What do you say? The old man proposed his idea to Wang Xian. While the Mu family did not have their own blacksmith, they did have their own alchemist, who also happened to be a master of the trade. Their alchemist master could only guarantee a success rate of 30% for the refinement of level 5 elixir pills, and 40% for those at level 6. Should Wang Xian be the one to do the refining, the results would no doubt turn out much better. Sure. Wang Xian nodded after a brief hesitation. All right then. Tomorrow we'll have the materials brought over. The old man brightened up with glistening eyes. After a slight moment of hesitation, he continued, Master, should we be able to increase our future orders of spiritual equipment and elixir pills? Can we still stick to the current rates? Sure. Wang Xian consented. Haha. How easygoing and decisive you are, Master. Here's to our amiable collaboration. Amiable collaboration it is, the old man sang excitedly before extending a handshake to Wang Xian. Cheers to an amiable collaboration. Wang Xian nodded with a wide grin. Then we'll disturb you no further. We'll have the materials sent over tomorrow. Thank you for taking the trouble then, master. The old man smiled radiantly. Sure. Wang Xian nodded in response. We'll take our leave. The old man signaled while waving his hand. He then made his way out with Mu Wanbai and company following behind him. Little did I expect this cheapskate to be so easygoing today. Mu Wanbai chimed cheerfully as she emerged from the shop. We've made a huge profit through this collaboration. Another old man in the company finally blurted out with eagerness. He had remained silent throughout earlier. I've helped our family to save a lot of materials. So what do you say, second grandpa? Shouldn't you reward me for that? Mu Wanbai spoke with glee, as her eyes squinted into 2 crescents. Haha, Yes, indeed. I'll be sure to reward you handsomely, little lass. To think it only costs us 2 portions of spiritual grasses, 2 portions of spiritual grasses. When we're back, be sure to contact the other clans. Inform them that we can offer 4 elixir pills with 3 portions of material as the price. By then, I'm sure many of the clans will come over while we refer the refining work over to this master thereafter and earn the additional portion of materials. Haha, who knows, we might just strike it rich through this opportunity. The old man laughed in joy while the other also gleamed with uncontrollable exhilaration. To the Mu family, it was a huge profit gained for them this time. Upon hearing the words from the second grandpa, Mu Wanbai stood dazed for a moment before returning to her senses. What a sly, wily fox he is. What a huge gain. Meanwhile, Wang Xian was also cheering in the shop with equal elation. This collaboration was a windfall for the Mu family. Similarly, it was also a windfall for Wang Xian. Moreover, his was an even larger windfall. If Wang Xian was to learn what the 2 old men from the Mu family were thinking, he would be exhilarated instead of being infuriated. 200 sets of materials for level 10 spiritual equipment and 20 sets of materials for level 11 spiritual equipment. This would mean that I'll be able to get 100 pieces of level 10 spiritual equipment and 10 pieces of level 11 spiritual equipment. 200 sets of materials for level 5 elixir pills and 40 sets of level 6 elixir pills. I'll be able to get 400 level 5 elixir pills and 80 level 6 elixir pills. Summing them up, that's close to roughly 13 to 14 million points of dragon energy. I might not need a month to reach level 9 after all. When the time comes, this world won't be able to restrain me. Wang Xian lifted his head slightly and revealed a faint smile. Let's finish up the materials for today. 20 disciples from MT Shui requested to refine spiritual equipment or elixir pills. Although it wasn't as much as the previous day, Wang Xian still reaped substantial benefits. The next day, the disciples from MT Shui collected their spiritual equipment and elixir pills. The potential customers from MT Shui had been completely exhausted. The business of the shop died down once again. Wang Xian sat down on a chair and took a glance into the space ring. Seeing the spiritual equipment in it, he couldn't help but smile. The upgrade of the dragon field requires 1,000 pieces of spiritual equipment and inborn level materials. Soon, I'll be able to collect sufficient materials. When I get back, the Dragon Palace will be able to get a substantial upgrade. I wonder how Shu Qing, Qingyue, and the rest are doing. Xiao Yu and Ajaya too. Wang Xian sank into deep thought. At the entrance of the shop, Wang Xian was about to receive the second batch of customers. Fuck them. Those scumbags from MT Jinliu made us wait in the queue by virtue of their good relationship with St. Forge Workshop. By the time it reaches our turn, it will probably be a few months from now. The most damning thing would be those scumbags from MT Jinliu creating more troubles for us in the dark. If they instruct St. Forge Workshop to constantly move us to the back of the queue, we really wouldn't know when our turn will come. Now that Yongchang world is about to descend into the real world, we might be facing off against the other 8 cauldron worlds. All the forces are turning their resources into strength in preparation for the upcoming uncertainty. All the equipment and elixir pill refining shops are experiencing explosive growth in business. Several elixir pill shops are even facing issues of sticking out. If we want to get elixir pills or spiritual equipment, we could only find alchemists or blacksmiths to refine for us. The alchemist and blacksmith in our Tianwen sect are truly a waste of our precious resources. Their success rate is too low. We've got to find a master. If only we learned about the outside world a little earlier. Now that we are a step slower, we have to wait a long time even when we want to get prepared. There's a small shop right here. The row of 5 people conversed as they walked. They were clearly in a foul mood. When they walked past Wang Xian's shop, a middle-aged man looked inquisitively at the signboard. Blacksmith Master, Alchemist Master? Could there be masters in a small shop like this? The middle-aged man stared at the shop with doubts as he mumbled to himself. A master. The other 4 men were also doubtful. A small, wretched shop like this would have masters? It must be a scam. It's obvious that this is a front for scams. There's no way a master would remain in a wretched shop like this. An old man snorted coldly. Yeah, This shop looks a little too dilapidated. How can there be a master? Fuck. They sure aren't ashamed of lying. A middle-aged man seconded and nodded his head as he continued walking towards it. Let me go take a look. A middle-aged man with long hair said coldly to the other 4 men with him. Old goo, what's the point? Isn't it obvious that this is just a front for scams? How could there be? I'm just taking a look. We can't find any other blacksmith master, right? The middle-aged man with long hair interrupted his sentence emotionlessly before he continued walking towards the shop. Old goo, you are grasping at straws. The other middle-aged man frowned. Seeing that the middle-aged man with long hair didn't pay heed to his advice, he followed grumpily. Let's go in too. If this shop is scamming, we will teach them a good lesson and let them know the consequences of scamming others, the middle-aged man said to the other 3 men. Go. The 4 men followed the middle-aged man with long hair into the shop. They looked around and instantly frowned deeply. Hey kid, where's the master in your shop? When the group saw that the shop didn't even have places for customers to sit, they were clearly displeased. When they saw Wang Xian sitting in the shop, they shouted. Huh? Wang Xian frowned when he saw the 5 of them stepping in and shouting at him. He replied plainly, are you guys looking to refine elixir pills or equipment? Hey, brother, there's an alchemist master and blacksmith master in this shop. The middle-aged man with long hair suppressed his emotions and asked Wang Xian. Yeah. Wang Xian nodded his head. Are you sure? The other 4 men were suspicious. Please invite that master out. We would like to do business with him. You can speak to me. Are you guys looking to refine elixir pills or spiritual equipment? Wang Xian looked across the 5 people, maintained a smile and asked. You? The 4 men stared at Wang Xian. Even that middle-aged man with long hair frowned slightly. This business concerns over 100 pieces of spiritual equipment and a large number of elixir pills. Can I trouble you to invite that master out? The middle-aged man held his emotions in check as he spoke to Wang Xian once again. I'm the master. If you guys are looking to refine spiritual equipment or elixir pills, you can speak directly to me. Wang Xian answered them. Are you freaking kidding me? A kid like you is a master. Just as Wang Xian completed his words, the other 4 men at the back stared harshly at him. Kid, if you are a master, I'll be a grandmaster. Freak. You must be courting a beating. Just as I thought. There's no master in this wretched shop. This must be a scam, and this kid must be really eager for a beating. The 4 of them exchanged words while staring angrily at Wang Xian. Even that middle-aged man with long hair was pulling a long face. Kid, your joke isn't funny at all. If there isn't any master here, why did you claim to have an alchemist master and blacksmith master on your signboard? It isn't going to end well if you dare to lie to us. The middle-aged man with long hair spoke to Wang Xian in a solemn tone. You don't believe me? Wang Xian raised an eyebrow. Hand me the materials and you will naturally know. Are you still going to lie at this point? You must be thinking of scamming us out of our materials. Is that it? An old man stared harshly at Wang Xian while gradually emitting terrifying aura. If you don't believe me, you can leave. Wang frowned and stared right at the 5 people. His tone had also gradually turned colder. Leave? We will definitely leave. However, I'm going to teach you a good lesson for fooling us before we leave. A bad-tempered middle-aged man clenched his fists tightly as he walked towards Wang Xian. The middle-aged man with long hair didn't attempt to stop him while he stared harshly at Wang Xian. Their Tianwen sect was also one of the 6 sects below the Immortal sects with over 10,000 disciples. As part of the higher management of the sect, they were already in a foul mood before they came in. Yet a kid from a shop was fooling them. This kid was a master? TSK. Even if they weren't killing him, they would want to teach him a good lesson. Looking at the middle-aged man who was staring at him with coldness on his face in the shop, he frowned slightly, revealing a sharp, icy gaze. These 5 people not only refused to believe what he said but also spoke with a fiery temper. Wang Xian was slightly furious about that. Slowly, balls of water energy condensed in his hands. Lad, I'll let you know the consequences of cheating us. Raging aura surged around the middle-aged man just like violent tornadoes as he glowered at Wang Xian coldly. 5 blind things. A murderous intent flashed across Wang Xian's eyes as the energy around him thickened. Darn you, How dare you scold us? When the five of them heard what Wang Xian said, they exhibited icy killing intent, especially when one of the middle-aged men drew his long blade. Master! However, just before the five men from Tianwan sect and Wang Xian struck, a voice suddenly cut the air. Wang Xian froze as he gazed at the door, dispersing all the aura gathered around him. With their eyebrows raised, the five middle-aged and old men quickly looked to the doorway. Soon, the quintet revealed shocked looks. There were about 10 men who were at the door, including the old man from yesterday. Master, we're slightly late. The old man swept a look at the 5 Tianwan sect people as he beckoned to the group of people behind him with a smile. Master, these are the materials from the Mu family. Compared to what we mentioned yesterday, the materials have doubled now. As the old man spoke, 4 middle-aged men carried the chests and opened them on the floor. Inside the chests were metals that were level 10 and 11. Apart from that, there were chests of intact spiritual grass too. In a moment, the smell of the metal and the aroma of the spiritual medicine filled the entire store. Doubled. Wang Xian revealed a tinge of surprise in his eyes. He ignored the 5 middle-aged and old men as he walked to the chests. Yes, doubled. All the materials are here. We have 400 portions of materials for level 10 spiritual equipment, 400 portions of materials for level 5 elixir pills, 80 portions of materials for level 6 elixir pills. We only have more materials and not less. If you are not convinced, you can make a count, said the old man to Wang Xian with a smile. There's no need to. Given the reputation of Mu family, I trust you guys. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the 10 big chests with fervent eyes. Since the Mu family got him to refine spiritual equipment and elixir pills, they would not dare to shortchange him. Thank you for your trust. All the information for the required spiritual equipment and elixir pills is here. Just following accordingly will do, said the old man as he handed a manual to Wang Xian. Sure. Rest assured that I'll get it done. You may send someone here to collect it 5 days from now. Wang Xian took over the manual with a smile. Great. Come directly to us if you have any other requirements. The old man nodded as he swept his gaze at the 5 people beside him. He chuckled and continued, Master, since you have other business in the shop, we'll take our leave now. Okay. Wang Xian nodded. As the group of people from Mu family left, the remaining 5 Tianwan sect people were totally dumbfounded. What had they just seen? They knew the group of people and that old man who came in just now. Mu family, the noble family from Dahong Immortal sect, as well as the top family in the entire Yongchang world. Without any exaggeration, the Mu family was more compelling than the Tianwan sect. That old man was a budding realm expert, the great elder of Mu family, who took care of all matters in the family. At the same time, he was an elder of Dahong Immortal sect. Coming from such a family, an old man with his status actually addressed this young man as Master. Master? When they spotted the chests that contained level 10 and 11 metal and spiritual grasses, their hearts beat violently. Mu family has their own alchemy master, so why would they let others refine pills for them? That's because the 5 of them exchanged looks with shock and astonishment in their eyes. This young man is a master that even Mu family has to treat with respect. Recalling their behaviors just now, the 5 of them panicked. Master, we. That middle-aged man who had been ready for a fight revealed a flustered look. He looked at Wang Xian as he stuttered with a trembling voice. They were desperately looking for an alchemy and blacksmith master. Now that they finally met one, they almost got into a fight with him. Oh my, this is absolutely. How can there be such a young master around? The 5 of them felt as if they'd been unjust. Since they were the ones with requests, they had to lower their heads with respect at this time. Master, it was our fault just now. We were blinded. We apologize to you, the long-haired middle-aged man quickly said to Wang Xian after taking a deep breath. Yes, it's our fault. We apologize to you. The other 4 hurriedly echoed. A master that even Mu family treated respectfully was not someone who Tianwan sect could afford to offend. Even if they could afford to offend him, they would not want to do it since they needed a favor from him. Looking at them, Wang Xian revealed a hint of a sneer on his face. Get lost now. Master, it's our fault. The long-haired middle-aged man gritted his teeth when he saw the cold face of Wang Xian. he fished out 2 items from his pockets. Master, it was our fault just now. These are our gifts as a token of apology. One of the 2 items was exuding a blazing flame while the other was emitting a cool and icy blue glow. Her? Spiritual flame ball and spiritual liquid ball? Both of them are level 11. Sharp radiance flashed across Wang Xian's eyes as he gazed at those 2 spiritual beads. How many pieces of spiritual equipment and elixir pills do you guys want to make? Without any hesitation, Wang Xian took the 2 spiritual beads. On account of the fact that these 5 people were respectful and even took out level 11 spiritual beads, Wang Xian decided to drop the matter. After all, he would be the one who benefited the most when they were here to refine equipment and elixir pills. Master, thank you for your forgiveness. You're such a magnanimous man. Seeing that Wang Xian accepted the 2 spiritual beads and hearing his question, the 5 of them were excited as they licked his boots. The arrogance and fiery temper that they had when they first came in were long gone. We want to refine 100 pieces of equipment and 200-odd elixir pills. An old man answered quickly. Each piece of spiritual equipment will take 2 sets of material. For every 3 sets of elixir pills material, you'll get 4 elixir pills. This is the price at my place. Upon hearing them, Wang Xian's eyes gleamed. What? The 5 of them froze for a moment when they heard the quote and they looked startled. He did not quote a high price, nor was it the market price. His price was simply too low. Master, what are the extra charges? The long-haired, middle-aged man asked, trying to contain his excitement. No extra charges except what I mentioned just now. Wang Xian shook his head and replied immediately. Lowering his earnings was a way to obtain more profit. The prices Wang Xian was charging were definitely the lowest in the entire Yongchang city. The main reason was largely because his success rate was insanely high. Even Grandmaster class existences wouldn't have a success rate of 100% in refining elixir pills or spiritual equipment. It was especially so for refining elixir pills. An alchemist grandmaster would at most have a success rate of 40 to 50% while refining level 5 elixir pills. As for refining level 6 elixir pills, the success rate would roughly be at 30%. However, Wang Xian could achieve 100%. In other words, even if Wang Xian had accepted 2 sets of materials for refining elixir pills, his rewards would still be great. This was also the reason why Wang Xian agreed to the collaboration with the Mu family. When the volume was great, he would totally accept a lower price. Therefore, Wang Xian also offered a seemingly exceptional low price to Tianwen sect. Not charging. When the 5 men heard Wang Xian, they were stunned once again. He's not charging? He's really not charging? Are there such good deals in the world? They felt this was a little unbelievable. However, they knew that he wasn't lying to them when they saw boxes of precious materials placed on the floor. He had no reason to scam them either. Master, your charges are even a lot cheaper than the Saint Forge workshop. This? The middle-aged man with long hair looked at Wang Xian and spoke with disbelief. You don't have to worry about the quality of the elixir pills or spiritual equipment. Wang Xian smiled and replied to him. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. We will arrange to send the materials here right away. Thank you, Master, for being magnanimous. After we offended you, you are still willing to do so. Let me apologize to you once again. The 5 of them said gratefully. This was the level of magnanimity that a master should have. Despite them offending Wang Xian just moments ago, Wang Xian was still willing to charge them a really low price. Wang Xian smiled faintly and said, You guys can go prepare the materials. Just send them over when you are ready. If you can, help me publicize my shop. Yes, yes. The 5 of them nodded and added, We will go get the materials ready and we'll be back soon. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. He looked to the boxes of materials beside him, waved his arm and sent them to the 2nd floor. The 5 people from Tianan's sect didn't hesitate at all as they headed for the exit right away. This feels unreal. When the 5 men from Tianwen's sect left the small shop, they looked at the signboard once again. They felt a little confused and lost. Yeah, that young man is really a master. Moreover, even the Mu family looked for him to refine their elixir pills and spiritual equipment. I wonder if he's the alchemist master or blacksmith master. Is there another master? It has to be. We are lucky that the people from the Mu family were here. If we clashed with the master, the outcome would have been really unimaginable. That master is magnanimous and we are really lucky. Yeah, we are really lucky. As the five of them conversed, they couldn't help but be excited. They would have never expected a small shop like this to really have a master. Moreover, the master was magnanimous. He didn't take offense and agreed to refine elixir pills and spiritual equipment for them. This made the five of them greatly impressed by Wuxia. That's a real master. Let's go and get our materials. Let's go. The master even charges a lot lower than the St. Forge workshop. It's a blessing in disguise that the bunch of scumbags from St. Forge workshop rejected us previously. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten such a great deal. The five of them headed back towards their sect excitedly. In less than an hour, they came back with several boxes of materials. Master, master. The five of them carried boxes of materials into the shop with some other disciples of Tianwen sect. You can just leave them there. Wuxia was pleasantly surprised to see them back so quickly as he instructed them. Yes, yes. The five of them nodded their heads and instructed their disciples. Master, when will our spiritual equipment and elixir pills be done? The five of them rubbed their hands as they asked Wuxia. Your orders are fewer. I'll refine your materials first. You guys can return to collect in the afternoon tomorrow. Wuxia looked across the boxes and spoke directly. Afternoon, tomorrow? So fast. The five of them were shocked once again. Just come back tomorrow and they will be ready. All right, all right. The five of them nodded their heads and didn't question further. After exchanging a few more words with Wuxia, they left the shop. Puff! It's another rewarding day. Wuxia moved all the materials to the second floor. He couldn't help but feel exhilarated. The materials and elixir pills from the Mu family would allow him to gain over 30 million points of dragon energy. As for the elixir pills of Tianwen sect, he would also be able to gain over 6 million points of dragon energy. Together, his dragon energy would reach approximately 40 million. On top of that, he would still get a huge batch of spiritual equipment. This is even more insane than robbing a bank. Wuxia's eyes stared fervently at the various materials on the second floor. He closed the shop for the day. The spiritual flame ball can be devoured by the Inferno Dragon Ball, while the spiritual liquid ball can be used to nourish the water Dragon Ball. Wuxia had 3 Dragon Balls currently. A level 11 Inferno Dragon Ball, a level 10 Wood Dragon Ball, and a level 10 Water Dragon Ball. The level of the Inferno Dragon Ball was the highest. After devouring the level 11 Spiritual Flame Ball, the Inferno Dragon Ball would get a substantial lift. The Wood Dragon Ball was the level 9 Spiritual Wood Ball he obtained on the floating island previously. He had now nurtured it to level 10. The 3 Dragon Balls were of little use to him currently. However, when the Dragon Balls reached the same level as him, the might of the Dragon Balls would be incredible. Wuxia spent a full 15 hours before completely refining the materials brought by Tianwen sect into spiritual equipment and elixir pills. The boxes of spiritual equipment and elixir pills would definitely draw a frenzied crowd if placed in the underworld. In Yongchang World, there were also precious items. Master, at noon, the voices of the 5 old men from Tianwen sect could be heard. They are done. Feel free to take them away. Wuxia waved his arm and the boxes of spiritual equipment and elixir pills flew from the second floor. Subsequently, he walked down while wearing a faint smile. Done. The 5 of them were exhilarated. These elixir pills and spiritual equipment were all exceptionally precious to Tianwen sect. They are done. They are all done. Oh gosh. The spiritual equipment and elixir pills are done. Thank you, Master. Thank you. When they opened the boxes and saw the spiritual equipment and elixir pills, they were elated and thanked Wuxia loudly. You are welcome. If you can help to introduce customers and send them over, please do so. Wuxia waved his arms at them and continued. I'm going back to work. Yes, yes. Master. The 5 of them nodded their heads respectfully before turning their fervent gaze back to the spiritual equipment and elixir pills. Haha. Let's go. I was still worried that we couldn't find a master to refine for us. Even if we found one, it might take 3 to 4 months or even 6 to 7 months. Now, we got it done in a single day. Our luck is really off the charts. The 5 of them carried the boxes out joyously and loaded them onto a horse carriage. "Let's go," the 5 of them shouted happily. "Old go. Take a look at the entrance of St. Forge Workshop. The scumbags from Meticulously are there too." When the horse carriage went past the entrance of the St. Forge Workshop, a middle-aged man squinted his eyes and saw a group of people before the entrance of St. Forge Workshop. The middle-aged man with long hair looked over and a thought struck him. That master forgave us and still refined spiritual equipment and elixir pills for us. Our Tianwen sect should also try to repay this graciousness and express our gratitude. Since that master asked us to introduce customers to him, it's only natural that we do our best. Yongchang would soon descend to the real world, and information about the real world had been divulged in Yongchang Immortal sect. But the people and forces in Yongchang world were not worried about the real world at all. It was just the age of Dharma decline. When they arrived in the real world, they would dominate and roam around without any difficulties. The underworld in the real world might seem like trash, but they were more concerned about the other immortal sects in the rest of the 9 cauldrons worlds. Since they were only part of the 9 worlds, there would be powerful cultivators in the other 8 worlds as well. The people in Yongchang world would need to be well prepared to face these cultivators. Hence, all the forces and families were making their preparation as soon as the news of Yongchang world descending to the real world was out. All the families and forces had converted their resources into strength to deal with the real world. Metallic materials were converted to spiritual equipment, spiritual grass to elixir pills. That was the reason why alchemist masters and blacksmith masters became popular figures, while the elixir pills and weapons had become the top-selling items in the shops. As the biggest workshop for refining equipment and elixir pills, various alchemist masters and blacksmith masters worked in St. Forge Workshop, and their business was unusually hot. Even those pre-ordered spiritual equipment and elixir pills could only be available months later. For the last 2 days, many customers had gathered at the door of St. Forge Workshop. At one glance, one would know that all of them came from families that possessed relatively great strength in the Yongchang world. St. Forge Workshop is pricey, and even those unknown alchemists are arrogant. Since they cannot take in that much business, we should not let some of our friends suffer while waiting in line for such an unscrupulous shop. The long-haired middle-aged man of Tianwen sect drew a cold smile and murmured to himself, "That's right. Many people do not know about that master's shop. We should help him to promote his shop." The remaining 4 middle-aged men and elders revealed creepy smiles. The 5 of them exchanged gazes as they grinned at each other. They slowed down their carriage and walked slowly toward the St. Forge Workshop. "I know everyone can't wait, but you guys need to wait. It will take another 1.5 months before it's your turn. St. Forge Workshop is the biggest alchemy and blacksmith workshop in Yongchang City. No other places are comparable to us. But you guys need to wait." When the 5 people arrived at the door, they heard the staff speaking to a few in-charges from various forces and families with arrogance. The people from the various forces and families had twisted expressions, but they did not dare to flare up. After all, they needed St. Forge Workshop. "Everyone just queue up and that will do. All it takes is another 1 or 2 months. Don't be anxious." At this time, several middle-aged men told the surrounding crowd this with a calm look. "The weapons and elixir pills of Meticulously are in the process of being refined now. You guys are not in a hurry, but we are," said an old man to that middle-aged man coldly with an awful expression. "Ha ha. Better than not waiting in the line." The middle-aged man from Meticulously chuckled softly as he spoke. Several people turned to the 5 men on the carriage. With lips drawn, he continued, "Unlike some forces who can't even get in the line. Her." Upon hearing what the people from Meticulously said, some of the elders at the side furrowed their brows and peered to the side when they spotted the 5 men from Tianwen sect. Meticulously and Tianwen sect were enemies, and everyone on the spot knew about that. Haha, the Tianwen sect complained that the waiting time was too long, and said they were not going to refine anything in St. Forge Workshop. I would like to see which other workshops can accept such a large volume of orders apart from St. Forge Workshop. The staff at the side peered at the 5 men from Tianwen sect and issued subtle warnings to the rest of the forces. The in-charges of the forces had a change in their expression and took in a deep breath. Well, we can wait. Sorry for all the trouble. These are some gifts of appreciation. Several of them fished out some gifts and handed them over to the staff with twisted expressions. The staff of St. Forge Workshop nodded gently with broad smiles. Her. At this time, the 5 men from T1 sect, who had just arrived, overheard their conversations. All of them revealed a tinge of coldness and disdain in their eyes. Before they could even seek trouble, the other party was already picking on them. Hey, T1 sect, where are you heading to? Have you found a master of alchemy and blacksmithing? Before the 5 men from Tianwen sect speak, those middle-aged men from MT Junliu ridiculed them for their misfortunes. MT Junliu and Tianwen sect had been going against each other for centuries. They would not miss any chance of bringing down their opponents. Alchemy master, blacksmith master? Upon hearing their sneers, a strange look surfaced on the faces of the 5 men from Tianwen sect. Of course we did. We even got our spiritual equipment and elixir pills done. Haha. Interesting. Several middle-aged men from MT Jinliu chuckled as they looked on, scornful of what they heard. You guys just want to act tough. Who else in the entire Yongchang city, other than St. Forge Workshop, has a blacksmith master and alchemy master? Haha. Interesting. The staff of St. Forge Workshop sneered upon hearing it. Haha. The 5 men from Tian'an sect also burst out laughing when they heard their sarcasm. With unbridled looks on their faces, they stared right into their eyes. Don't assume the St. Forge Workshop dominates the entire Yongchang city. You bunch of arrogant brats. Even an insignificant staff member dares to act insolently. Well, when it comes to blacksmithing and alchemy, the St. Forge Workshop is the best in Yongchang city. That staff member narrowed his eyes with his usual pridefulness on his face. Some people are fuming with anger since they can't find alchemy and blacksmith masters. The few middle-aged men from MT Jinliu slightly lifted their chins, beaming, as they enjoyed the flustered looks of Tianwen sect. A few in-charges from other forces shook their heads slowly as they looked at Tianwen sect. To them, the 5 of them did look as though they had lost their minds out of panic. Is that so? You guys are really confident. Do you think St. Forge Workshop rules the entire market of Yongchang? A fiery-tempered middle-aged man stood up on the carriage immediately, revealing an insolent look. Brazen brats. Does Tianwen sect need St. Forge Workshop to forge weapons and refine pills for us? Do you think I care? The St. Forge Workshop is just an unscrupulous shop for us. Haha, I'll show you the things we had refined by a master. If not, you guys would think that St. Forge Workshop is the only shop in the entire Yongchang city. Swish. Ka. As the bad-tempered middle-aged man spoke, he stood on the horse carriage and waved his arm at it. A gust of strong wind opened the boxes on the horse carriage. With an extremely brazen and unruly expression, he shouted loudly, Do I need St. Forge Workshop, the place for scams, to refine my spiritual equipment and elixir pills? In my eyes, you guys are trash. You guys are trash. The middle-aged man from Tianwen sect was brazen and arrogant. Standing on the horse carriage while he was on the most prosperous street in Yongchang City, he shouted loudly to everyone that St. Forge Workshop was trash. Few people in the entire Yongchang City would have the guts to say such words. This was because with the strength and capabilities of St. Forge Workshop, people might die laughing because of what you said. Yet, this middle-aged man stood on his horse carriage and opened up the 6 to 7 boxes directly. In these boxes were various pieces of spiritual equipment and elixir pills packed tightly together. This scene truly shocked everyone around. It was especially so for the group at the entrance of St. Forge Workshop. The employees of St. Forge Workshop, the few middle-aged men from MT Jinliu, and the people in charge of several other forces. They were astonished to see the various pieces of spiritual equipment and elixir pills on the horse carriage of Tianwen sect. Their eyes widened and they clearly couldn't believe what they were seeing. That employee from St. Forge Workshop was dumbfounded. His expression changed rapidly and he shouted coldly, TSK, you guys are deceiving yourselves or trying to deceive us after finding a batch of spiritual equipment and elixir pills and passing them off as those refined by an alchemist master and a blacksmith master. How interesting. Tianwen sect is really laughable. Did you guys find a batch of elixir pills and spiritual equipment to prove to us how dumb you guys are? The middle-aged men from MT Jinliu remarked sarcastically. Hee hee. You guys can choose not to believe us. That's as expected as you guys are too arrogant. The middle-aged man with long hair looked across the crowd coldly. In the end, his eyes fell on the few forces standing by the side. Our Tianwen sect isn't free and silly to that extent. These were refined by an alchemist master and blacksmith master we found yesterday. They can be found in a shop a short distance away. The prices they are charging are also a lot lower than the Saint Forge workshop. Huh? The leaders of several forces frowned instantly and were clearly hesitating. Do you really mean it? An old man asked the middle-aged man with long hair. If we are lying to you guys, may our Tianwen sect be annihilated, the middle-aged man with long hair replied. Huh? 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 The reply from the middle-aged man with long hair shocked the entire crowd. A deadly vow like this wasn't to be joked about. Is there really a shop with an alchemist master and blacksmith master? Surprise beamed in the eyes of that old man as he pursued it further. Are you guys still thinking that I'm joking? Let me bring you guys there. Once you are there, you guys will know Saint Forge Workshop is a pile of trash. The middle-aged man commented solemnly. In that case, I'll be troubling you. The in-charges of several forces were excited and greeted the middle-aged man with long hair. Ha ha! Let's go! The 5 men from Tianwen sect laughed proudly, turned their horse carriage around and headed towards Wang Xian's shop. The leaders of several forces followed behind without any hesitation. Other than our Saint Forge workshop, which other shop in Yongchang City would have an alchemist master and blacksmith master? This couldn't be possible. Those people from Tianwen sect must be up to something. The employees of Saint Forge Workshop were extremely gloomy. After seeing the crowd that left, they reported to the shop immediately. Let's go take a look. The group of middle-aged men from MT Jinliu exchanged glances and were clearly suspicious of the whole incident. Let's follow them and see what tricks they are up to. Let's go. A group followed behind the 5 men from Tianwen sect. Hee hee. We have brought huge businesses for that master this time. If news of master's shop was to get out, would there still be a Saint Forge workshop? As compared to the master's shop, it's clear that they are overcharging the customers. That's right, that's right. The 5 men from Tianwen sect grinned. Wang Xian's shop was less than 1,000 meters away from Saint Forge workshop. In less than 3 minutes, the crowd had arrived at the entrance of the shop. Come, follow us. The 5 men from Tianwen sect jumped off the horse carriage and spoke to the people in charge of several forces behind them. Huh? The group of 7 to 8 people looked across and was stunned. They looked blankly at the shop the 5 men had entered. Would this be the shop of a master? That old man opened his mouth in shock. Let's go in now. A middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before following the 5 men from Tianwen sect. Master. When the 5 men from Tianwen sect entered the shop, they didn't see Wang Xian. They immediately shouted for him. What's the matter? At this moment, Wang Xian was refining elixir pills. Master, we have brought you some customers. Would you like to meet them? The 5 men from Tianwen sect greeted him respectfully. Oh, bring them to the 2nd floor. He wasn't done with the elixir pills before him and thus couldn't leave the 2nd floor. Yes. The 5 men from Tianwen sect nodded their heads. They turned to the in-charge of the several forces, smiled and said, Follow us to the 2nd floor. Huh? The people in charge of the several forces looked around the shop and frowned deeply. They looked at the people from Tianwen sect and were a little curious. Among the people from Tianwen sect, there was a budding realm expert. Yet he was still being so respectful a while ago. In the entire Yongchang world, other than the Immortals, only a master was deserving of such respect. The 7 to 8 of them had no hesitation as they followed the 5 men from Tianwen sect to the 2nd floor. Isn't this a little too run down? Why would a master be? With questions in their mind, the group headed to the 2nd floor. However, they were instantly shocked by what they saw on the 2nd floor. It was still roughly the same 30 square meters of space. What could they have seen? There were various boxes filled with various materials. A box full of level 11 metals, boxes of level 6 spiritual medicines. This deeply shocked them. Each of them was the in charge of one of several forces in Yongchang world. Although they might not be among the elite forces, they were definitely not weak. However, if one was to ask them to take out such an amount of materials, they wouldn't be able to do so. Yet, they were placed casually in boxes on the second floor. These materials were from the Mu family. Don't speak and wait for the master to complete his refining. The 5 men from Tianwen sect were pleasantly pleased when they saw the group behind them dumbfounded by what they were seeing. The crowd looked towards the master in the middle with shock and awe. However, their eyes widened once again as disbelief overwhelmed them. A young man who could easily pass as a juvenile was spotted in the center of the room. At this moment, he was refining elixir pills at a rapid speed. With compelling art of water refining, his arms were swinging fast in front of him. Before him and the rest were elixir pills forming at an amazing speed. Each pill contained an immense amount of energy. They were familiar with this type of energy as it came from level 6 elixir pills. Level 6 elixir pills could significantly enhance the strength of Dan realm experts. However, only master-level alchemists could refine level 6 elixir pills. Form. Wang Xian pretended to be someone great as he let out a bellow while elixir pills quickly formed before him. Done, he yelled again when 4 elixir pills were formed amid a faint glow. Instantly, the room was filled with the aroma of medicine. Everyone gasped involuntarily. Level 6 elixir pills. Level 6 elixir pills. Master. He's a real master. The various in-charges could not help but narrow their eyes as they revealed a surprised look. This young man looked too young to be an alchemy master. He was the master that even Mu family had handed over their materials to for refining elixir pills. A respectful look surfaced on everyone's faces. Who wants to refine spiritual equipment or elixir pills? With an arm swing, Wang Xian placed the 4 elixir pills in a jade container within a chest. They noticed that the jade container was already filled with all kinds of elixir pills. Master, we would like you to refine elixir pills. One by one, the in-charges from the various forces turned fervent and spoke immediately. Do you know the price? Wang Xian stood up and said, Price. All of them froze for a moment before they turned to the 5 Tianwen sect people. 2 sets of material for 1 piece of spiritual equipment. For elixir pills for 3 sets of elixir pills material. No other additional fees, said the 5 men from Tianwen sect to the in-charges as they slightly lifted their heads. What? Gosh, that's so cheap. How is this possible? It's much cheaper than St. Forge Workshop. All the in-charges were stupefied as they widened their eyes with looks of disbelief on their faces. Yes, this is the price. Bring your materials over if you want the service. I'll get all your spiritual equipment and elixir pills ready within half a month, said Wang Xian indifferently. This, Master. Great. We'll bring over the materials now. Master, you offer such an affordable service. You're a great master that St. Forge Workshop can't even be compared to. The in-charges of various forces were going crazy. Damn, compared to St. Forge Workshop, this master was not only someone great, but a saint. They could save at least 60,000 or up to hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones as compared to St. Forge Workshop if they handed the materials to this master. Comparing the two of them, St. Forge Workshop was just none other than an unscrupulous shop. How can we compare you to St. Forge Workshop? St. Forge Workshop is absolute trash in front of you, the master. The 5 men from Tianwen sect immediately licked his boots. St. Forge Workshop? Wang Xian turned to the crowd as he recalled his last visit to St. Forge Workshop. When he thought of the 2 masters, Xuanhua and Qingming, coldness flashed in his eyes. He remarked plainly, St. Forge Workshop is indeed trash. At this time, people from MT Jinliu, an alchemist, and that staff member from St. Forge Workshop who was following behind, stepped into the shop together. They were looking around with disdainful looks. Such a small shop like this could actually house a master? What a joke! The alchemist from St. Forge Workshop ridiculed. What a trashy shop! What master! The several middle-aged men from MT Jinliu mocked. The St. Forge Workshop is indeed trash. At this time, an impassive voice came from the second floor, which darkened the expressions of the staff and the alchemist from St. Forge Workshop. Who dares to badmouth our Saint Forge workshop? Do you wish to die? Without any expression, the alchemist of Saint Forge workshop shouted to the stairs. Heh heh. Upon hearing the voice from downstairs, Wang Xian chuckled coldly. Chase them away. Those who want to refine equipment and elixir pills, bringing over the materials will do. Yes, master. The in-charges immediately spoke with respect. Wang Xian nodded and continued with his work. The various in-charges and the 5 men from Tianwan sect exchanged gazes as they walked down the stairs. Which ignorant dog is yelling in the master's shop? One of the in-charges bellowed coldly. Who are you guys? How dare you say the Saint Forge workshop is trash? Are you seeking death? The alchemist of Saint Forge workshop did not recognize the group of people as he stared daggers at them with cold eyes. However, the staff member of Saint Forge workshop and the few middle-aged men from Saint Forge workshop were taken aback. So what if I said Saint Forge workshop is trash? Trying to stop people from commenting when you're indeed trash. Immense aura began to surge around the in-charges of several forces. At this moment, they totally disregarded the Saint Forge workshop. Just now, they had really needed help from Saint Forge workshop. But even a staff member from Saint Forge workshop dared to show them attitude and act brazenly. They had already stomached their anger for very long. If not for the fact that they required help from Saint Forge workshop, why would they even swallow this? Now that they had found a master who offered a more affordable price than Saint Forge workshop, and a shorter waiting time, why would they give face to an insignificant alchemist? Or even to an employee? They were in charges of the various forces. As everyone spoke, they walked down the stairs with icy cold eyes, glowering at the 2 people from Saint Forge workshop with rage. We said Saint Forge workshop is trash, and you asked us if we're looking for our deaths? An old man swept his expressionless eyes at the 2 of them, exploding an immense amount of aura and oppression that aimed straight at them. What? You people. The alchemist of Saint Forge workshop had a huge change in his expression as he looked at them in fear. Hand over the things that we gave you, brat. The old man fixed his eyes on the staff member disdainfully. You people. Don't you want your equipment and pills from Saint Forge workshop? You guys. The eyes of the staff widened with astonishment as he growled with an awkward look. The trashy Saint Forge workshop? Damn you, the elixir pills and spiritual equipment over here are much cheaper than you guys. Why should we go over to your place? A middle-aged man could not be bothered as he screamed at them. Get out of here now, and don't taint this place. Trash from Saint Forge workshop. You people. The alchemist and the staff member of Saint Forge workshop paled as they looked at them with surprise. How could they say such things to Saint Forge workshop? Why did their attitude change so quickly? When the alchemist and employees of Saint Forge workshop walked out bitterly from the shop, they were a little out of sorts. As an alchemist of the Saint Forge workshop, his standing in Yongchang City wasn't any inferior to a half-step to budding realm expert. Yet they were chided moments ago. And they were calling Saint Forge workshop trash? Facing the confrontational group who wasn't willing to show him any respect, the alchemist of Saint Forge workshop walked back to Saint Forge workshop with a long face. TSK. Arrogant scumbags. Do they really think we could get our spiritual equipment and elixir pills refined without your Saint Forge workshop? An old man snorted coldly. He looked at the middle-aged man beside him and said, let's go back now and get our family to prepare the materials for the master to refine. We've got to get back too and ask our families to prepare the materials. Go! The in-charges of several forces returned to their families and sects rapidly. They were burning with excitement and wanted to bring the materials over as soon as they could. Considering the favorable prices the master was charging, the entire Yongchang City might flood here if other forces learned about it. They had to get their materials to the master before the rest so they could get their products as soon as possible. Hehe. When the group from Tianwen sect saw them leaving in a hurry, their lips curved into a smile. They smirked at the group from MT Jinliu and commented, a bunch of dimwits. As they finished their words, they boarded their horse carriage and headed back towards their sects with greatly improved moods. The few middle-aged men from MT Jinliu were completely stunned. They looked at the group of forces that had left with astonishment as their expressions changed rapidly. What just happened? What's happening? A small shop like this? Could it be? Could it be? The group of middle-aged men from MT Jinliu stared at the shop before their eyes and were hesitating. Why don't we go in and ask? A middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before saying this to the other few men. Go. Let's get in. The few middle-aged men walked into the small shop with lots of questions. Fuck that dirty St. Forge workshop. As compared to this master, they are overcharging too much. They are trash. However, the few middle-aged men walked out of the shop furiously in less than 10 minutes. They were still feeling a little shock, but anger was overwhelming them. I finally understand why those forces are saying St. Forge workshop is trash. As compared to this master, they are seriously overcharging us. Oh gosh. We have lost so much. The group of middle-aged men were shivering with anger. They were indeed closer to St. Forge workshop. However, they didn't get any preferential price for refining spiritual equipment or elixir pills this time despite having better relationships. Instead, they even forked over 40,000 spiritual stones to bribe the two masters of St. Forge workshop. This allowed their orders to be fulfilled first and pushed Tianwen sect all the way to the back. Yet, they would have never expected the prices of this small shop to be so cheap. If we had asked this master to refine our spiritual equipment and elixir pills, we would have saved at least several hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones. Fuck. We are talking about several hundreds of thousands here. The face of a middle-aged man was contorted from anger. Why don't we bring our materials over and cancel our order from St. Forge workshop? Cancel our order from St. Forge workshop? But we have given the two masters 40,000 spiritual stones. Moreover, if we do this, would it be? There's nothing to feel bad about. Those two bloodsuckers. We have a good relationship with them because we have been offering gifts to them from time to time. As long as we have spiritual stones, we don't have to worry about not finding an alchemist master or blacksmith master. Yeah, you are right. Let's go and bring our materials over. Even if we can't get our 40,000 spiritual stones back, we could still save 100,000 spiritual stones. The group from MT Jinliu exchanged glances and made their way towards St. Forge workshop immediately. Several middle-aged men arrived at the backyard of St. Forge workshop. They looked around and saw several forces and customers collecting their spiritual equipment and elixir pills or delivering materials. At this moment, that alchemist was conversing softly with that employee and Master Xuanhua. Master Xuanhua frowned. We don't have to pay attention to him. In the entire Yongchang city, none of the forge workshops or elixir refining shops are a match for our St. Forge workshop. TSK. If those forces aren't going to refine their items here, ask them to get lost. Our St. Forge workshop isn't lacking their business, Master Xuanhua said to them domineeringly. He looked across the few forces in the courtyard with a sense of superiority. Yes, Master. Those few forces are really courting their own demise. In the future, we will reject all their requests to refine elixir pills and spiritual equipment. Recalling the attitude from the in-charges of those forces, the alchemist remarked coldly. Master Xuanhua waved his hand, lifted his head proudly, and didn't say another word. Master Xuanhua. At this moment, the group of middle-aged men from MT Jinliu shouted. Huh? Master Xuanhua turned around, saw the group, and showed a faint smile. MT Jinliu was a respectable sect, and this group of middle-aged men knew how to maintain relationships by sending gifts. Hi, guys. We have received the materials from MT Jinliu. Rest assured. In half a month, we will be done with your request, Master Xuanhua said to the few middle-aged men with a smile. Master Xuanhua, we would like to apologize to you, a middle-aged man from MT Jinliu said coldly upon seeing the smile on Master Xuanhua's face. This was the first time he was so cold to a master. Master Xuanhua, we have changed our minds suddenly and would like to take back our materials. Master Xuanhua, can you guys refund us our fees for workmanship? Huh? Master Xuanhua was shocked to hear him. He frowned and asked, What does MT Jinliu mean by this? Our MT Jinliu encountered some issues and will have to take back the materials. Please refund the workmanship fees of 70,000 spiritual stones. As for the rest, we aren't going to pursue it. The middle-aged man from MT Jinliu spoke again. Master Xuanhua was clearly displeased by what he heard from the middle-aged man. He said, To rush your spiritual equipment and elixir pills, we have lost substantial business. Now that you guys are saying you want a refund, this isn't too appropriate, right? Master Xuanhua had thought that the previous few forces had left out of anger as they had to wait too long. Master Xuanhua, we understand our request is a little unreasonable, but I hope you will agree. The group of middle-aged men wouldn't want to offend the Saint Forge workshop and thus spoke in a conciliatory tone. Our losses have to be compensated after all. We can return the materials to you, but you won't be getting back the fees for workmanship. Master Xuanhua shook his head as he answered. Upon hearing Master Xuanhua's reply, the group of middle-aged men from MT Jinliu instantly turned solemn. Master, we are already foregoing the 40,000 spiritual stones we have given you guys. The middle-aged men from MT Jinliu were a little pissed off. Without that young master's shop, they would not think that they had lost out a great deal by having Saint Forge Workshop refine spiritual equipment and elixir pills for them. However, it was a stark contrast between the two workshops with that young master around. Saint Forge Workshop charged way too much. The two of them could not be compared at all. None of them were willing to pass their jobs to Saint Forge Workshop anymore. Yet, the workshop disagreed about refunding the fees for the workmanship when they asked for their materials and fees back. This infuriated the few middle-aged men from MT Jinliu. Guys, I don't know what you're thinking, but this isn't right. The spiritual stones that you have given to us were on the condition that we would speed up your job. This works the same as the workmanship fees. Now that you've changed your mind, it is natural that we recoup some losses. If you think this isn't appropriate, you can continue with the job. We'll deliver the items to you on time. Otherwise, Master Xuanhua spoke with great awe as he swept his cold gaze across the few of them. As a master, the #1 blacksmith master in the largest workshop of Yongchang City and one of the bosses of Saint Forge Workshop, he had the right to be prideful. He had the right to disregard MT Jinliu. Looking at the domineering and prideful Master Xuanhua, the middle-aged men from MT Jinliu grimaced as they darkened their faces, exchanging looks with one another. Continue our job in Saint Forge Workshop? Master Xuanhua, we're not that silly, a middle-aged man remarked coldly. Her? What do you mean by that? Watch your mouth, people. Upon hearing the furious tone from that middle-aged man, Master Xuanhua's blood boiled at the same time. No one could ever challenge a master's temper. What do we mean? Master Xuanhua, if a workshop requires 2 sets of materials for a piece of spiritual equipment, 3 sets of materials for 4 elixir pills, no other spiritual stones charges, what would be our choice? Why, Master Xuanhua, Saint Forge Workshop is overcharging us and you don't even allow us to switch to another shop, said a middle-aged man from MT Jinliu with cold eyes as he looked at the furious Master Xuanhua. Her? Excuse me? What did you say? Master Xuanhua was slightly stunned by his words as he narrowed his eyes. What are they talking about? How can there be such a cheap workshop around? Could such an affordable place be around? And it's refined by a master. A few forces and customers around the area were keeping constant attention over here when they overheard the argument. Upon hearing the middle-aged man, everyone was caught by surprise. We already made it clear. The Saint Forge Workshop charges too much as compared to another master's workshop. It's only common sense for us to choose the cheaper one. Thus, we'd like Master Xuanhua to return our materials and refund our workmanship fees. The middle-aged man said impassively once again. Refining a piece of equipment only needs 2 sets of materials and 4 elixir pills for 3 sets of materials. No other spiritual stones charges. Where can you find such a good deal? Master Xuanhua's expression slowly twisted. Haha, that's the truth. A middle-aged man revealed a cold smile. He raised his voice. Master Xuanhua, we would like to take back our materials and workmanship fees. Please return them to us. Otherwise, this will ruin our friendship. You guys. Upon seeing the middle-aged men from MT Jinliu standing firm against him, Xuanhua darkened his expression as he stared at them with flickering radiance in his eyes. The middle-aged men from MT Jinliu had decided to confront Master Xuanhua. This time, they did not give in at all. Fine. If you are taking back all your things this time, I, Xuanhua, will not refine anything for you even if you kneel before Saint Forge Workshop next time. Master Xuanhua grimaced and spoke in a low voice. Haha, Master Xuanhua. Rest assured that MT Jinliu will never be back to St. Forge Workshop for any items. Will not cross our paths in the future. Haha. Goodbye. The middle-aged men from MT Jinliu burst out a clap of laughter as they headed outside. Their actions embarrassed Master Xuanhua even more. All the forces and customers fixed their quizzical eyes on the people from MT Jinliu. Why did they dare to fall out with St. Forge Workshop? Refining a piece of equipment only needs 2 sets of materials and 4 elixir pills for 3 sets of materials. No other spiritual stones charges. Is this true? Radiance glistened in an elder's eyes as he stared at the figures from MT Jinliu. With a slight hesitation, he immediately chased after them. The rest of the forces and customers hurriedly caught up with them. If what those people from MT Jinliu said was true, they could save hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones when they refined equipment and elixir pills. This is impossible. How can there be such a low price? There's not much profit at all. Master Xuanhua clenched his fist with disbelief. At such a rate, a workshop would not possibly earn many spiritual stones except for some materials. This was hard for him to believe, and he looked dreadful with a constant mix of expressions. The surrounding workers, blacksmiths, and alchemists were full of surprise as a bad feeling suddenly shrouded over them. In less than 5 minutes, those customers and forces who had just left returned to the workshop with a surprised look. Master Xuanhua, we're taking back our material. Sorry. A force that had yet to make his payment announced frankly. Master Xuanhua, I'm sorry. We're going to another place. Look, we did not bring any damage to your business. Can you return our materials and spiritual stones? Another force who had paid asked Master Xuanhua. Master Xuanhua. One by one, the customers and forces requested that their spiritual stones and materials be returned, as they would not require the services of St. Forge Workshop. Seeing this, Master Xuanhua was stupefied and his heart raced violently. All the staff in St. Forge Workshop were plunged into darkness. The sky seemed to have fallen on them. But why did this happen? What was the reason? In a shop not far away from St. Forge Workshop, Wang Xian looked at the forces who were bringing him chests of materials. His eyes glistered. Hearing that they had come over from St. Forge Workshop, Wang Xian's lips quirked slightly. St. Forge Workshop, today's just the beginning. It won't take long before you guys fall. You'll pay an unbelievable price for what you guys did the other time. And those young men, be patient. Wait for me. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the chests of material while he was filled with fighting spirit. It won't be long. It won't be long. Soon. This world would not be able to contain him. At that time he would be fearless against immortals and gods, roaring through Yongchang. On fire! On fire! A small shop in Yongchang City was the focus of all attention. There was an alchemist master and a blacksmith master in the smallest shop within the city center. The master only required 2 sets of materials for refining spiritual equipment. For refining elixir pills, he would give you 4 pills for 3 sets of materials. Moreover, he wouldn't charge any spiritual stones. News of his exceptionally low pricing for refining had spread throughout Yongchang City within 3 days. All the forces and customers were in a frenzy. During this period, when various forces were converting their resources into strength, they swarmed the shop. Master, these are our materials. We would like to ask the master to refine them as soon as possible. We would be truly grateful. At this moment, forces after forces carried boxes of materials into the shop. They were making requests to Wang Xian while still being a little bewildered by the pricing. Just leave it there. Come back in half a month to collect, Wang Xian said plainly to them. After which he went to the 2nd floor to continue his refining of elixir pills. Although the master was acting a little nonchalantly, they didn't say another word. Instead, they were respectful and headed for the exit. This master is truly terrifyingly young, an old man exclaimed in shock. Yeah, rumor has it that this master is only 20-something years old. Moreover, there isn't a second person in the small shop. Some bold guesses are saying that this master is unparalleled in refining elixir pills and equipment. Unparalleled in refining elixir pills and equipment? Would there really be such an incredibly talented person in this world? Several people sighed emotionally as they returned to their families. It wasn't just this small shop that became the craze. At the same time, the news of a young alchemist master and blacksmith master that was unparalleled in refining elixir pills and equipment had attracted equal attention. Although many people weren't certain, the news had started circulating within Yongchang City. A 20-plus-year-old young man was both an alchemist master and a blacksmith master. This inevitably made many feel that the world was a little crazy. Together with this batch of materials, I will be able to increase my dragon energy by 60 million points. I'm lacking approximately 10 million more before my level will increase to level 9. Wang Xian's eyes beamed as he looked at the boxes of materials. He smiled faintly and started refining rapidly. While increasing a terrifying amount of dragon energy, he was also forging various kinds of spiritual equipment. Based on his rough estimate, the materials in the shop would allow him to forge more than 1,400 pieces of spiritual equipment, among which there would be 150 pieces of level 11 spiritual equipment. This was an insane number. At this very moment, within St. Forge Workshop a short distance away, Master Xuanhua, Master Qingming and a group of alchemists and blacksmiths were gathered in a resting room. The atmosphere of the room was extremely heavy. Two masters sat there solemnly without moving an inch. Master! At this moment, the door to the room was pushed open. An employee wiped away the perspiration on his forehead anxiously. Master, the people from the Zhou family have just brought their materials to that small shop, the employee said with great care. Puff puff. Master Xuanhua breathed deeply and his face was incomparably gloomy. Master Qiming, who was beside him, was equally bitter. He looked at Master Xuanhua and asked, "Our St. Forge workshop has 0 business left. Could it be? Could it be we are just going to sit here?" Not a single business partner was left. Not a single one. For the St. Forge workshop, this felt a little unbelievable. As the largest equipment refining workshop and elixir refining shop in Yongchang City, they had never expected this to happen. Yet, they truly had no business left. It was all because of that small shop, and it had started 3 days ago. Since 3 days ago, their business had experienced a meteoric dive. And now, the St. Forge workshop had 0 business left. Who's the one behind that small shop? How could he possibly set such a low price for refining elixir pills and spiritual equipment? Who the hell is he? Xuanhua growled, and his voice reverberated across the room. We have not seen him previously either. All we know is that he's an extremely young master. Some say that he is only in his 20s and is unparalleled in refining elixir pills and equipment, that employee stammered while answering. We can't let this continue. Let's go. Let's go take a look at what this shop is trying to do. Master Qingming stood up and spoke with a gloomy expression. During the period where various large forces wanted to refine elixir pills and spiritual equipment, a shop popped up from nowhere. Not only did it now maintain the market price, but it also charged extremely low prices for refining elixir pills and spiritual equipment. This was a huge blow to the entire market and the St. Forge workshop. Initially, the St. Forge workshop was still considering whether they should increase their pricing. Now, it would be great if they even had business. No, we shouldn't go there on our own temporarily. Now isn't the right time. A ruthless look flashed in the eyes of Master Xuanhua. He said, "That small shop is going against all the Forge workshop in Yongchang world. Let's contact all the other shops and the forces behind them. I don't believe that the small shop would dare to go against the entire Yongchang. At that time, with our strength, we will slaughter that brat." Master Qiming squinted his eyes upon hearing Master Xuanhua. He replied, "All right. We will spare his life for a few more days. He has now encroached upon the interests of all the elixir pill shops and weapon shops in Yongchang City. Unless he is an immortal. Otherwise, he will definitely be dead." The words of the two masters sent a chill down the spines of all alchemists and blacksmiths in the room. Yongchang City strongly restricted killing. However, the restriction was on the open front. If you could assassinate someone in the dark without alarming the enforcers, it wouldn't be a problem. However, their faces turned hideous soon after. The appearance of that small shop had broken their rice bowls. As the saying goes, to cut off one's wealth is to kill one's father. He had to die. At this very moment, it wasn't just the St. Forge workshop. Other elixir pill shops and equipment forge workshops were also thinking hard about a countermeasure. In the end, they came up with a uniform solution to erase that small shop's existence. Wuxia wasn't aware that his low pricing for refining elixir pills and spiritual equipment had completely encroached upon the interests of some people in the entire Yongchang city. Even if he knew, he would be fearless. Soon, he was gonna level up. Puff. Another day had passed. Wuxia took a deep breath and rubbed his eyes softly. He had been refining elixir pills for 4 days and nights straight and had converted all the spiritual medicine brought by various forces into elixir pills. Name Wuxia. Race. 5 elements divine dragon. Able to transform into a human. Level 8. Dragon energy. 87, 563, 421/100, 000. Superpower, dominate the marine animals, ability to rule any marine animals that are lower than your own level. Devour any form of marine animals for extraction of dragon energy. 5 elements control. Art of cultivation. Divine dragon transformation. Art of fire refining. Refine all equipment with the origin source flame. Art of water refining. Refine all equipment with the origin source water. Battle techniques. Water clone, preliminary. Sword edge, preliminary. Instant shift, preliminary. Just 10 plus million more. Just 10 plus million more. After consuming all the elixir pills, Wuxia took a glance at his attributes and was clearly excited. Oh right? Mentor, you asked me to return once a week. I should be heading back today to take a look. Let's see if I can enter into level 3 and 4 of the scriptures depository this time round. I am a lot stronger now than I was a few days ago. Wuxia moved swiftly on his sword towards Mt Fengyu. Compared to a few days ago, the dragon energy in Wuxia had increased to over 80 million points. This was 3 to 4-fold more energy than he had days before. Wuxia was unsure of how strong his actual strength was right now, but he was confident that he would have easily killed Emperor Qi if he were to fight him again right now. Upon reaching Mt Fengyu, Wuxia saw a group of Mt Fengyu disciples working on their cultivation. As opposed to 5 days ago, he noticed that several new disciples were among the group. Mentor Yu was in the midst of guiding the disciples when Wuxia arrived. Everyone's attention quickly turned to him. There was a look of bewilderment on the faces of the new disciples as they were wondering who this man was. Wuxia, you are here. Mentor Yu was delighted to see him and approached him after speaking to the disciples. Mentor Yu. Wuxia smiled and acknowledged her. Come. Take your cultivating resources. Mentor Yu led him towards one of the mountains. Here are 100 spiritual stones from Mt Fengyu. For being in the top 20 disciples in the ranking, you get 500 spiritual stones every month. In addition, there are some elixir pills for you as well. Mentor Yu retrieved a blue bag from one of the rooms and tossed it at Wuxia. Mentor Yu, I would like to go to level 3 and 4 of the scriptures depository, said Wuxia to her. Level 3 and 4? Level 3 would be good enough for those from the Dan realm or budding realm. But the arts and battle techniques in level 4 are not something you can manage. Are the spiritual stones sufficient for you? Mentor Yu said to Wuxia. Yes. Wuxia said and nodded. Okay, here you go. Train hard. Mentor Yu tossed another token at Wuxia. There will be a spiritual tea session tomorrow afternoon. Mt Fengyu is given 10 invitations. Do make yourself available. Spiritual tea session? What is that? Wuxia asked with slight amazement. At Mt Lingcha we have over 10 level 7 spiritual tea trees. Anyone who drinks the tea made by its leaves will greatly benefit his cultivating skills. Don't miss this golden opportunity, Mentor Yu explained to Wuxia. Over 10 level 7 spiritual tea trees? Wuxia clicked his tongue slightly and hesitated for a while. All right, Mentor Yu. I will be there promptly tomorrow. He nodded. Okay. Mentor Yu smiled and left. Wuxia flew to the scriptures depository without any hesitation. Soon he reached the mountain peak of the depository and darted through the familiar paths inside. After entering level 2, Wuxia followed the path to level 3. To enter level 3, it would require a large number of spiritual stones. 2000 to be exact, for a stay of 12 hours. Wang Xian looked at the slot at the side. He reached out for the space ring, retrieved the spiritual stones from it one by one and placed them into the slot. As he entered into level 3, Wang Xian swept his gaze across the area and noted that the size was much smaller than level 2. Battle techniques imaging jade stones were placed neatly on the shelves. Compared to level 2, there were only 5 such stones in level 3. Wang Xian headed straight ahead. Sword Edge Storm, a middle-class battle technique upgraded from Sword Edge. To master this battle technique, one must first master the Sword Edge battle technique. Sword Jail, a middle-class battle technique upgraded from Sword Imprisonment. To cultivate this battle technique, one must first master the Sword Edge battle technique. Sword Cloud C, a middle-class battle technique upgraded from Sword Cloud. To cultivate this battle technique, one must first master the Sword Cloud battle technique. Sword Alps, a middle-class battle technique upgraded from Sword Shield. To cultivate this battle technique, one must first master the Sword Shield battle technique. Hidden Water, a middle-class battle technique upgraded from Water Clone and Hidden Mist. To cultivate this battle technique, one must first master the Water Clone and Hidden Mist battle techniques. Wang Xian studied the battle techniques imaging jade stones enthusiastically and tried to master them one by one. Compared to the primary level battle technique, the middle-class battle technique was obviously far superior in power and tactics. If any expert from the Dan realm can master any middle-class battle technique, they are practically invincible within their ranks. This upgrade in power is even more superior to that which one can get from any spiritual equipment. If any budding realm expert is capable of mastering 2 of these battle techniques, he will be regarded as a fearsome expert. In less than half an hour, Wang Xian had cultivated 5 battle techniques as his own. He was now able to unleash these battle techniques at will. Wang Xian's face beamed with excitement as he looked at the entrance to level 4. Level 4 battle techniques are the high-class battle techniques that can only be used by the Immortals. Mastering these techniques will enable the Immortals to come up with their own unique superpowers. Wang Xian recalled reading a record about such techniques from a book. He stared at the entrance to level 4 and thought about whether he should proceed further. 10,000 spiritual stones for 12 hours. Okay. Let's go and take a look at what's in there. Wang Xian made up his mind and headed towards the entrance to level 4. He could easily afford the 10,000 spiritual stones right now. During the past few days, some of the forces brought him tens of thousands of spiritual stones along with the refining materials just to get into his good books. Wang Xian had kept all of these stones. Upon entering level 4 and slotting the 10,000 spiritual stones, Wang Xian followed the path upwards. This level 4 merely has 3 rooms. Wang Xian peered into the area of level 4 with astonishment. Unlike the other levels, there were no shelves in level 4. Only 3 individual rooms with words engraved on the doors to the rooms. Great Waterfall Water Shockwave. Dangerous Steam Explosive Power. Sword Field. Wang Xian marveled at the 3 rooms before deciding to enter the room of Great Waterfall Water Shockwave. Inside the room, there was only 1 battle technique imaging jade stone in the center of the room with no reference books. The jade stone was about the size of a human head, which was about 7 or 8 times larger than the size of the jade stones in level 2 and 3. Wang Xian noticed there was a cushion facing the front of the room. He immediately walked towards it and sat down. Just as he was sitting down, a shocking scene unfolded before his eyes. The entire area before him, spanning a radius of 10 kilometers and 5 kilometers in height, was quickly filled up by an oval-shaped seawater field. In the middle of the seawater field was a blurry image of a man standing in it. He moved his arm and the seawater started to gush out from the inside as though a waterfall of tens of thousands of meters high. The force of the water swiftly swept forward. In an instant, the seawater field looked like what one would witness on Doomsday. However, the scene dissipated slowly, replaced by the blurry image of the man who had started to create the horrid seawater field. Ding! Master the high-class battle technique. Great Waterfall Water Shockwave. Wang Xian felt like he'd been submerged under the water for a very long time before passing out. He regained consciousness after hearing a sound echoing from the system. I did it. I have learned a high-level battle technique that can only be mastered by immortals. Wang Xian's eyes burned with passion, and he recalled how the great waterfall water shockwave was unleashed before him. Even with my strong ability, I can only withstand the strength of the great waterfall water shockwave for 3 minutes. The consumption of my energy is too high. Wang Xian clicked his tongue slightly. OM. In this instance, he felt a repulsive force being emitted inside the room. What? 12 hours flew past just like that. Standing at the entrance to the 4th floor, Wang Xian hesitated a little. Let's practice the other 2 battle techniques when I have the time. It was already the next morning and he still had to attend a spiritual tea session in the afternoon. Wang Xian wouldn't want to miss the spiritual tea session. Wang Xian didn't have many other hobbies. He wasn't a fan of smoking or drinking alcohol. All he liked was to taste and enjoy great tea. He wouldn't want to miss tea that was made from level 7 spiritual tea leaves. He didn't return to MT Fengyu. Instead, he flew towards Yongchang City directly. At this moment, there was still a huge pile of materials waiting for him to refine. Refining spiritual equipment was relatively more time-consuming as compared to refining elixir pills to Wang Xian. Therefore, he had to refine the materials piling up in his shop as soon as possible. When he reached Yongchang City, dawn had just broken. When Wang Xian arrived at his shop, he was surprised to see a burly young man standing at the entrance. The young man was roughly 2 meters tall and had an exceptionally burly build. He wore a long black robe and looked imposing. Behind him, he carried a huge sword that was roughly 2 meters long. Are you here to refine elixir pills or spiritual equipment? Wang Xian looked at the young man, took out his key, and opened the doors to the shop. You are the master of this shop? Seeing Wang Xian opening the door, he asked this in a solemn and low voice. His voice was ordinary but had a unique dominance. Yeah. Get your materials ready, Wang Xian said plainly to the young man. I'm here because I wanted to modify this weapon of mine. The young man stepped into the shop and remarked with a straight face. Modify your weapon? Get your materials ready. Leave the weapon you want to modify behind and write down your requirements for the modification. Wang Xian replied directly. I'd like to stay behind to watch. Moreover, I only have a set of materials. I can pay the rest with spiritual stones. The young man frowned and answered Wang Xian. Come again in half a month. I don't have time now. Wang Xian's eyebrows knitted together upon hearing him before answering plainly. You are going to help me modify today. The young man paid no attention to what Wang Xian had said. Wang Xian raised an eyebrow and looked at that young man. He had bushy eyebrows, thick lips, a burly stature, and a naturally imposing demeanor. Get in the queue, Wang Xian said as he turned and headed to the 2nd floor. Wang. Just as Wang Xian took the first step, a razor-sharp sword edge flashed across and blocked off his route. The blade was close to half a meter long and was emitting a chilling aura. Wang Xian squinted his eyes, turned around and stared at the young man. What? You want to fight now? Get it modified today. I won't pay you a single spiritual stone fewer. The young man stared at Wang Xian with his deep and black eyes as he remarked coldly. What if I say no? Seeing the attitude displayed by the young man, Wang Xian's expression turned solemn. He flicked his finger towards the sword edge. Ka-ka. Sounds of mirrors cracking reverberated and the blade before Wang Xian collapsed instantly. Huh? You were pretty strong. The young man was surprised Wang Xian could crush his sword edge with a flick of his finger. He squinted his eyes to observe Wang Xian and said, I'll compensate you with sufficient spiritual stones. You have to help me modify my sword right now. Is this the attitude to have when you are asking me for a favor? Wang Xian looked at the young man with contempt and shouted, Get out! The young man was haughty and exceptionally conceited. He was requesting that Wang Xian modify his spiritual sword and yet showed Wang Xian a horrible attitude. Wang Xian wasn't lacking in spiritual stones at this moment. If the young man wasn't polite to him, he could afford to simply ignore him. Think before you talk. You are going to modify as I requested. I wouldn't be cheating you on the spiritual stones. When the young man heard Wang Xian, he was still emotionless. It was as though he was incapable of showing emotions. Gradually, he lifted his arm and drew the huge sword. The huge sword didn't have a sharp edge and looked extremely heavy. It was entirely black and seemed capable of absorbing sunlight. On it, streams of black water were flowing. This is? Wang Xian stared at the sword and was surprised. Level 12 spiritual equipment. Moreover, the water that was flowing on the surface wasn't ordinary water. Scram! Wang Xian shifted his gaze away, turned around and headed for the stairs once again. Wang. At this moment, the young man's arm trembled and a black-colored sword edge shot out from the huge sword towards the stairs where Wang Xian was heading. You must be eager to die. I'm asking you to get out, and you shall get out now. Ruthlessness beamed in the eyes of Wang Xian. Moving the long sword in his hand, a huge mountain-shaped sword appeared below the black energy blade. Bam! A terrifying explosion reverberated, and the immense energy was absorbed by the mountain-shaped sword. Sword Alps. And you are so skillful in it. The young man's eyes lit up. Waving the huge sword in his arm, shots of sword edge slashed towards Wang Xian like a strong storm. Sword edge storm. Seeing the young man attacking, Wang Xian moved. Mountain-shaped swords hovered around him as he started swinging the phantom sword. Sword edge storm. The same sword edge storm. However, Wang Xian's sword edge storm perfectly deflected the young man's sword edge storm as they continued their attacking paths towards the young man. Great! What a great use of sword edge storm! The young man was burning with passion. He placed the huge edgeless black sword across his body and one could see the black water energy flowing rapidly on it. Sword Alps. The same sword Alps. TSK. Wang Xian snorted. He swung his sword in a cross-action as sword-shaped energy struck towards the young man. Thinking of breaking my defense? A wishful thought. The young man shouted and the huge sword in his hand started rotating. Bam! 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 The young man's sword edge storm and Wang Xian's sword edge storm hit their opponent at the same time but were stopped by their sword alps. Sword jail. However, the sword energy launched by Wang Xian trapped the young man directly. The burly young man lifted his head and was clearly shocked. 3 middle-class battle techniques. I had not expected you to have mastered 3 middle-class battle techniques. However, confidence quickly returned to the young man, shown in his expression. However, your sword jail won't be able to trap me. As he spoke, the huge sword before him glowed brightly. The black rays gradually pushed against the sword jail. Just get out. Wang Xian waved his arm and revealed a cold smirk. As he spoke, the sword jail enlarged and transformed into a 3 meters by 3 meters water region. The water region shrouded the young man. Wang Xian waved his arm. Boom! The entire water region appeared to have suffered catastrophic attacks. Intense and fierce water columns coalesced and smashed towards the young man. What? At this moment, the emotionless face of the young man finally revealed a different expression. His body flew out of the exit under the strong impact of water energy. Bam! The young man plunged his huge sword heavily into the ground and was completely shocked. So strong. How can this be possible? The young man looked out of sorts while staring blankly at the shop. How can this be possible? The young man murmured in a low voice as his body trembled. His eyes surged with a frantic fighting spirit. But subsequently, the fighting spirit in his eyes slowly disappeared. He looked at the huge sword in his hand and headed to the shop once again. How dare you come in again? Wang Xian had just arrived upstairs when he sensed the young man walking in again. He raised his eyebrows. If you ever dare to step in again, you can forget about walking out alive. A cold voice came from upstairs while the young man had a slight change in his expression. Master, refine my weapon. The young man took a deep breath as the space ring in his hand exuded beams of radiance. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the spiritual stones flew into the room upstairs. The number of spiritual stones was massive. Within a few seconds, hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones went into the room. Wang Xian froze for a moment as he looked at the spiritual stones in his room in shock. Hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones was a significant figure. You want to modify your spiritual equipment? Wang Xian swept his gaze across the spiritual stones as he showed up at the stairs, overlooking the young man. Yes, the young man craned his neck, looking up and staring at Wang Xian. Apologize now and I'll do it for you. Wuxia quirked his lips as he spoke to the young man, monotone. Radiance flickered in the eyes of the young man as he furrowed his brows. I was reckless just now. I would like Master to modify my spiritual equipment, please. This should be the attitude. What were you doing just now? On account of the spiritual stones. Come up. Wuxia scorned the young man. The corner of the young man's lips twitched as he grasped his huge sword more tightly than ever. With some hesitation, he went up. A young budding realm expert. You're on par with Piao Lingxue. I guess you must be one of the supreme talents from Dahong Immortal sect. However, one should still learn to be polite at my place. Wuxia cast an emotionless gaze at the young man as he stored 100,000 spiritual stones in his space ring. The young man came up while Wuxia remained silent. Seeing him keeping quiet, the young man's hands that grabbed the huge sword tightened. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and the arrogant young man felt uneasy about it. But he could not win against Wuxia, and he needed his help. Master, I would like to modify the sword. The young man took the initiative and spoke to Wuxia. I can't modify level 12 spiritual equipment. Wuxia cast a glance at that huge black-colored sword and spoke frankly. You don't have to modify too much of it. I just need something to be embedded on it. As the young man spoke, he put down one of his bags and opened it up before him. I just need to embed this on the sword. As a compelling master, this should be easy. The young man took out pieces of scale-like items. This is? Wuxia narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the metal that looked like pieces of scales. A palm-sized material with a sharp tip. Serpent scale stones. Level 12. There were hundreds of such level 12 metals. Serpent scale stones. Can you embed this on the huge sword? The young man looked at Wuxia and asked him with a dead fish look. Wuxia walked over and took out one of the serpent scale stones. Subsequently, he stretched his hands out and took over the huge sword in the young man's hand. Embedding the serpent scale stones on this huge edgeless sword would instantly enhance the power of this sword by a lot. On top of that, circulating the stones with energy could form a serpent. This was the feature of the serpent scale stones. One slash would bring out hundreds of serpents, tearing the enemy apart. Just the thought of it would make one tremble in his boots. Wuxia took the serpent scale stones and the huge sword as he locked his brows. Given his level in art of water refining, he was unable to reforge it again. To embed them on the sword, there was only one method. Wuxia looked towards the chest at the side and took out a type of metal from it. Shiyun metal. Level 12. Shiyun metal was a unique metal that had a suction ability. This was one of the materials sent by a force for refining some equipment that was similar to chains. Wuxia took a look at Shiyun metal, then the huge sword and serpent scale stones. Your spiritual stones are not enough. Wuxia looked at the young man and spoke straightforwardly. Shiyun metal could be used to forge level 12 weapons after Wuxia upgraded to level 9. Level 12 spiritual equipment cost at least 150,000 spiritual stones per piece. The 100,000 spiritual stones that the young man paid was indeed insufficient. Not enough. Wuxia's words stunned the young man as he revealed a surprised look. Wuxia looked at him and said, I need to consume level 12 Shiyun metal. Help me modify it first and I'll not shortchange you any spiritual stones. The young man locked his brows as he spoke to Wuxia. Great. Wuxia nodded as he swung his arm and began his work. Level 12 Shiyun metal, for some reason, could melt at a rapid rate. With a swing, drops of Shiyun metal landed on the huge sword. Subsequently, he embedded the serpent scale stones on top of it. Taking into account the energy conductivity, the stones were not embedded in any random order. Wuxia had to consider all aspects to make it work. Over hundreds of serpent scale stones were somewhat troublesome, and this slowed down the embedding speed by a lot. Phew! After 4 hours, Wuxia had finally embedded all the serpent scale stones on the huge sword. At this time, the sword had already undergone a tremendous change. The entire huge and broad sword was already covered by the serpent scale stones, with them protruding from the blade. The huge black sword had turned into some horrifying monster sword. Wuxia held the hilt and circulated his water energy. Roar! A faint roaring sound was heard from it as sea serpents formed by the water energy began to sprout from the serpent scale stones. The entire sword had turned into a terrifying monster in an instant. Great sword! Wang Xian's eyes gleamed while the young man's eyes were burning with passion as his body was shaking. Give it to me. The young man reached out to grab the huge sword. Spiritual stones, said Wang Xian without any emotion as he did not hand it to him directly. I'll send them over tomorrow. The young man was expressionless as he fixed his eyes on that huge sword. Oh, is that so? Wang Xian raised an eyebrow and stored the huge sword in his space ring. Send over the remaining 150,000 spiritual stones tomorrow, and I'll return the sword to you. I'll accept an equivalent amount of Shiyun metal which I consumed just now too. 150,000 spiritual stones? The young man darkened his expression immediately as soon as he heard Wang Xian. He stared hard at Wang Xian. Yes, 100,000 for workmanship fees, 150,000 for Shiyun metal. Give me Shiyun metal and I can offset the 150,000 spiritual stones. Wang Xian looked at him and spoke with a smile. The young man was startled as his face turned black. However, he did not say anything. 100,000 spiritual stones was expensive for the workmanship, but it was, after all, level 12 spiritual equipment. This was the primary market price. In addition, there was nothing wrong with providing the level 12 materials that were consumed in the process. Give me the sword first, and I'll definitely give you the spiritual stones or whatever materials, the young man said with a sullen face. Don't even think about it. I'll give you back your sword whenever you have spiritual stones or materials. Otherwise, I'll keep your sword here, Wang Xian said to him plainly. The young man was shocked. He frowned as his eyes were fixed on Wang Xian while he was feeling a little defeated. Piao Lingxue recommend you to me. I wouldn't undercompensate you regardless of whether it was spiritual stones or materials. After a few seconds of silence, the young man looked at Wang Xian and spoke. Piao Lingxue? Wang Xian's lips curved into a smile and he said, in that case, do you know that I also didn't hand Piao Lingxue her weapons when she did not have sufficient spiritual stones with her? The young man's jaw dropped and his emotionless face looked a little distracted. Overall, he looked a little weird. This afternoon. I'll bring spiritual stones over this afternoon, the young man said with a heavy expression. I'm not free in the afternoon. I'll be going out in a while. Come back tomorrow. Wang Xian replied plainly to the young man. He looked at the time and realized it was almost noon. I'm closing for the day. I'll be heading out. Wang Xian walked towards the stairs as he spoke. The young man pulled a long face while following Wang Xian, seeing him locking up the shop. His eyes burned with passion and fighting will as he saw the figure disappearing before him. However, a frown appeared on his face gradually. Wang Xian, we are going off now. Soon after arriving at MT Fengyu and getting a short break in his simple room, Wang Xian heard a voice calling him from outside the room. All right, I'm coming. Wang Xian opened his eyes, got up from his bed with a smile and headed out. Outside the room, Yulinger, Huayu, and several other disciples were waiting for him. Senior brother Wang Xian. Several disciples greeted him warmly with a smile. Wang Xian nodded his head plainly and said, Let's go. Mentor Yu is going with us too. We have to thank senior brother Wang Xian for making it possible for us to participate in today's spiritual tea session. Only the top 10 mountain seats are qualified to join. Several disciples looked at Wang Xian and spoke. Let's go. Mentor Yu arrived and led the group to fly towards where the spiritual tea session was being held on their swords. MT Lingcha was located at the back of Dahong Immortal sect. There were a dozen-odd jade green spiritual tea trees growing above the waterfall. Within the stream connected to the waterfall, there were various tea-serving pots made out of wood. Each tea-serving pot was exquisitely crafted. There were 5 seats placed around each tea-serving pot. There were roughly 50 to 60 tea-serving pots across the entire stream. At this moment, many disciples had arrived. Those who could participate in the spiritual tea session were all elite disciples of various mountain sections. Other than young disciples, various mentors and the higher management personnel of Dahong Immortal sect were also present. The spiritual tea is made from leaves from level 7 spiritual trees. The effects are immense even if you are only drinking the tea. Remember to cultivate diligently and absorb the essence. Mentor Yu reminded the disciples around her. After finding a good spot, they sat down. Yes, Mentor Yu. The group of disciples nodded their heads. Subsequently, the group of 10 people from MT Fengyu sat around 2 tea-serving pots. The water below them was roughly 2 meters deep. One could even see fishes swimming in the clear water. Having tea in this place was undoubtedly very enjoyable. Around the tea-serving pots were other pieces of tea wares and tea leaves that had been prepared in advance. Wang Xian took a deep sniff and the aroma of the tea assailed his nostrils. He poured some hot water over the tea leaves and started enjoying his tea slowly. As for the other disciples of MT Fengyu, they threw all the leaves into the pot and gobbled down their tea in a mouthful. Their objectives were different from Wang Xian as they were after the energy encompassed within. As for Wang Xian, he was simply trying to enjoy the tea. This was indeed made from leaves from a level 7 spiritual tree. This isn't something that can be matched by tea leaves around. Drinking it could even increase my dragon energy. Wang Xian sipped on a bit and revealed a faint smile. Mentor Yu was also silently enjoying her tea. However, Mentor Yu stood up soon after and walked towards the front. Chirp, chirp. The cries of swans could be heard from the sky. The surrounding people were conversing softly, making the place feel a little out of this world. As more and more people arrived, the surroundings got a little noisier. Papa. Spiritual tea is for enjoying and not for gobbling down. Hee hee. Other than that Dragon King, the rest in MT Fengyu are all piles of trash. At this moment, ridicules resounded from the side. When the disciples from MT Fengyu heard them, they jerked open their eyes and glowered at the group of people before them. The group had roughly 20 people. They were staring at the people from MT Fengyu with contempt. Conceit was written over their faces as they stared down at the disciples of MT Fengyu with a sense of superiority. When the disciples from MT Fengyu saw the words embroidered on their outfits, they were furious but held back their displeasure. Hee. The group snorted and headed to the side before sitting down. Those people from MT Lang are truly scornful. They are too overbearing. Several disciples from MT Fengyu grumbled furiously. MT Lang? Wang Xian turned his head around nonchalantly as he looked across. He realized the group were staring at him harshly. She's that girl with the almond-shaped eyes. Following which, the disciples from MT Lang, who were next to the girl, started conversing softly. Wang Xian looked beyond them and indeed saw their mentor, Ling Yan, walking towards the front. Senior brother Hong Tianda is here? Who would have thought that senior brother Hong Tianda would come to this spiritual tea session? At this moment, exclamations broke out from various places. Countless disciples at the spiritual tea session looked ahead curiously. The young man was roughly 40 years old. He had an exceptionally burly stature and wore a straight face. It was as though everyone here owed him money. It was also his strong build and emotionless face that instilled fear in others. Tiani swordsman Hong Tianda. He's the pride of all disciples into Hong Immortal sect. With his huge sword, he could defeat a whole crowd alone. Wang Xian heard a disciple standing by the side exclaiming, "He's my idol." That's what the strongest disciple of the Hong Immortal sect should be. A while back, great senior brother Zheng Tianda fought with the strongest disciple from Yongchang Immortal sect. In the end, he lost by a move because of his weapon. If he had an equivalent weapon to the strongest disciple from Yongchang Immortal sect, the outcome wouldn't have been certain. Only senior sister Piao Lingxue and senior brother Ao Shuwen could possibly be compared with great senior brother. Even senior brother Su Fa is a little inferior to him. Wang Xian heard several other disciples commenting. It's him. Wang Xian looked at the burly young man. Isn't he that brat I met earlier today? Looking at his face, Wang Xian chuckled. He was pulling a long and dark face, although he still owed Wang Xian 150,000 spiritual stones. Wang Xian found this to be a little hilarious. So that's why he knew Piao Lingxue. So he is Hong Tianda, who I have heard so much about. And he's the strongest disciple of the Hong Immortal sect. Wang Xian's eyes were fixed on him. When fighting with him a while back, he found this young man to be rather strong. He was even much stronger than Emperor Qi from Diabolism and Nia Wushuang from the Donghua sacred sect. However, when compared to the current Wang Xian, the strongest disciple of Dahong Immortal sect wouldn't even pique Wang Xian's interest in battle. Piao Lingxue and the beautiful disciples from MT Shui are here too. Senior sister Piao Lingxue is truly a breathtaking beauty. The strongest and the second strongest disciples of Dahong Immortal sect are here. Even the fourth-ranked senior brother Su Fa is here. We are just missing senior brother Ao Shuwen now. With skin that was as fair as snow and a sword that was as cold as frost, Piao Lingxue was the goddess in the current era of the entire Dahong Immortal sect within Yangchang world. The only one that could be compared with her was a female disciple from Yangchang Immortal sect. It was not an overstatement to say that Piao Lingxue was the dream girl of all the disciples of Dahong Immortal sect. Her prestige was on par with the top-ranking disciple, Hong Tianda. Around Piao Lingxue stood the group of MT Shui's female disciples, which consisted of the top 20 disciples like Yao Beibei, Feng Bailing. All of them enjoyed a great reputation in the entire Dahong Immortal sect. The appearance of Piao Lingxue and the female disciples of MT Shui drew the attention of all men as they observed them with glistening eyes. Wang Xian looked over, revealing a smile on his face, as he saw all familiar faces. Senior brother Ao Shuwen is here too. Senior brothers Ao Shuwen, Feng Haoxi, Tong Xiuping, Ming Ziyu, Lin Xingzhan are here. They are ranked 3rd, 6th, 9th, 11th, and 14th respectively. These 5 senior brothers were on very good terms with senior brother Ao Shuwen as the lead. They are the ones who had the greatest strength in the entire Dahong Immortal sect. All geniuses are always together. When will we have the chance to enter their circle? Unless you can make it to the top 20 of the Dahong Immortal sect disciples, you can forget about entering their circle. At this time, exclamations of surprise kept coming with the arrival of those 5 disciples. The level of attention they got was not any less than Piao Lingxue or Hong Tianda. That was because 5 of them were the young supreme talents of the Dahong Immortal sect. Her? Another familiar face. Wang Xian squinted his eyes as a tinge of coolness flashed in his eyes while he peered at the quintet. The 5 people before him were those 5 young men whom he had met at St. Forge Workshop before. Enemies are bound to meet. Wang Xian took the teacup in front of him and took a sip without any expression. Hong Tianda, Piao Lingxue, and the quintet took seats around them. They possessed self-contempt as they looked nowhere, and sat down with cold arrogance. I did not expect her to be a proud goddess. Looking at Piao Lingxue, who appeared almost as a proud swan in the sky, Wang Xian could only give a faint smile. Compared to the Piao Lingxue who he had known previously, the current one was more superior and aloof. The spiritual tea session once again quieted down after the disciples walked in. One by one, they sipped the tea, digested it, and converted it into energy. Pack. Lingyan, watch your mouth. After about 10 minutes, the sharp sound of the breaking of a tea set was heard along with the voice of Mentor Yu. Everyone was startled as they looked ahead. Why, Qianmei? I can't even talk about it? Humph. Bam. When everyone craned and looked up, they were shocked to see Mentor Yu and Lingyan engaging in a fight above their heads. Sigh, not again. Some of them sighed as several elders stood in the air, watching the 2 of them with helpless faces. The grudge between Mentor Yu and Mentor Lung will never be resolved for the rest of their entire lives. How could it be resolved? Back then, Lung Aofing killed Emperor Yu and the top-notch disciples of MT Fengyu with the use of unorthodox combat methods, including level 13 spiritual equipment and an array. Even though Lung Aofing had his limbs hacked off, he was only imprisoned for 10 years because of God Lung. This grudge is not easy to resolve unless one of them is totally defeated. At this time, some of the disciples were whispering. Wang Xian looked over and saw Yu Linger standing up in rage. Some of the disciples of MT Fengyu were also glowering at Lingyan in the sky with furious looks. This was obviously not the first time that the surrounding disciples witnessed the fight between Mentor Yu and Mentor Ling. There were right and wrong back then. Long Aofing might be a descendant of Godline, but Emperor Yu was, after all, the unofficial disciple of Godin. He also felt guilty towards Emperor Yu. Hence, he would never let Mentor Yu and his daughter come into harm's way. Yes, such a grudge cannot be resolved. Luckily, they stop after each fight. Some of the surrounding disciples continued to exchange conversations in whispers. Wang Xian was listening to the story that some of the disciples were talking about as he looked up to the sky. Both Mentor Yu and Ling Yan were withholding a daunting sense of murderous intent. However, the members of higher management of Dahong Immortal sect was watching, and thus no one would get killed. Yu Qianmei, don't assume that you have an extraordinary disciple in your mountain sect. To me, he's just a little worthless brat. Those outstanding disciples that Mt. Fengyu once had are gone by now. Ling Yan's sarcastic, cold voice came from the sky as she wanted to irritate Mentor Yu. If not for that despicable Lung Aofeng, how would Mt. Fengyu have come to such a state? Mt. Lung has only insidious villains. Mentor Yu's voice in the sky was filled with killing intent as she confronted her. It was obvious that Mt. Fengyu lost to us. Now you smeared our name by saying we're despicable. How shameless. Suddenly, a scornful voice was heard not far away from Mt. Fengyu's side. You. Upon hearing their words, Mt. Fengyu's disciples immediately spun around with anger. What is it? Seeing the Mt. Fengyu disciples turning around to look at them, the disciples of Mt. Lung revealed sarcastic faces. A bunch of trash from Mt. Fengyu. If you're not convinced, we can go to the arena and cripple you guys. They glared at them disdainfully. Mt. Lung was currently the third mountain sect in the ranking of Dahong Immortal sects. They had over 200 disciples, which was 10 times more than Mt. Fengyu. A few pieces of trash are not qualified to take part in a spiritual tea session. Any disciples we pull from our mountain sect could easily annihilate the insignificant Mt. Fengyu. Several Mt. Lung disciples exuded a surge of domineering aura. The group of Mt. Fengyu disciples paled instantly, revealing dreadful expressions. Comparing the inborn disciples of Mt. Fengyu and the lowest level half-step to Dan realm of Mt. Ling, the difference was too huge. It was not a fight within the same league. Senior brother Sci-Fi. That's the so-called Dragon King. At this time, the almond-shaped-eyed girl beside a young man pointed at Wang Xian. Really? Dragon King? I've long wanted to meet him in person. The young man by the name of Sci-Fi looked at Wang Xian before he swept his gaze across the Mt. Fengyu disciples. Mt. Fengyu? Dragon King? They are just some trash that are not even worthy of carrying the shoes of Mt. Lung's disciples. Sci-Fi sneered with a cold smile. Since the mentors from Mt. Fengyu and Mt. Lung shared a vendetta, naturally, the disciples from the two mountain sects would not be on good terms. But Mt. Fengyu was too weak to be compared with Mt. Lung. If not for that Dragon King, Mt. Fengyu would not have been ranked in the 10th position. Disciples of Mt. Lung could not be bothered as they totally disregarded the opponent that looked like trash to them. Sci-Fi spoke coldly to the group of people from Mt. Fengyu. The other disciples from Mt. Lung also stared at Wang Xian and the group with contempt. They had no regard for them at all. Even if Mt. Fengyu was ranked as the 10th strongest mountain sect currently. As they spoke, terrifying auras shrouded towards the crowd from Mt. Fengyu. The auras from Dan realm experts weren't something that inborn disciples could withstand. The disciples from Mt. Fengyu turned pale and gritted their teeth instantly as though they were small and helpless boats on the rough seas. Trying to exert your dominance over us with your aura? Wang Xian lifted the cup before him as he stared coldly towards Sci-Fi, who was in the middle of the group of disciples from Mt. Lung. We can also settle it in the arena. Sci-Fi looked at Wang Xian with ridicule. Dragon King? So what if you defeated Kong Guanglin easily? Although others have said you have the strength to rank among the top 10 disciples, I wonder, how many moves will you last against me? No matter whether it is imposing our dominance or settling things in the arena, you guys from Mt. Fengyu are trash to us regardless of whether it's the present or the future. So what if you are the Dragon King? Sci-Fi lifted his head proudly and had no respect for Wang Xian at all. His voice reverberated throughout the entire spiritual tea session. This is the Mentor Yu and Mentor Leng are fighting it out above, and the disciples of the two mountain sects are going against one another here. That's a given. Considering that their mentors are fighting it out, how could the disciples be sitting there? It's only natural that they should try to crush the other sect. Mt. Fengyu isn't in the same tier as Mt. Lung. Even when the Dragon King has shot up on the charts recently, they still couldn't be compared with MT Lung. MT Lung has AO Shuwen and Su Fa. No matter whether it is imposing dominance over the other or settling things in the arena, the disciples from MT Fingyu are completely outclassed. They would just be tortured. Is that young man the Dragon King? He sure knows how to act cool. Everyone is standing there and yet he sits by the side and enjoys his tea. He. He's just going to be beaten up for trying to act cool. When the surrounding crowd heard Su Fa, they smirked and were just waiting to see a show. They enjoyed their tea and had some food while watching the conflict between disciples from MT Lang and MT Fingyu. In a way, this was rather entertaining. The only shame was that MT Fingyu was too weak. It would be an overwhelming defeat and thus the crowd was a little disinterested. More people were focusing on Wang Xian. They were interested to see what the Dragon King really looked like. That kid is still as scornful as before. Standing beside Ao Shuwen, Tong Xioping stared harshly at Wang Xian as he remarked, "Brother Ao, the disciples from your MT Long have a conflict with the other group. Why don't we head over and teach the guy a lesson?" The other young man, Feng Haoxi, smirked as he spoke. "There's no need to. Just leave this to Su Fa. A meager Dragon King isn't qualified to warrant us taking actions ourselves." Ao Shuwen looked across nonchalantly, sipped on his spiritual tea, and spoke with a smile. "Haha. You're right. Su Fa from your mountain sect would be enough to teach that brat a good lesson." Tong Xioping and a few other young men commented with smiles. "Huh? That is?" At this moment where the disciples of MT Shui were standing, Yao Beibei and Feng Bailing were looking in the direction of MT Fingyu and MT Lang out of curiosity. Suddenly, someone caught their eye. Piao Lingxue was also looking at Wang Xian, who was sitting there. "So he's here too," Piao Lingxue thought to herself. "Master, it's that handsome master." Yao Beibei and Feng Bailing weren't aware that Wang Xian was the Dragon King. They also didn't know that Wang Xian was a disciple from MT Fengyu. Seeing Wang Xian, they were astonished. However, excitement beamed in their eyes. Other disciples from MT Shui were also astonished to see Wang Xian. "Great senior sister, that. Feng Bailing pointed at Wang Xian. Her eyes widened and her jaw dropped as she exclaimed, "He's that handsome master from Yongchang City." "Yeah." Piao Lingxue nodded her head. "Great senior sister. Did you know that handsome master is a disciple of the Dahong Immortal sect?" Upon seeing Piao Lingxue's response, the surrounding disciples from MT Shui asked this in astonishment. "Yeah, I knew that Wang Xian is the Dragon King. It's just that I did not expect him to be here today," Piao Lingxue answered. "The master that was unparalleled in refining elixir pills and equipment. He was the most famous master in the entire Yongchang city currently. His name had almost reached the entire Yongchang world by now. How dare the people from MT Lang try to bully handsome master? Let's go. Let's go support the handsome master. Let's go. Who is more talented than that master in the entire Yongchang city? I had not expected that master to be the Dragon King. He's too cool. Let's head over. Let's head over." The disciples of MT Shui stared at Wang Xian with excitement. Even Yao Beibei and Feng Bailing were staring at Wang Xian with fervent eyes. The group of girls had all hoped for a romantic occasion with an insanely talented alchemist master and blacksmith master. All the disciples from MT Shui stood up and headed towards Wang Xian. Damsel saving the hero. They were thinking of saving Wang Xian. Piao Lingxue chuckled. She stood up and followed behind. Where are the beautiful girls from MT Shui heading to?" The surrounding disciples from various mountain sects were surprised to see the female disciples from MT Shui standing up. At the other end, Wang Xian put down the teacup in his hand while looking at the crowd of arrogant disciples from MT Line. He stood up, stared at Su Fa, and remarked emotionlessly, "Let's meet in the arena. No one is to blame for any death." "Haha. Great. You are indeed the Dragon King. Your courage is really commendable." Su Fa was taken aback by what Wang Xian said. However, he broke into laughter soon after and replied, "Arena? No one is to blame for any deaths? Let it be then. Haha." As he spoke, the smile on his face deepened. His eyes were locked on Wang Xian as he continued ridiculing him. "It seems like I'm going to be the warrior that slays a dragon. The Dragon King is challenging Su Fa in the arena? No one is to be blamed for any death. Damn. How stupid is he? Su Fa is currently ranked 5th and has reached the half-step to budding realm. Isn't he courting his own death? Interesting. This is going to be interesting. I was thinking MT Fenyu would be completely crushed. Who would have thought that the Dragon King wouldn't back down? Great. Great. When the surrounding disciples of Dahong Immortal sect heard their conversation, their eyes lit up with excitement. Those female disciples from MT Shui that were walking towards Wang Xian frowned, quickened their pace and said, "You are really arrogant to speak of slaying the dragon. If you are challenging Master Dragon King, you have to get past me first. Is MT Feng trying to impose his dominance over MT Fengyu? Retract your aura and don't push things too hard." Just as the disciples from MT Long were smiling proudly and releasing their aura towards Wang Xian and the other disciples of MT Fengyu, sharp voices resounded suddenly. These voices and what happened were heard and seen clearly by the surrounding disciples. What's the situation? What are the disciples from MT Shui doing? Why are they helping the disciples from MT Fengyu? The surrounding disciples were taken aback. Even the disciples from MT Lung was stunned. However, what was truly shocking to them was seeing the female disciples crowding towards Wang Xian as though they were die-hard fans of his. "Handsome master, I had not expected you to be the Dragon King. You are really too stunning. Wah! I want to be your girlfriend. Dragon King, this name is truly domineering. Can you give me your autograph? What's going on? What is this?" All the mountain sect disciples were stunned as they watched Wang Xian being surrounded by a group of female disciples from MT Shui. The female disciples in their eyes looked like some girls who were obsessed with guys, including Yu Beibei and Feng Bailing. They were the next strongest disciples after Piao Lingxue, and ranked 7th and 8th respectively. They were absolutely talented young ladies of Dahong Immortal sect and goddesses in the eyes of Dahong Immortal sect's disciples. They were only second to Piao Lingxue. Yet, these two goddesses were standing by the sides, addressing Dragon King as the handsome master. They even declared that anyone who wished to challenge the Dragon King would need to get past her first. What was going on? Gosh, my goddess. One of the mountain sect disciples could not help but widen his eyes with disbelief as he watched the event unfolding. The overall strength of MT Shui was ranked 2nd, which was higher than MT Lung. Moreover, the disciples of MT Shui, who were presented here today, were all renowned figures. Everyone had their own reputation, but yet they were encircling Dragon King. At the sight of this, all of them revealed shocked expressions. Even those people from MT Lung, including Su Fa, wore slightly awkward expressions. Seeing the MT Shui disciples glaring at them furiously, Su Fa's expression darkened. "Juniors of MT Shui, this is between MT Lang and MT Fengyu. Do you want to intervene in the business between two mountain sects?" "That's right. Ladies, this is a grudge between us and MT Fengyu. MT Shui had better not get involved in this and hurt our friendship." Su Fa and another disciple from MT Lang spoke in a dull voice as they looked at Yu Beibei and Feng Bailing. "Why has it got nothing to do with us? Dragon King's business is our business." However, a female disciple of MT Shui looked up and answered as soon as Su Fa and the rest finished their statements. "That's right, I might be marrying into MT Fengyu in the future. Hee. This has certainly got something to do with me." Another female disciple threw Wang Xian a broad smile. For a moment, the group of people from MT Lung put on dark faces after hearing what the female disciples said. The surrounding disciples from other mountain sects twitched their lips involuntarily. Fuck, when did Dragon King establish such a good relationship with the female disciples from MT Shui? And why did the female disciples fancy him so much? This almost caused them to cough out blood. So MT Shui is bent on going against MT Long? Asked a female disciple of MT Long coldly as she stared at the group of disciples from MT Shui. The aura around her intensified. "Yeah, so what if we do?" Boom. Seeing that demeanor exhibited from the female disciple of MT Lang, the rest of the MT Shui disciples did not give in as they exuded the aura from their bodies. The lowest level of cultivation among the girls was half-step to Dan realm. There was no concealment to their imposing aura when they confronted the people from MT Lang. You guys! Sensing the incoming aura, the female disciple of MT Lang paled. Seeing how things developed, Su Fa took a step forward with a solemn expression. His aura went against them as he stared at MT Shui disciples with beaming eyes. At this moment, it was the dignity of MT Lang at stake. Even though the other party was MT Shui, they could not retreat directly. In my opinion, MT Lang's people should get going. Just then, an impassive voice was heard with Piao Lingxue walking from behind. What? Seeing Piao Lingxue dropping warnings as she stalked over, the group of MT Lang disciples had a huge change in their expressions. Even Su Fa, who was standing in front, had a tinge of fear flashing in his eyes. Dreadful looks surfaced on all the faces of people from MT Lang. Piao Lingxue actually spoke for MT Fengyu and Dragon King. She was the second disciple of the entire Yongchang Immortal sect, the supreme talent of Yongchang world. SSS, Piao Lingxue spoke up to protect the Dragon King. What the hell is going on here? Seriously? Piao Lingxue actually went over and spoke up for him. The rest of the mountain sect disciples found it astonishing. A disciple like Piao Lingxue was above almost all the other disciples. The future member of higher management of Immortal sect was now speaking for Dragon King. This could offend all of MT Lang. Even though members of higher management were no longer limited to any mountain sects, they must still pay attention to their behavior. Dragon King. Piao Lingxue came over and greeted him without any emotion. Miss Piao. Wang Xian gave a smile and a nod to Piao Lingxue before he turned to the rest of the female disciples of MT Shui. Thank you, pretty ladies. Hee, you're welcome. The group of disciples shook their heads with beaming faces. Her. From the side, Ao Shuwen furrowed his brows tightly when he noticed the situation. Brother Ao, shall we go over? Tong Xioping gazed quizzically as he asked Ao Shuwen. Let's go. Ao Shuwen took a brief glance at Mentor Yu and Mentor Long, who were still engaged in a fight. With flickering eyes, he walked towards the place where MT Lang was gathered. As the leader of MT Lang, he could not ignore this anymore. Brother Ao, let me get some more people. I'll also get some guys from our mountain sect. Now that Brother Ao has Water Shark, Piao Lingxue might not necessarily be your match in combat. Lin Xingjian, Tong Xioping, Feng Haoxi, and Ming Ziyu spoke to Ao Shuwen. Ao Shuwen looked at the long sword in his hand with his lips quirked. With level 12 spiritual equipment, he did not think that his current strength would lose out to Piao Lingxue. On top of that, he felt that he could challenge Hong Tianda too. This is an issue between MT Lang and MT Fengyu. MT Shui should not meddle in it. Ao Shuwen walked to MT Lang without any expression. Following behind him, Lin Xingjian and Tong Xioping beckoned towards a group of people from two sides. The 6th-ranked mountain sect, MT Xingyun. The 7th-ranked mountain sect, MT Wu. Lin Xingjian and Tong Xioping were two leaders of these two mountain sects, and they enjoyed a high degree of prestige within the mountain sects. When the duo beckoned, the disciples from two mountain sects walked over immediately as they knew what their leaders were up to. This senior brother Ao Shuwen went over. The few people around him also followed him. On top of that, Lin Xingjian and Tong Xioping even called out people from their mountain sects. What are they doing? This has got to do with the face of the mountain sect and not personal emotions anymore. MT Shui's disciples already embarrassed MT Lang. Senior brother Ao Shuwen could no longer stand around and watch. Do you think they will be sparring? Hard to say. The people from the 6th and 7th-ranked mountain sects already went over. By strength, senior brother Ao Shuwen has the strongest alliance in the entire Dahong Immortal sect. The 4 people around him are the super geniuses of the top 20. In the entire Dahong Immortal sect, everyone knew Hong Tianda was a cold lone warrior. Hong Tianda had devoted all his attention to cultivation and had few friends. Moreover, he also had a cold personality. His pride was unmatched and he rarely spoke. Although Piao Lingxue wasn't as cold as Hong Tianda, she didn't appear before the public eyes frequently either. Only the disciples of MT Shui had seen her as their leader. Ao Shuwen was different. His family was close to the Lin family, Tong family, Feng family, and Ming family. Therefore, he often hung around with Lin Xingzhan, Tong Xiuping, and the rest. Lin Xingzhan and the other three had also regarded Ao Shuwen as their leader. The influence of the five of them could be considered the strongest among all the disciples in Dahong Immortal sect. Things have gotten a little out of hand. I wonder how this is going to end. The disciples from other mountain sects gasped as they watched the developments intensely. Some higher management members of Dahong Immortal sect also looked across curiously. However, they averted their gazes soon after. The reason why Dahong Immortal sect was divided into various mountain sects was to prevent the long period of peace eroding the drive and motivation of their disciples away. Therefore, Dahong Immortal sect had divided their disciples into mountain sects. The stronger the mountain sect, the more resources it would be allocated. The stronger their disciples were, the more benefits they would receive. Through this, they hoped to increase the overall strength of the Immortal sect. This method had proven highly effective as the overall strength of the Immortal sect had been constantly increasing. Some battles between mountain sects were allowed. Even if the disciples from different mountain sects were engaging in group life and death battles, the Immortal sect wouldn't interfere. Everyone from MT Shui and senior sister Piaoling Shui. Are you sure you guys would want to be involved in the matters between our MT Lang and MT Fengyu? Ao Shuwen walked across, stared at Piaoling Shui and remarked plainly, "You guys have to think this through." Ao Shuwen led a group of people over and spoke to Piaoling Shui directly. Piaoling Shui raised an eyebrow, turned to Ao Shuwen and looked across the group of people that had come with him. "What are you going to do if we want to interfere?" remarked Piaoling Shui plainly. "If you guys are interfering, your MT Shui better be careful during the grand contest of mountain sects." Ao Shuwen reminded Piaoling Shui in an emotionless tone. "Oh, is this a threat?" A flash of coldness appeared on Piaoling Shui's face as she looked across the disciples of MT Xingyun and MT Wu. The grand contest of mountain sects was different from ordinary challenges. This contest was also to showcase the overall strength of a mountain sect. Confined within an area, whichever mountain sect could last the longest would get a better ranking. During the contest, mountain sects were free to form their own alliances. As the rewards for the grand contest of mountain sects were overwhelmingly great, it was a grand affair each year. Ao Shuwen was clearly warning Piaoling Shui. "Nope. I'm just hoping that everyone from MT Shui won't participate in the feud between MT Fengyu and us." Ao Shuwen remarked plainly. The sword in his hand started glowing with blue light. One could see a miniature shark swimming on it. The aura around Ao Shuwen's sword instantly attracted the attention of all the disciples. Level 12 Spiritual Weapon. The spiritual sword that senior brother Ao Shuwen is holding is definitely a level 12 spiritual weapon. He changed his weapon. Level 12 spiritual weapon. Oh gosh. Senior brother Ao Shuwen can almost definitely challenge Piaoling Shui. This is insane. The surrounding disciples exclaimed as they stared at the spiritual sword in Ao Shuwen's hand. The conversation between Ao Shuwen and Piaoling Shui. The standoff between MT Shui and MT Lung. Everyone in the area was now looking across. Even the disciples at the very front looked over out of curiosity. So he's a disciple of Dahong Immortal sect. What a surprise. Moreover, he's the Dragon King from MT Fengyu. At this moment, the burly Hong Tianda who was standing near the front stared at Wang Xian while mumbling to himself. The most famous and outstanding master with demon-like talents in blacksmithing and alchemy. More impressively, he was a terrifyingly strong expert. Recalling his exchanges with Wang Xian earlier in the day, Hong Tianda couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Earlier in the day, although the moves were simple and the duration was short, he could still catch a glimpse of how terrifying that young man was. He had been confident that he was peerless among the disciples in Dahong Immortal sect. Yet, he was completely overwhelmed in a brief exchange of blows. He even threw up blood. No disciples in Dahong Immortal sect would be a match for him. Hong Tianda stared at that figure before looking at the additional space ring around his finger. The next moment, he stood up. Huh? MT Guman was the strongest mountain sect in Dahong Immortal sect. The disciples from Mtigumen were shocked to see Hong Tianda standing up and heading to one side. Without any hesitation, they stood up and followed behind Hong Tianda. This was the strongest disciple of Mtigumen. Similarly, he was the strongest disciple in the entire Dahong Immortal sect. 50,000 spiritual stones and a small space ring. As for the shortfall, I will give them to you the next day. Hong Tianda walked to Wang Xian and spoke in his solemn tone. Huh? 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 Just as Ao Shuan and Piao Lingxue, MT Leng and MT Shui were facing off, a voice had broken the silence. Everyone was stunned. They turned around and were surprised to see Hong Tianda. When they saw Hong Tianda throw a space ring towards Wang Xian, their jaws dropped. What's the situation now? Damn! Hong Tianda is also close to the Dragon King. What is Hong Tianda trying to show by walking towards Wang Xian now? Could it be that the Dragon King, Hong Tianda, and Piao Lingxue are really close to one another? Are they going to side with the Dragon King? The sudden arrival of Hong Tianda and him throwing a space ring to Wang Xian had shocked the surrounding disciples. What was the significance of Hong Tianda walking over under these circumstances? All the disciples from MT Line were stunned too as they stared blankly at Hong Tianda. Just a while ago, they were surprised to see the female disciples from MT Shui walking over to support the Dragon King. And now, even Hong Tianda had walked over. What was the significance of him acting like this? Clearly, he was making his stand known to all. Hong Tianda. Ao Shuan's pupils turned towards Hong Tianda and constricted. His expression had also turned a little more bitter. Hong Tianda was the strongest disciple of the Hong Immortal sect and Mtigumen. Huh? The space ring is too small. I'll count it as 50,000. You still owe me 50,000 spiritual stones? Wang Xian was a little surprised to see Hong Tianda walking towards him. However, he still caught the ring with a smile and replied to him plainly. What? Senior brother Hong Tianda owes the Dragon King spiritual stones. How did the Dragon King get to know Piao Lingxue and senior brother Hong Tianda? The strongest disciple of our immortal sect owes him spiritual stones. When the disciples from various mountain sects heard their conversation, they blanked out and felt that this was unbelievable. The strongest disciple of the Hong Immortal sect, Hong Tianda. The second strongest disciple of the Hong Immortal sect, Piao Lingxue. The two of them and the mountain sects behind them. After Hong Tianda tossed the space ring to Wang Xian, he did not leave. Standing quietly, he cast a brief glance at Ao Shuan. No words from him, just a burly figure standing over there. Yet his attitude was apparent. Noticing such a situation, the disciples of MT Lang gasped hard with trepidation in their eyes. Both Tong Shoping and Lin Xingjian were stupefied as they looked dumbfoundedly at the Mtigumen disciples and the soundless Hong Tianda. The burly figure had brought about immense oppression to them. The disciples from MT Xingyun and MT Wu behind swallowed their saliva without knowing. How could they go against the top two mountain sects of the Hong Immortal sect? This is a joke. Ao Shuan clenched his fists as he gradually turned to Wang Xian. It was unexpected to him that this Dragon King was actually acquainted with Piao Lingxue and Hong Tianda. They had even stepped forward to help him. This was something that caught him off guard. Phew! Since senior brother Hong Tianda and senior sister Piao Lingxue are standing in defense of MT Fengyu and the Dragon King, MT Lang will stop making things difficult for them. We need to give face to our senior brother and sister. Ao Shuan took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. In the face of Piao Lingxue, he dared to be tough, and even so with Hong Tianda. But facing both of them together at the same time was something Ao Shuan would not dare to try. All the more, the MT Lung disciples following behind dared not utter a word. At this moment, even the genius disciples who were as strong as Su Fa dared not say anything in front of them. Even Su Fa would not dare to provoke them. Haha, Ao Shuan, MT Lung. And the few of you will not make things difficult for us? Just as Ao Shuan's voice trailed off, Wang Xian corked his lips and revealed a smirk. What do you mean by making things difficult? Let's have a fight then. As he said, he swept his gaze across those people coldly. Her. Ao Shuwen and the rest of the people beside him threw Wang Xian razor-sharp and icy-cold gazes. He, Dragon King? If not for senior brother Hong Tianda and senior sister Piao Lingxue, you'd be lying here dead today, said Su Fei to Wang Xian impassively. Brat, have you found your alchemy shop? Lin Xingjian and Tong Shoping sneered while fixing their eyes on Wang Xian. Ao Shuwen craned his head slightly as he gazed coldly at Wang Xian with aloofness in his eyes. Wang Xian took a brief look at them before he walked towards the back with a smile. He came to a spot 200 meters away. Everyone stared at him with quizzical looks. What is the Dragon King trying to do? Handsome Dragon King, what are you doing? Some of the disciples from other mountain sects and MT Shui asked in surprise. I'm drawing this ground as the arena. Ao Shuwen, the 4 fellows behind you and you come over. Wang Xian stretched out his hand and pointed to 6 people, including Ao Shuwen. Wang Xian's act swept everyone with surprise. Drawing the ground as the arena? Challenging senior brother Ao Shuwen, Tong Shoping, Lin Xingjian, Su Fei, Feng Haoxi, Ming Ziyu? What is he doing? Is he out of his mind? Digging his own grave? Getting in the arena means that killings are allowed. He actually dared to draw an arena for senior brother Ao Shuwen and the rest. He must be either out of his mind or he's lost his senses. Darn. This fucking Dragon King is the most arrogant fellow I have ever seen. His strength is at most ranked top 10. Now he's actually issued a challenge to senior brother Ao Shuwen and the rest. Any one of the senior brothers could easily deal with him, let alone senior brother Ao Shuwen. The surrounding mountain sect's disciples were startled when they witnessed Wang Xian's actions. Immediately, they began discussing among themselves. The Dragon King was challenging 6 people, including senior brother Ao Shuwen. He was a budding realm expert, in the top 3 disciples of the Hong Immortal sect. Not only did the surrounding disciples freeze, but even Ao Shuwen and Su Fei, whose names were called out, were stunned. Challenging us? A taunting look surfaced on Su Fei's face as he fixed his eyes on Wang Xian. Senior brother Ao Shuwen doesn't even have to strike. I could easily cripple you alone. Since you're asking for your death, I'll give it to you. As he spoke, he turned to Piao Lingxue and Hong Tianda at the side. Senior brother Hong Tianda, senior sister Piao Lingxue, he taunted us first, not that we're making things difficult for him. The deadpan Piao Lingxue slowly nodded. Fate determines who shall be killed in arena matches. Hong Tianda spat out the words without emotion. Fate determines who shall be killed in arena matches. The rules stated so, but very few people would kill each other in the arena. That's right. Fate determines who shall be killed in arena matches. Ao Shuwen drew his lips slowly as he looked at Wang Xian. With a tinge of ridicule in his eyes, he said, "You're still not worthy of being my opponent. That's right. You are not worthy to fight with brother Ao. Just leaving it to me will do." Lin Xizhan lifted his head and yelled at Wang Xian. Haha, me too. Let me test the strength of the Dragon King and see how much he has got for him to be so arrogant. Tong Shoping burst out a clap of laughter as he took 2 steps forward. 6 of you just came forward together. Nice. I can kill a nest of you in one shot. Wang Xian stared at the 6 of them coldly. Wang Xian, stop. At this time, an anxious voice cut through the air from the sky. Mentor Yu's figure flew over. She was in a somewhat pitiful state when she stared at Wang Xian and yelled, "Withdraw your arena and fight with them." The arena has already been set up. How can you withdraw it? Haha, Shuwen, Su Fei, go on. Kill that brazen brat of MT Fin Yu for me. Another shrill sound came from the sky. With a similar pitiful look, Mentor Lung swept her cold gaze at Mentor Yu and Wang Xian. Her lips were drawn with murderous intent. Aunt, don't worry. Let us handle this. Ao Shuwen looked at Mentor Lung and replied with a smile. No, Wang Xian. Your strength. Mentor Yu, who came to Wang Xian, was looking worried as she tried to persuade Wang Xian once again. Mentor Yu, don't worry. Wang Xian shook his head at Mentor Yu. This is bad. Great senior sister, the handsome master is issuing a challenge to Ao Shuwen and the rest. If they really fight. The rest of the female disciples of MT Shui revealed a concerned look as they shouted to Piao Lingxue with tender voices. Rest assured, He's the master of the art of water refining. Without the slightest worry, Piao Lingxue cast her gaze to the MT Shui disciples and assured them in a soft voice. Art of water refining, oh yes. Handsome master possesses the art of water refining. Hey wait, so his strength. These female disciples were slightly stunned as shocked looks slowly surfaced on their faces. The proficiency in art of water refining had something to do with the cultivator's strength. To become a master, his strength should be at least at budding realm. At the thought of this, the female disciples of MT Shui revealed more shocked looks. Wang Xian, you aren't a match for Ao Shuwen and his group. Come, let's go back. Mentor Yu frowned while looking at Wang Xian. Clearly, she didn't believe he would be a match for Ao Shuwen and the other 5 youths. On the other end, a flash of ruthlessness beamed in the eyes of Mentor Lang upon seeing how flustered Mentor Yu was. She looked to Ao Shuwen and made a hidden gesture. So Shuwen nodded his head, looked towards Su Fa, Tong Shouwen and the rest and said, "Go! Let him remain here forever." A cold and ruthless voice came from Ao Shuwen. He didn't make a move himself and simply stared harshly from the side. A Dragon King still wasn't deserving of him taking action personally. "All right, senior brother Ao. I'll be able to kill that brat myself." Su Fa nodded his head and bloodlust gleamed in his eyes. Finish him together so nothing could go wrong. We cannot let anyone hear him admitting his defeat, Mentor Lung remarked from the sideline. Yes, Mentor Lung. After receiving the orders from Mentor Lung and Ao Shuwen, killing intent flashed in the eyes of Su Fa, Tong Shouwen and the rest. They moved and appeared before Wang Xian instantly. The 5 of them stood there and glared harshly at Wang Xian. Come. I'm going to slay the dragon today. Hee hee. Ruthlessness gleamed in the eyes of Su Fa as he looked down on Wang Xian. Mentor Yu, move away right now. Are you choosing to break the rules? Mentor Lang shrieked with a smile. Mentor Yu, don't worry. Wang Xian looked at Mentor Yu who was right beside him. He moved the space ring on his finger and a huge sword appeared in the next instant. The huge sword was 2 meters long, half a meter wide, had a bulging blade and was wrapped in a white cloth. Let me test out your sword. Wang Xian rested the huge sword on his shoulders, looked at Hong Tianda and spoke with a smile. Huh? Mentor Yu was taken aback as she looked at the space ring on Wang Xian's finger and eventually at the huge sword. She was pleasantly surprised and hesitated for a moment before retreating 100 meters away. Hong Tianda wasn't pleased to see Wang Xian taking out a sword. This was something he had looked forward to and yet could only have it the next day. Senior brother Hong, that is? When Piao Lingxue saw the huge sword in Wang Xian's hand, doubt surfaced in her mind as she asked Hong Toanda softly. Yeah. After a single word, he stopped. Hee hee. It would appear that he didn't show senior brother Hong any face either. At the thought of Hong Tianda tossing a space ring to Wang Xian previously, Piao Lingxue grinned. Hong Tianda didn't respond to her. Dragon King, you don't have to worry. I'll be enough to handle you and I'll be the only one attacking. When Su Fa saw Wang Xian retrieving the huge sword, he grinned and continued. Do you think you will be as incredible as senior brother Hong Tianda just because you are using his sword? In that case, senior brother Su Fa, you can go first. We will stay around him and prevent him from admitting his defeat. Tong Shouwen and the rest spoke with a smile and had no regard for Wang Xian at all. Go. Yu Qiame, I'll show you how the most outstanding disciple of MT Finyu shall fall. Mentor Lung stared at Mentor Yu with ecstasy. Mentor Yu didn't respond to her taunts and simply stood by the side and watched. Aren't you coming too? Oh well. Let me collect some interest from the other 5 first. Wang Xian lowered the huge sword to the ground and looked across the 5 of them before him. Just another brat that is going to die soon. Su Fa stared at Wang Xian with smiles and drew his long sword slowly. The other 4 also drew their swords. The next moment, they swung their swords and formed an isolation ring. Wang! A sword cloud was formed in the sky and streams of water shrouded an area that spanned over 1,000 meters. Someone is going to lose his life here, sealing the entire space? In other words, even if one were to admit his defeat, no one outside the space could hear. SSS. It has been several months since a disciple of the Hong Immortal sect lost his life in an arena match. It seems like someone is going down today. The Dragon King is almost certain to die. What gives him the guts to challenge Su Fa, Tong Xiuan, and the other 4 disciples? His brain must be wrecked. That's simply courting his own death. Boorish fellow. He's too rash. When the surrounding disciples witnessed what happened, they exclaimed and discussed softly among themselves. Several higher management members of Dahong Immortal sect frowned slightly. They looked at the region shrouded in a water veil but didn't say a word. Once one got into an arena, he had to bear the consequences. Haha, you Qianmei. Take a look with your own eyes. Witness how the most outstanding disciple of MT Fengyu is killed right before you. Mentor Lung was exhilarated and appeared hideous while laughing hysterically. Piao Lingxue looked plainly across Mentor Lung, and her lips curved into a smirk. Hong Tianda looked across the group and his eyes beamed with contempt. I'm going to slaughter you today. At this moment, a blinding light shot out from Su Fa's eyes. He shouted, waved his arm, and a 10-meter-long by 3-meter-wide water sword was formed instantly. The water sword lunged towards Wang Xian at incredible speed. When the crowd saw it, they were astonished. This is sword explosion. It's so quick and fast. He formed a 10-meter-long sword in the blink of an eye. SSS. It's not a fluke that he is ranked 5th among disciples in Dahong Immortal sect. He's too strong. He won't need the help from the other 4 at all. Senior brother Su Fa could easily kill the Dragon King by himself. The sudden explosion of the attack shocked the surrounding disciples. They were all elite disciples of Dahong Immortal sect. With a single look, they were able to tell the horrifying strength Su Fa had displayed. Great. Not too bad. Mentor Lung was satisfied with what she saw as she smirked. On the other hand, Mentor Yu was anxious and stared fervently at the battle. Sword explosion? Seeing the huge water sword charging towards him, Wang Xian revealed a cold smirk. He moved his arm and the white cloth that covered the serpent sword exploded away, revealing the real appearance of the sword. The sword had an entirely black body and had terrifying scale stones embedded in it. The entire serpent sword resembled a monster. Sword explosion. Wang Xian used the same attack and a water sword was formed instantly. The water sword was exceptionally gruesome and had identical looks to the serpent in his hand. In an instant, the water sword grew to over 30 meters. Explode! The moment the water sword was formed, Su Fa shouted. That huge 10-meter water sword exploded into countless small swords as they flew towards Wang Xian. Explode! Wang Xian shouted coldly. Grr! Just as his voice sounded, that huge water serpent sword also exploded. In addition to the explosion, a terrifying growl reverberated across. Soon after, ravaging serpent swords shot towards Su Fa and the other 4 youths who had their arms crossed and were watching from the side. What? How can this be possible? Shit! The Dragon King is terrifyingly strong. When the 30-meter serpent sword was formed with water energy and exploded, the surrounding crowd could feel a chill running down their spines. At that instant, they were horrified. Great terror and calamity had descended. The place within a radius of 1,000 meters was completely shrouded by water and sword cloud battle techniques displayed by Tong Xioping, Lin Xingjian, Feng Haoxi, Ming Ziyu. None of the sounds could travel outside. Yet, the moment when the horrifying 30-meter sword explosion erupted, a terrifying growl was heard. All the people outside were aghast. That growl and that scary explosion were heard clearly by all of them, even with the water veil blocking in between them. As soon as the explosion happened, the scary sword shaped itself into a ferocious beast, easily devouring the sword explosion released by Su Fa. Terrifying, monstrous long swords charged at Su Fa and the remaining 4 people. The quartet who were watching Su Fa and Wang Xian fighting with ease felt their hair stand immediately. Oh no! They let out a scream of horror while they gathered an immense amount of water energy straight away. Water shield! Water shield! Several of them hurriedly shouted as they looked at the sword explosion attacks shrouding over their heads in consternation. How is this possible? Su Fa paled instantly as films of cold sweat broke out on his forehead while the longsword stood in front of him. Thick streams of water current wrapped around them. There was no way to hide, no means to hide. The sword explosion encompassed an area that was too large for them to dodge, given their speed. Since they could not dodge in time, they could only put up their defense. What a terrifying sword explosion! How can this be so domineering? The hearts of the other mountain sect's disciples outside skipped a beat as they staggered back involuntarily. The strength of the Dragon King. Every one of them put on a mixed expression. When they saw the sword explosion encompassing 1,000 meters, their bodies shivered. Oh no! Oh no, no! At this time, Ao Shuin and Mentor Leng, who were waiting for Su Fa and the rest to teach Dragon King a lesson, were aghast. Sensing the energy inside, their eyes surged with horror. Budding Realm Strength. Level 12 Spiritual Equipment. A shrill voice was heard from Mentor Leng, and it struck everyone with a stun. Budding Realm Strength. Level 12 Spiritual Equipment. All the disciples murmured, exhibiting a startled look. There were only 3 budding realm disciples in the entire Dahong Immortal sect. Now, another one had appeared unexpectedly. On top of that, he was very young. Boom! At this moment, the sword explosion hit upon the defensive Su Fa and the remaining 4. The sword explosion enveloped them while a booming sound caused by the domineering power was heard. The earth shook. The members of higher management, Mentor Yu, Piao Lingxue, and the rest revealed a shocked look. Stop! Stop! At this time, screams were heard from afar. 5 figures rode over on their swords. Shit! I hope they are all right. 5 of them came to the area above the explosion, wearing a different look while fixing their eyes below. The sword explosion disappeared and the water veil dissipated. A figure was still standing there, holding one scary colossal sword in the center. All of them quickly took a look at the 5 pits. Gone? Nothing is left. That's odd. Every pit has a sword lying in it. But where's Su Fa and Tong Xioping? Only the swords are left. They have been eradicated by the attacks such that not even a body is left. Eradicated. Everyone was genuinely shocked as they revealed a stunned look in their eyes. You actually killed them all. Mentor Leng blurted out a sharp, shrill cry as she stared at Wang Xian with murderous eyes. Xioping. Xingzhan. The mentors of MT Xingyan and MT Wu had a drastic change in their expressions. Mentors of Feng Haoxi and Ming Ziyu's faces were darkened instantly too. They are all dead. Dragon King actually slayed 5 disciples who were in the top 20. He's really a supreme talent. Gosh. 5 supreme talents were instantly killed without any ashes left. This is too cruel. 5 top 20 supreme talents of Dahong Immortal sect were killed by a single move. The strength of the Dragon King is simply too terrifying. All it took was one move. Just one move. All the surrounding disciples let out horrified exclamations. The female disciples from MT Shui were more stunned than ever. They watched the young man in the arena holding a huge sword as their hearts raced frantically. How handsome he is. Super dashing. Dragon King, you're a budding realm expert and yet you challenged the 5 of them. What motives do you have? You're one class above them. And you killed the outstanding disciples of Dahong Immortal sect on purpose. Bellows of anger rang in everyone's ears as Mentor Leng and the mentors of Lin Xingzhan and Tong Xioping stared at Wang Xian furiously. Great Elder, Second Great Elder, the Dragon King of MT Fengyu deliberately concealed his cultivation level and killed our outstanding disciples of Dahong Immortal sect. His sin. Mentor Leng screamed with a malevolent expression when she saw the elders who flew in and stood in the air. MT Fengyu actually recruited an outstanding disciple, an elite disciple of the budding realm. He had even slain one of the outstanding disciples of MT Line, which agitated her even more. That young man of MT Fengyu was supposed to be dead instead. Haha. Glad that you're fine. However, before Mentor Leng could even complete her statement, that few elders in the elder chuckled. There were no signs of rage on their faces even though the supreme talents of Dahong Immortal sect had been killed. Instead, they looked elated. Mentor Leng's complaint was stuck in the air as she looked on with shock. The Dragon King is actually the master who is unparalleled in refining elixir pills and equipment, a disciple of Dahong Immortal sect. If not for Elder Mu, we wouldn't have known about it. An old man stared at Wang Xian with admiration. Not bad, not bad. You're the most dazzling master at such a young age. A budding realm expert. Your future will be bright. As the old man spoke, he walked to Wang Xian. Another 4 elders also walked over with beaming faces. In times like this, we're lucky to have such outstanding disciples in the Hong Immortal sect. If not for the 2 sect leaders still being in the Yongchang cauldron, they would like to meet you in person. The 5 voices of the elders resounded through the entire spiritual tea session. What they said stunned all the people completely, in particular Mentor Lung and the rest of the mentors. They widened their eyes with shocked looks on their faces. Master who is unparalleled in refining elixir pills and equipment? The sect leaders want to meet him in person? The most dazzling master of Yongchang? The disciples of mountain sects were going dizzy as the 5 elders were the real 5 top-notch men in the entire Yongchang Immortal sect. From the great elder to second great elder, all the way to 5 great elders. When the sect leader was not around, the 5 of them would decide all the matters that happened in the entire Dahong Immortal sect. Yet, at this moment, 5 elders actually came together, staring at the Dragon King with fervent eyes. That look was almost akin to those female disciples of Mt. Shui. The most dazzling master in Yongchang City and the only existence that is unparalleled in refining elixir pills and equipment. There's only one such person in the rumors circulating lately. He's that master in Yongchang City. Moreover, some female disciples from Mt. Shui addressed him as the handsome master at the very beginning of his rise to fame. Rumor has it that the most demon-like talent in Yongchang City is both an alchemist master and a blacksmith master. Who would have thought that the Dragon King is that master who is unparalleled in refining elixir pills and equipment? A disciple exclaimed loudly. His eyes widened and stared at Wang Xian with disbelief. What? The Dragon King is the hottest and most famous master in Yongchang City recently? This. When the surrounding disciples from various mountain sects heard that disciple, they were astonished and stared blankly into the field. Although the Immortal sect didn't set clear rules that higher realm disciples were restricted from challenging lower realm disciples and murdering them on purpose, all the disciples still knew clearly. When fighting in the arena, if there's a huge difference in strength, one party couldn't simply kill the other party. Otherwise, he would have broken the unwritten rule. Yet, the Dragon King had killed 5 supreme talents of Dahong Immortal sect with a single move. Clearly, the Dragon King had broken the unwritten rule. If the higher management of the Immortal sect was to pursue the matter, the Dragon King would have to bear the consequences. However, the current situation was clear that this matter would be shelved aside after the 5 elders had all arrived. As compared to a disciple whose reputation as an alchemist master and blacksmith master was known throughout Yongchang world, Su Fa, Tong Xioping and the other youths were no longer important, even if they were ranked among the top 20 supreme talents. Elder Mu. Elders. Wang Xian identified one of the elders to be that old man from the Mu family. Haha. Master Dragon King, the other elders have heard about what you are capable of and would like to see you in person. If you have the time, come to the elders' pavilion for a chat. Elder Mu smiled and spoke to Wang Xian. Sure, no problem. Wang Xian nodded his head. He looked in the direction where Hong Tianda was, tossed the huge sword across and said, "Remember to send me the 50,000 spiritual stones tomorrow." All right, I'll send them over tomorrow. Hong Tianda stared at the huge sword in his hands fervently and was clearly loving this sword. Elders, let's go. Wang Xian turned his gaze back to the 5 elders and spoke with a smile. Sure, we have something to discuss with the Dragon King too. The old man in the middle smiled satisfactorily at Wang Xian. The next moment, they took flight and hovered in the air. A piece of cloud appeared below Wang Xian's legs. Following closely behind the elders, Wang Xian flew towards the main peak of Dahong Immortal sect. Even the great elder is addressing him as the Dragon King and a master. This is truly shocking. The elder's attitude towards him, that's simply a little overboard. The 5 elders have seen and treated him as though they are at the same level. One could even argue that they are acting deferentially. A master that is unparalleled in refining elixir pills and equipment is indeed deserving of such treatment. The matter of Su Fa, Tong Xioping and the rest being killed would likely be shelved away too. The surrounding disciples were astonished as they stared blankly at the disappearing figure. They took a deep breath. Who would have expected the Dragon King to possess such an insane level of strength? Who would have expected the Dragon King to be the hottest and most famous master that is unparalleled in refining elixir pills and equipment in Yongchang City recently? No one would have linked them together. They looked towards senior brother Hong Tianda and felt a little lost. Clearly, senior brother Hong Tianda had requested that the Dragon King modify this seemingly familiar huge sword. As compared to the strength of the sword held by the Tiani swordsman previously, the current sword was a lot more terrifying. The master in Yongchang City is him. It's actually him. At this moment, Ao Shuwen looked exceptionally bitter and embarrassed. The 4 disciples that followed him were killed. However, the other party was the hottest and most famous alchemist master and blacksmith master currently. Puff. However, at the thought of Master Xuanhua and Master Qiming visiting his family last night, he took a deep breath and ruthlessness beamed in his eyes. Your strength is something I had not expected. However, you shouldn't have been acting so cockily and haughtily. You have offended too many people. A creepy smirk appeared on Ao Shuwen. He held the longsword in his hand tightly and left. The surrounding crowd of disciples from MT Finyu were completely dumbfounded. Even Mentor Yu stood there in shock, not moving an inch. She had not expected the young man who she had saved previously to be so terrifyingly talented. Even her husband, who once stood at the top of Dahong Immortal sect, wasn't a match for him in terms of talents. Yulinga looked mindlessly at the sky and recalled the moment she first met this young man. A myriad of emotions welled up within her. Looking at the group of female disciples from MT Shui discussing fervently, she lowered her head gradually. Master Wang Xian, with your current strength, you would be more than capable of becoming an elder in Dahong Immortal sect. I wonder if you have this intention, the old man in the middle of the group asked Wang Xian the moment they landed at the Elder's Pavilion located in the middle of the majestic main peak. Elder? I wouldn't mind. My current focus is still on refining spiritual equipment and elixirs. Feeling the gazes from the 5 elders, Wang Xian chuckled. In that case, let us arrange for it. With your strength, it wouldn't be appropriate for you to remain as a disciple. The 5 of us can grant you the status of an elder, so you can enjoy the benefits and authority of an elder. The old man in the middle said to Wang Xian directly. All right. In that case, I have to thank various elders for the opportunity. Wang Xian chuckled. The truth was he wasn't really interested in the status of an elder. The 5 elders could also tell that Wang Xian wasn't particularly interested in the status of an elder. However, they didn't say a word. With his unparalleled skills in refining elixir pills and spiritual equipment, the status of elder in Dahong Immortal sect was indeed insignificant. In Yongchang world, strength dictated everything. Master Wang, other than inviting you to become an elder of the Immortal sect, we have another objective for inviting you over. The old man in the middle gestured to Wang Xian before heading into the elder's pavilion. It's coming. Upon hearing the old man, Wang Xian knew that the real objective was coming. The Yongchang world was different from the outside world. In this place, 3 immortal sects controlled the entire Yongchang world. Moreover, the 3 immortal sects weren't competitors. As a result, no matter how talented one was, the immortal sect might not have paid a lot more attention to him. No matter how talented one was, he was still part of Yongchang world and would be ruled by the immortal sects. However, Wang Xian was a little different. He could bring the Dahong Immortal sect huge benefits. Elders, feel free to speak. If it's something I can do, I'll definitely agree. Wang Xian spoke directly. I believe it's clear that it's about refining elixir pills and spiritual equipment. Master has an extremely high success rate. Now that the Immortal sect is preparing to refine a batch of elixir pills and spiritual equipment, we would like to invite Master Wang to be in charge. I wonder what your stance on this is. The old man in the middle said directly. In charge of refining elixir pills and spiritual equipment. Wang Xian's eyes beamed with excitement. We can prepare some assistance tools for Master Wang to increase the success rate of your art of water refining. Moreover, there would also be a sum of remuneration. What about the remuneration? How do we go about calculating it? Wang Xian asked the 5 elders up front. It was a golden opportunity to Wang Xian, refining spiritual equipment and elixir pills for an immortal sect. If the remuneration was fairly decent, not only would he be able to promote his status to that of an immortal, He would also be able to provide the Dragon Sect members with large amounts of elixir pills. Master Wang, I'm sure your success rate for refining level 5 elixir pills has reached between 70 to 8%. As for level 6 pills, I'm sure it's at least 60%. The elder standing in the middle rambled on as he spoke to Wang Xian. Yep, more or less. Wang Xian nodded emotionlessly. What a marvel, even a Grand Master would pale in comparison. Even though the quintet had been mentally prepared for the answer, they could not help but marvel upon hearing the confirmation. 3 portions of elixir pills, of which the Immortal sect will get 8 pills. As for the spiritual equipment, it'll be 1.5 portions. With that, help the Immortal sect refine elixir pills and spiritual equipment on a large scale. What do you say? The elder standing in the middle asked Wang Xian after some hesitation. 8 pills for 3 portions? Wang Xian frowned. To him, this remuneration was no less lucrative. But the quantity as required by the Dahong Immortal sect was relatively larger, which thus would definitely render this deal worthwhile. Nonetheless, he could not agree to it easily. To a master, offering 8 pills using 3 portions was no doubt miserly, so much so that it was almost impossible. Master Wang, we can have a set of 8 equipment meant for the art of water refining prepared for you. This is a set of spiritual equipment assembled using 5 level 12 spiritual liquid balls. It'll help to increase the success rate greatly. So much so that, with this set of 8 equipment, you can try your hand at refining level 7 elixir pills and level 12 spiritual equipment. The centermost elder persuaded Wang Xian upon sensing his hesitation. Furthermore, to top it off, the Yongchang cauldron will begin to manifest in another month's time. Master Wang can then help himself directly to one of our internal headcounts within the Dahong Immortal sect. The elder promised yet another benefit. Spiritual equipment using 5 level 12 spiritual liquid balls? The beginning of the Yongchang cauldron. Wang Xian asked with a puzzled look, albeit with a glint flashing across his eyes. He continued to ask in bewilderment, what's the beginning of the Yongchang cauldron's manifestation? Haha. Perhaps Master Wang is not aware given your young age. There's actually room within the Yongchang cauldron which is sacred grounds for cultivation. The spiritual energy within it is tens of times more than what's found outside. A day of cultivation would equate to 1 or 2 months of the same while one is outside. The Yongchang cauldron will only open up for manifestation once every 50 years. This time, though, due to unique circumstances, it's opening up in advance. Of our 3 immortal sects, there's only 1 spot each which is reserved internally. As for the remaining 10 spots, they'll be up for grabs through one's capabilities. The elder elaborated. Spiritual energy with a concentration of tens of times. Wang Xian shrieked in surprise. Thereafter, he nodded with some pretense of hesitation. All right, I'll agree to it. Great. In that case, let's see when you are available, Master Wang. I'll have my disciples do the customization for you before proceeding to build you a summit for cultivation. The quintet wasted no time in asking as their eyes shimmered with excitement. 5 days from now, I want to complete the refinement of all the spiritual equipment in my shop. Wang Xian replied. Sure, Master Wang. 5 days from now, come over to the main summit. Today, we'll make an announcement and declare that Dragon King Wang Xian has ascended to become an elder of Dahong Immortal sect. The quintet responded with a laugh. In that case, I'll take my leave now, elders. Wang Xian nodded with a smile before waving at the elders. Sure. The quintet nodded back as they watched Wang Xian take his leave. I really wonder where such a wicked genius comes from. One of the elders commented. Where else? Don't tell me he has dropped from the sky? It's likely that this Dragon King's been handed some legacy and born with defying talents. After sustaining injuries in an accident, he ended up at MT Fangyu by fate. This can be the only possibility, which is good news for us in Dahong Immortal sect. By having him refine elixir pills and spiritual equipment for us, we'll get to save big on our materials. As they watched Wang Xian's silhouette from the back, the quintet chatted in laughter. While the Dahong Immortal sect had not done a check on the background of this junior Dragon King, his sudden appearance and fast ascension was something they paid no attention to either. Since he had made his appearance in the world of Yongchang, then he must belong here. For outsiders can never make their way in, even in the case of immortals. Under the defense of the spirit array, those who try to barge their way into Yongchang are almost guaranteed to fail. However, what they did not know was that the current spirit array could no longer compare with that of the past. The Yongchang Immortal sect was located at the centermost location, at the very core of the Yongchang world, while the Dahong Immortal sect resided on its left and the Immortal Slaying sect on the right. The Yongchang Immortal sect was the most capable Immortal sect amongst the top trio, of which it housed more Immortal experts and disciples than Dahong and Immortal Slaying sect. When one looked across, one would see the entire Immortal sect grounds lit up in bright red. Located atop a volcano, the area above was filled with lush inferno trees, while flaming birds overtook the skies accompanied by the flaming elves who danced their way all around. All in all, the entire place appeared like a fiery sacred ground. On the highest summit of the Yongchang Immortal sect, which measured up to almost 10,000 meters, the volcano was spurting flames which shot up to 100 meters. This was the main summit of the Yongchang Immortal sect. On it were numerous buildings with majestic architecture that resembled ancient divine flaming temples. This made them appear solemn yet magnificent. The spirit array's defense from the Yongchang world is weakening by the day. Looks like we're running out of time. In one of the divine temples within the main summit, a dignified-looking middle-aged stood before a bed. His appearance was phantasmagorical, accentuated by the flickering red lights. Upon a closer look, one would realize that he did not come with a physical state, but rather as an illusion. But his aura was no less terrifying, even despite being a mere illusion. "Daddy, didn't you say it'd take another 1 or 2 years?" Within the room stood a teenage girl beside the illusion as she scrutinized the two who were lying on the bed with utmost curiosity. To which she continued mumbling, "To think that these two are still alive." Along with the teenage girl was another elder, who stood respectfully by the side. In mild astonishment, the elder took a glance at the bedridden duo without saying a word. "It won't take that long now, Xiao Xiao. So you know them?" the illusion of the middle-aged asked the teenage girl with a smile. "I do, how could it be otherwise? One is the sect leader of Devil Corpse Palace amongst diabolism from the underworld outside, while the other's the sect leader of the Donghua Sacred Sect amongst the alliance of the Orthodox sects." The teenage girl nodded. Within the underworld, they're the respective premiers of the Orthodox sects and diabolism. Of course, had it not been for that dragon sect and its dragon king, they would have been the most powerful duo within the underworld. The teenage girl commented yet again. "Premiers of the underworld? If that's the case, then we must make sure to revive them." The illusionary figure groaned as the lights on him flickered. "Daddy, given their capabilities, they're no more than mere experts within our Yongchang standing. Large amounts of level 7 elixir pills will be required should we wish to revive them. Moreover, this Emperor Qi of diabolism is a crook. Should we still save him then?" The teenage girl asked the illusionary figure in confusion. "The 9 cauldrons are descending into the real world. While the mortals of the real world are weak, they're nonetheless locals. Even if we won't have any use for their powers, we can make use of them to help us ease into the real world quickly. By treating them, it'll help Yongchang build up a channel to source information. Upon complete descent into the real world, that'll save us a lot of trouble." The illusionary figure laughed as he watched the bedridden duo with glistening eyes. The duo were on the brink of death, namely Nie Wushuang, the sect leader of Donghua Sacred Sect from the alliance of the Orthodox sects, as well as Emperor Qi from diabolism. The elder who had been standing by the side laughed along with the teenage girl and the guild leader of the Sacred Followers Guild. Dragon King from MT Fengyu is a budding realm expert and the most famous alchemist master and blacksmith master in Yongchang City currently. He killed Su Fa, Tong Xioping, Lin Xinjian and the other 2 disciples who were all ranked in the top 20 with a single strike. How insane is that? You guys might not know about this. The spiritual tea session in the afternoon was insane. Not only did the Dragon King kill 5 top 20 disciples in a single strike, but there was also nothing left remaining of the 5 of them. My guess is that even if Ao Shuwen had been in the arena, he would likely not have been a match for the insanely strong Dragon King. He's too demon-like. Who would have expected the Dragon King to be so incredibly talented? Even the 5 elders are treating him as their equal. Today's Dahong Immortal sect was livelier than before. The death of 5 top 20 disciples shocked everyone. They were talking about 5 of them. Every top 20 supreme talent was an elite genius of Dahong Immortal sect and the subject of additional grooming. Yet, they were killed by the Dragon King today. Moreover, not even their corpses were left behind. While the people were shocked, they also felt terrified. The Dragon King was too bloodthirsty. The powerful Dragon King made disciples from the entire Immortal sect feel respect and fear. Dong! 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 Disciple of Mt Fengyu, Wang Xian has been promoted to the 18th elder of Dahong Immortal sect. Dong! 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 Disciple of Mt Fengyu, Wang Xian has been promoted to the 18th elder of Dahong Immortal sect. At this moment, the bell rang from the main peak. The bell rang 9 times and the message was repeated 3 times. The sound of the bell and the announcement reverberated throughout Dahong Immortal sect. Everyone was shocked by it. Elder? The Dragon King has been conferred as an elder. Oh gosh! This is unbelievable. Our Dahong Immortal sect only has 17 elders and each of them possess immense authority. The Dragon King has now become an elder. The rise of the Dragon King can't be stopped. Even when he killed 5 supreme talents, he still wasn't affected. The youngest elder of Dahong Immortal sect in history. The disciples were astonished while the ringing of the bell and the announcement resounded in their ears. Even the attendants of Dahong Immortal sect were astonished. I had not expected this to be announced in such a grand manner. Just as Wang Xian arrived at Mt Fengyu, he heard the bell ring. A nonchalant smile appeared on his face. He didn't really care how precious the title of elder was in Dahong Immortal sect. At Mt Fengyu, Wang Xian greeted Mentor Yu before returning to Yongchang City. So what if you're an elder now? You have offended too many people and all the elixir pill shops and spiritual equipment shops in Dahong Immortal sect. Those who encroach on their interests will suffer a terrible death. Even an elder wouldn't be an exception. At this very moment, Ao Shuan took off from Mt Lang and flew towards Yongchang City. Yongchang City was huge and was where all the families of the 3 immortal sects gathered. Those who could establish powerful families were undoubtedly experts from the 3 immortal sects. The entire Yongchang City had been largely occupied by families affiliated with immortal sects. In Yongchang City, 2 kinds of business were the most lucrative: refining elixir pills and spiritual equipment. Elixir pill shops and weapon shops of various sizes reached a total of 4,000 to 5,000 and they were all controlled by various huge families. Elixir pills and spiritual equipment could be considered as the core of the interests for the entire Yongchang City. Yet, the market for elixir pills and spiritual equipment in Yongchang City had undergone huge changes over the last few days. The appearance of that master in the small shop within Yongchang City had a huge impact on the elixir pills and spiritual equipment market in Yongchang City. This had undoubtedly affected the interests of various powerful families. Ao Shuan flew to Yongchang City and descended into a huge mansion. He looked to the grand hall and a smirk appeared on his face. At this very moment, over 30 people had gathered in the grand hall. Every single one of them was famous throughout Yongchang City. Within the 3 immortal sects, all of them were part of the middle and higher management. Young Master Ao, please take a seat. Upon seeing the arrival of Ao Shuan, an old man spoke to him plainly. Ao Shuan nodded his head and sat towards the back. Now that everyone is here, regarding that small shop, has everyone made the necessary preparations? After approximately 20 minutes, Master Xuanhua, who was sitting at the very front, pulled a long face and spoke to the group of people within the room. Our Yuan family has prepared the spirit arrays. Our Yu family is also ready. There will definitely be a heavy downpour tonight. 2 old men answered. This is some information relating to the master of that small shop. Ao Shuan looked across the crowd without any emotions as he threw the information onto the table beside each old man. Huh? An elder from Dahong Immortal sect? Old Liang, he's the same as you. An elder of Dahong Immortal sect. So what if he is an elder? TSK. As long as we kill him without leaving a trace, it won't matter. There won't be an issue as long as we do not anger our immortal sect leader. As long as he's not an immortal, it won't matter if we allied together and kill him. We will take action tonight. Budding realm expert? Unparalleled in refining elixir pills and equipment? He's just a brat who doesn't know the rules. An old man saw the information on the table but didn't show any changes in emotions. The interests within Yongchang City were controlled by various huge families, and these huge families formed the higher management of the three immortal sects. Their relationships were complicated. If there were only 3 to 4 families, they might not dare to assassinate the elders of Dahong Immortal sect. However, it wouldn't be the same if there were so many families participating this time. With so many families, they might not be able to mask the truth from the entire world. However, hiding the truth from Yongchang City was still very much achievable. Just sit back and wait for your death, Dragon King. Seeing the expressions of the group before him, Ao Shuan's eyes beamed with ruthlessness. Whoosh! The sky was darkening gradually. At night, a heavy downpour fell in the city. The heavy downpour shrouded half of Yongchang City, prompting various shops to close for business at an earlier time. Wang Xian remained in the shop and was refining spiritual equipment rapidly. While immersed in the state of refining, he was incredibly fast. In less than 10 minutes, he would complete his refining of a piece of spiritual equipment. The dark had fallen silently, but Wang Xian wasn't getting ready to rest. Hee. Now that the spirit arrays have sealed this place, let's take action. At this moment outside the ship, a group of people hovered in the sky. Raindrops avoided their bodies instinctively. An old man looked down at a structure and revealed a faint smile. A budding realm expert? With our strength, he will be easily killed. It's a shame that a master that is unparalleled in refining elixir pills and equipment will fall here today. An old man revealed a mocking smile as he extended out his hands. He deserves death for undercutting our Saint Forge workshop and disrupting the interests of everyone. Master Xuanhua looked below him, and a tinge of hatred flashed in his eyes. TSK, after your death, I'm going to teach those families that withdrew from us a good lesson. Huge pieces of ominous clouds gathered in the sky. They spread over 100 meters with sword glows zapping across.